Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Singular One for All Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Being told by his idol that he can be a hero was the greatest thing that had ever happened in Midoriya Izuku's life. In fact, it was so incredible and amazing that it compelled him to do something that experience had taught him from an early age to never, ever do. He asked his teacher a question. "Hey, All Might?" "Yes, my boy? See, can you please teach me about how One for All works? So when you give it to me, I'll know what to expect? I want to be ready." That had been the start of it. A simple question and the realization by Toshinori, known to the world as the pro-hero All Might, that he didn't really have an answer to give. Don't get things wrong. He had tried his best to give a good answer. But his words had sounded absurd even to him. Between the two of them, with Toshinori explaining and the boy trying to follow along, the best he had been able to come up with was to imagine you're an egg in a microwave, being heated evenly from the inside out, and try not to explode. An egg in a microwave? Really? He's the #1 hero, not just in Japan but in the whole world. He's widely considered to be the world's mightiest superhuman, perhaps even the strongest of all time. Was that the best metaphor he could manage? Young Midoriya, bless his fanboy heart, had hung on to his words like they were some immense wisdom being handed down from on high. Toshinori had been in many embarrassing moments since he began his career as a pro-hero, most of them unfortunately caught on camera, but he had never felt more embarrassed and stupid than he did at that moment. The fact that the boy was so earnest and trusting somehow made it worse. He actually would have preferred if the child had been skeptical and sarcastic. He should have been laughed at for his half-baked attempts to explain how his transferable superpower, One for All, worked. Instead, the boy had pulled out a scrap of paper and written it down. Maybe it was just his own nerves getting to him. Or that dull, creeping exhaustion, the tiredness that sleep couldn't fix he'd been feeling ever since he had sustained his major injury 6 years ago fighting the quirk-stealing supervillain, All for One. But somehow, the realization that he didn't have an answer hit him so much harder than he ever thought it would. He didn't have an answer. He didn't. It was his quirk, his power. It had become his the moment Shimura Nana, his own mentor, had passed it on to him. One for All was the only superpower, or quirk, in the world that could be passed on and given away, an inheritable strength that had kept the world safe for generations. A power that became stronger each time the torch was passed from master to student. He had carried it for 40 years, which was longer than any other previous user had ever held it. So he should be able to answer questions about how it worked. Shouldn't he? He had cherished One for All as the last gift from a woman who had been a second mother to him. He had cherished it the way that only an angry, broken, quirkless teenager could. In a world where over 80% of humanity was born with some sort of superhuman ability, Toshinori had been born quirkless. Born without power. But even though he was powerless, he had become sick to death of the fear and terror that filled society in those days. Organized crime and villainy had seized the throat of the world, and the heroes and law enforcement of his childhood had struggled to form any real response or counter. Every night there were gunshots and screams. People huddled in the illusionary safety of their homes after dark, praying that they wouldn't be next. He couldn't take it anymore. He wouldn't stand for it. It was his resolution to become a living deterrent of crime, a so-called symbol of peace, or die trying. But until that moment where he had received One for All, a part of him had already accepted that he absolutely would die trying. That he wouldn't make it. That his dreams would kill him. He was a plucky kid without a quirk picking a fight with gangsters and organized criminals that had superpowers at their disposal. He knew what was going to happen to him. A shallow, unmarked grave on the side of the road was his final destination. His headstone would be a missing persons report on page 10 of the papers. And Toshinori had made his peace with that. It was the hill he chose to die on, and he was willing to die for it. In a way, his career as a quirkless symbol of peace would be his own essay against a bitter and broken world. And it could probably uncharitably be called the longest and most elaborate suicide note in history. He knew that. He understood it. He accepted it. Toshinori had been born powerless, and the only thing he had any control over was his own story and how it would end. He had control over what he would stand for, what he would put up with and tolerate, and what he wouldn't. He had made his choices. He had made his peace with himself. He wasn't afraid anymore. And then Nana came. A pro-hero. A person from that gilded, golden world of superpowers and superhumans that Toshinori had only ever been able to gaze longingly at through the window. And she told him that he didn't have to die to make his dreams come true. And that wouldn't have meant anything to an angry, depressed, borderline suicidal teenager, except she showed him a way to make it work. She gave him the tools to build his impossible dream against all odds. And even though that changed nothing about his motives or his ideals, it changed everything. Because this story was no longer a tragedy, it didn't have to be, and in his deepest heart of hearts, Toshinori had been crying, because he didn't want it to end like that. And suddenly it didn't have to. That's what One for All was to Toshinori. It was more than a sacred torch, or a gift from a dying mentor, or even a lifeline thrown to a drowning teenager. It was his entire life. He was a self-aware Don Quixote, a delusional knight chasing windmills looking to slay giants. He was fully aware of how stupid and suicidal it all was. But One for All had made slaying the giants that terrorized society possible. Toshinori had been prepared to die for his ideals. But Nana and One for All had shown him how to live for them instead. And 40 years later, the world was a changed place. He was All Might, the most popular and famous hero in the world. He had done it. He had won. He was a living deterrent for crime worldwide. Don Quixote had won his war. And yet, in spite of all of that, here he was, tripping over his own words on a polluted beach, realizing that even though he was entering the twilight of his own life and career as a hero, that he still didn't really understand the power. This innocent, trusting child who would have to shoulder the weight of the world one day was asking him how to use One for All, and he simply did not have any answers to give. Toshinori took a long breath before letting it out slowly, watching as his determined successor pushed dry-rotted tires up the beach towards the parking lot. This wasn't working. He'd never taught anyone before in his life, children or adults, and his application to teach at UA, one of the most prestigious hero academies in the world, had been pushed through with the principal as a favor. It was to help find a suitable heir for One for All from among the student population. An heir he had already found. He wasn't going there to teach because he was actually good at teaching. Quite frankly, he didn't know what on earth he was doing when it came to teaching children and teens, and the conversation about how to use One for All was making his lack of talent in that area starkly obvious. Toshinori could make a fitness schedule and diet plan just fine. He had a lifetime of experience at that. He'd even had recent refreshers, as he was forced to rebuild his own entire schedule and diet from scratch to recover enough from his crippling injury 6 years ago to still spend some time each day as All Might. He had the skills of a world-class hero. He could be a gym coach, a personal trainer, and a fitness instructor. He could teach somebody how to handle the media, deal with hero paperwork, manage crisis situations, perform rescue heroism, and even use showmanship to their advantage in fights and on camera. He had spent 40 years being number one in an industry where most people retired after he had a wealth of knowledge to share. But it was the teaching part that was the problem. He simply had no real experience with it. And most of those skills were not things the boy needed right now. Right now, young Midoriya needed someone to teach him how to use One for All. And Toshinori didn't have a clue how to pass that on. Using the strength and abilities of the quirk had just come naturally to him. From the moment he had received it, he was able to use it like it was second nature to him. As easy as breathing. But he knew that hadn't been the case for Nana. She had told him it had taken her years to get a handle on it. And it probably wouldn't be the case for young Izuku either. He wished it could be. He could tell himself that it's because Nana had a quirk and he did not. He could argue with himself and say that Izuku also being quirkless meant he would also have no trouble using the power. But that excuse sounded weak and reckless even in his own head. He had no idea how the quirk worked. Nobody really did. Not even All for One, and he had been the one responsible for its accidental creation centuries ago. Could Toshinori really gamble with the boy's safety and future career on nothing more than a hunch? And it got stronger with each generation. He knew that, at its heart, One for All was a strength stockpile, a collection of the physical strength and abilities of everyone who had ever held it. Even if someone only held it for a brief period of time before passing it on, it still doubled in strength at a bare minimum. If the quirk was actually used and the stockpile of strength got exercise, then it would get even stronger, like a muscle that had no upper limit to its growth. Passing it on doubled it. Using it increased its strength. It only ever became more powerful, it never weakened or regressed. Only 2 of the holders had ever been professional heroes as far as he knew, and he was one of them. And between himself and Nana, he had used the quirk far more. In fact, he had probably exercised the quirk more during his 40-year tenure as a holder than any other previous user ever had. The next jump wasn't going to be a doubling, a tripling, or even a quadrupling. It was going to be something much more dramatic. He could feel it. His instincts told him that if young Midoriya could completely master even 10% of the true power he was going to inherit, that the boy would be a force that could match his own strength. And Toshinori had learned to trust his instincts. But could he handle 10%? That was the question. And what were they going to do if he couldn't? The emaciated blonde knew what he needed to do. He just didn't want to do it, is all. But this wasn't about him anymore, and he knew that. It stopped being about him the moment he made his choice. One for All stopped being Toshinori's quirk the moment he made his choice earlier that week to train Izuku to inherit it, and this wasn't about Toshinori's wants or needs anymore. This was about Izuku and what was best for him. And when it came to teaching people how to use One for All, there was only one person alive who was really qualified. Shimura Nana's best friend, and Toshinori's own former homeroom teacher when he was a student at UA. The only man alive who had helped 2 different bearers of One for All adjust to their power. 3rd-generation quirk expatriate from the independent Republic of Texas, Sorahiko Torino, hero name Gran Torino. In the background, Izuku was shoving a microwave into the back of the rental truck they were using to haul the trash. Toshinori did his very plus ultra best to try and stop his hand from shaking as he pulled out his phone and started dialing a number. It rang 5 times before the other end picked up. Hello, the voice on the other end said, elderly and confused. Torino, it's me, Toshinori. Who are you? It's Toshinori, Gran. You remember me? I what? I'm sorry, I don't know anybody by that name. The voice was soft and sounded almost afraid. Why are you calling me? Who is this? If anybody else had been putting on this kind of act, Toshinori might have rolled his eyes. Instead, he did his best to steady his nerves. Toshinori knew Torino and his often vindictive pranks well enough to know that the other shoe was about to drop. It's Toshinori, Gran. I'm calling you because I've found a successor. I need your help. There was a moment of silence. Then why the hell didn't you lead with that from the start, you imbecile? Toshinori flinched at the volume of the voice coming through his phone, and reflexively glanced out over the beach to make sure no one could overhear it. Fortunately, Izuku was halfway down the shoreline grappling with a pile of garbage bags, and as far as he could see, the 2 of them were still alone. Gran, listen, I'm sorry, but dash. Sorry, but you ungrateful monkey. You never call. You never text. You never visit. I'm sorry, but I've been really busy with everything and dash. You leave everything I send you on read. I can understand ghosting that twit Mirai after some of the fool things he's said and done, but what the hell do you think you're doing pulling that kind of stunt with me? Torino made it sound so easy. How was Toshinori supposed to explain to his old mentor that the man still terrified him? Listen, I can explain dash. Can it, Toshi? If I wanted to listen to a gorilla stutter and make excuses, I'd look up HeroTube videos of Endeavor's PR manager. Tell me one good thing and one bad thing about the kid you've picked. Something good and something bad about young Midoriya? He ran out into the street during a villain attack to save another student from being suffocated, even though he is quirkless. The heroes and police on the scene were ignoring the problem because none of them had a quirk that would allow them to easily solve the situation without getting their hands dirty. He has the spirit of a true hero. Quirkless, huh? Interesting. And of course he has the spirit of a true hero. Toshi, if he didn't you wouldn't have picked him. The voice on the other line replied, the sarcasm dripping through the phone. You're better than Mirai. I already know you're choosing him for the right reasons. I'm asking you to tell me something about him I can't just guess. Something Torino couldn't guess that would be meaningful? Toshinori didn't have to think very hard about that. He has Nana's smile. And her compassion. I haven't known him for very long, but from what little I've seen, the teenager he saved is some sort of childhood bully. After the incident was over, the bully confronted him. They both thought they were alone, but I was watching from a rooftop. The bully screamed at him, told him that he was a quirkless weakling and that they didn't need any help, especially not from someone like him. And the kid smiled back. He ran out into the street to save somebody who hates him, and he did it with a smile. I've been faking it for my entire career, trying to imitate Nana as a homage. But his isn't fake, he's not imitating anybody. He has her smile. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. I see, the voice said, oddly flat and emotionless. And something bad about him? Well, Toshinori could pretend he didn't see it, but pretending wouldn't help young Midoriya. He needed to be honest if the kid was going to make any progress. But he has serious confidence issues. He doesn't seem to have much self-value at all, and it's not surprising because like I said, he's quirkless. I'm pretty sure that's why he's being bullied. The other kid outright said it. You and I are both on the same page about arrogant heroes, but he's all the way on the very opposite end of that. He has no self-confidence at all. It's going to be a problem that needs fixing. There was another long silence. Toshinori started to sweat. He had given the best and most honest answers he could, but years of training with the older hero had instilled a certain fear in him. A quiet Gran Torino was a dangerous Gran Torino. Text me the details of where you're training the kid, and I'll be there tomorrow. What's his name? Toshinori let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. Whatever test this was, it seems he and his boy had passed it. Izuku. His name is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku screamed bloody murder when he found the body. Toshinori heaved a sigh when he heard the scream. Torino did this exact same stunt every single time he got new students. He vividly remembered his own first day at UA, when Torino had done this to his entire class. He had used a paper plate with sausage links covered in ketchup to fake being disemboweled, and allowed the class to find his corpse. Torino called it situational awareness training. Toshinori and the rest of his class had learned quickly that Torino's sense of humor was an experience, and the best you could do was buckle up and endure it. Situational awareness training was code for being aggressively pranked and emotionally manipulated, and if you were lucky, fake dead bodies shoved into lockers and air vents, glitter bomb traps inside desks or under toilet seats, and surprise attacks during other normal classes. Situational combat training were as bad as it would get. Lord help you if you managed to do something the former teacher considered to warrant a real punishment. Toshinori had once seen a particularly arrogant and disruptive student in a year below him get punished by Torino arranging for over a dozen students in other classes that had lagging grades to gang stalk him for extra credit. He called it stealth and reconnaissance training. 3 weeks later, the kid was a nervous wreck, and he never bullied somebody for having a weak or villainous quirk ever again. Some parents and a few of the more privileged students had complained about Torino's methods. But when out-of-conditioned reflex from all the situational combat training, a female UA student put 6 would-be MLSS in traction during a weekend outing without even using her quirk in 5 seconds flat, it was hard to argue with the results. Torino had complimented her for her sub-1 second takedown speed, and told her to keep up the good work. She had. A muffled, "I'm alive," was shouted from behind a pile of washing machines and discarded car parts, followed by several thumps and a muffled yelp. A few moments later, 2 figures emerged. Young Midoriya was pale and sweating, still shaking slightly from the shock, a long line of sand clinging to the side of his shirt from where he'd been knocked off his feet. Toshinori sympathized immensely. The other figure was slightly shorter than the teen. Torino had never been very tall, and he'd shrunk some in his old age. Today, The white-haired 80-year-old retired pro was wearing flip-flops with exercise socks, a bright tropical pair of swim trunks, and a palm tree-patterned Hawaiian shirt. A large red stain of what appeared to be a cherry ice cone with extra syrup had been smashed into the man's chest, giving a passable imitation of a stab wound. A maniacal grin and sharp, glittering eyes that had lost none of their edge to the passing of time completed the ensemble. "I found your little hero Mbayo," the old man crowed, wiping down the front of his polyester tropical shirt with some folded napkins. Naturally, the retired pro favored clothes and fabrics that didn't stain or get ruined when anything he might use to fake being dead got on them. "I know you said he had no experience, but you really meant none, didn't you, Toshi? He didn't even try and dodge my leg sweep." Izuku let out a whine like a small, frightened dog. Toshinori sighed. It was going to be a rough 10 months. It didn't take long for Torino to realize something very important about Midoriya Izuku. He was a massive quirk fanboy. They hadn't been talking for 5 minutes before the kid wanted to know what his own quirk was, and after a brief explanation of, "There are air holes in my feet that let me jet around," it was off to the races with one question after another. Where did the air come from? Could he fly? How high? What kind of air pressure could he output? What's the fastest he's ever traveled? Were his feet tougher than normal or more fragile? Some people might find such a barrage of questions to be aggravating, creepy, or even somewhat invasive of their privacy. After all, for better or worse, this was an age of superhumans. Most people these days saw their quirk as a fundamental part of their identity. Sorahiko Torino was not most people. When he looked at Izuku's boundless curiosity and aggressive, analytical intelligence, he saw an unsharpened knife lying on the floor, just waiting for somebody to realize what it was and hone an edge onto it. Toshinori, by contrast, was starting to realize just how much he stood to learn about teaching from watching his former teacher and co-mentor work with young Midoriya. Most people would have been overwhelmed by the questions Izuku was asking. They would have told him to slow down, or to stop entirely and focus on his assigned fitness training instead. Even he himself had done such a thing on the day they first met, telling young Midoriya to quit nerding out, when Toshinori was trying to explain something to him and the boy kept asking more questions. Instead, Torino forced structure onto the teenager. He used the boy's own inquisitive nature as bait, happily answering every question he could think up, for a price. 1 sit-up per question. To Toshinori's shock, the boy did it. They were still new to the program he had put together. He knew the kid had not done any conditioning or core training yet. He hadn't scheduled anything like this until 2 weeks into moving trash around. And yet there the young man was, happily doing exercises ahead of schedule just to sate his curiosity. Toshinori had the sudden impression that he should perhaps be taking notes for his future career at UA. This was an excellent practical example of spurring a student on using their personal interests as leverage. He had seen young Midoriya's notebook on heroes and their quirks during the sludge villain incident when he gave the boy an autograph. Perhaps he needed a notebook of his own? Torino was leading the boy along, buying time. It was easy to fall back into old teaching habits, telling the kid to drop and give him a push-up or a sit-up for every question. He was stalling because he was re-evaluating what he was dealing with. Toshinori had called him to help teach the kid about One for All, to help him understand it, and to hopefully give him tips on how to use it without killing himself or everyone around him once he inherited it. And Torino was going to do that. However, some things had changed. This boy was clearly intelligent, much more so than Toshinori or even Torino himself had been at that age. Standing here and seeing it firsthand, the retired pro was a lot less surprised that Toshinori had swallowed his poorly disguised fear and called him in for help. It was shockingly the right move to make. Maybe you could teach an old dog new tricks after all. In Torino's opinion, Toshinori should have figured out how to ask for help when he was in over his head about 40 years ago. But better late than never. Torino had come expecting to have to train a young gorilla, another muscle-headed punch hero. Plant Claymore with front facing the enemy. Pure of heart and clenched of butt. The sort of person that Twit Mirai keeps statuettes of in his office. Instead, he got this. The kid was smart, clearly. But how smart? That was the question. After a few moments of answering questions about his own quirk, Torino thought he'd put together a good enough plan of attack. The kid was a fanboy who clearly knew a great deal about quirks. He could use that. He'd lead the kid into a discussion about quirks and quirk history, ask the kid some questions, and see how well he did. He'd start with questions the kid wouldn't know, and work his way down to the kid's level, wherever that was. It would be a measuring stick of where the kid stood, and he could also use it to help explain the history of One for All and what the kid should be expecting from it. Two birds with one stone. Tell me, kid, what do you know about the quirk singularity? Izuku smiled so brightly that the old man regretted not bringing a pair of sunglasses to the beach. You mean Dr. Garaki's theory on the quirk singularity, right? Or the quirk apocalypse theory, as some people have called it? It was called the paranormal singularity theory first, but then people started attacking his reputation and some people began calling it the quirk apocalypse theory, which is really just an unfair misrepresentation of Dash. Okay then. Scratch that. Torino had been expecting curiosity and confusion. Instead, the kid apparently knew Garaki Kyudai by name. So much for that plan. And the quirk apocalypse theory? The only people who had ever used that name were Humarais, an obscure anti-superhuman cult that had been eradicated before Toshinori had even been born, and some of the last few remaining followers of Destro and the Meta Liberation Army that had been mopped up in the last century. How did he know the term quirk apocalypse theory? Where the hell did Toshinori find this kid? Focus. Pivot. He can work with this. Alright, Torino said, interrupting the breathless rant of the teenager in front of him. Let's try this. I want you to explain quirks and the quirk singularity theory to me like I know nothing. I just stepped out of a time machine from the pre-quirk era or something, and it's your job to bring me up to speed. Start from the beginning and try not to go off on any tangents. I'll let you know if you do. We'll do a light jog while you talk. The teenager scrambled. To his feet, all gangly arms and curly hair, and the two of them moved up the beach, off of the sand and away from the trash. Torino guided the boy up to the long sidewalk that ran parallel down the entire beachfront. Toshinori fell in step next to them as they started jogging and matched their pace, a look of curiosity on his face. It started about 200 years ago, Izuku said as he settled into his stride. A child was born in Qing, China. They had the power to emit light from their body. People called it the luminescent baby. Soon, children were being born all over the world that had strange powers. Today, we call these quirks, but back then, they were known as meta-abilities or mutations. The sudden appearance of meta-abilities caused chaos. Governments collapsed. Revolutions were staged. Several wars were fought. Some people started worshipping meta-abilities, while others saw them as dangerous or even a kind of disease that needed to be cured. Some countries feared meta-abilities so much they tried to hunt down the people who had them. The disruption of international supply lines and infrastructure caused famines all across the world, especially in developing nations or in heavily industrialized nations that relied on importing food. This period of time was called the Dawn of Quirks, and the chaos it brought lasted for over a century. Before the dawn of quirks, the human population was nearly 9 billion. After a century, the population had dropped to slightly less than 1 billion. It was the largest die-off of humans in known history. China, India, and Africa bore the brunt of the damage, but every nation felt the effects to some extent. Torino nodded as they rounded a corner of the beach and started jogging down a new stretch of the waterfront, just as polluted and trashed as the first area. So far, this was all correct, but barring a few details, it was also very basic. He'd expect any 10-year-old to be able to tell him this, or at least he hoped they could. Who knows what they were teaching kids in the schools these days? Time to poke with some questions and see what kind of answers he got. When did meta-abilities become quirks? Destro. Izuku replied immediately. Full name Yatsubashi Chikara, villain name Destro. Born in Japan around 2 decades prior to the end of the dawn of quirks. The quirk he possessed is unknown. I'm sorry, I tried to find out what it was once, but everywhere I looked I couldn't find anything. I tried asking around, but Young Midoriya, you could not find it because it is classified information, Toshinori supplied gently, cutting off the teen's spiraling tangent. Yeah, kiddo, don't worry about it. The fact that you couldn't find out what his quirk was means our tax dollars are working. For now anyway. Tell me what Destro has to do with quirks. Sorry. Yatsubashi Chikara, nicknamed Destro. The dawn of quirks was chaotic, but the various governments of developed nations reasserting law and order is what ended it. One of the new laws put in place in Japan to maintain order was the Meta-Ability Public Use Act, which restricted and regulated the usage of meta-abilities. If you were caught using your superpower without a license or without government approval, you could be fined or even put in prison. Yatsubashi was opposed to this, claiming that using your own quirk was an inherent human right, and that as long as you weren't breaking the law with it, there was no reason you could not use your quirk as you pleased. He received a lot of support from mutant-type quirks, whose quirk is a permanent fixture of their body, as well as from people who have quirks that are always on and cannot be turned off. There were concerns about how a law forbidding public quirk usage would affect people whose quirk is something like bird wings or their hair being made of fire. As the law was written, it would effectively ban people like that from being in public at all. And that law hasn't been changed either, just amended to allow reasonable exceptions, Torino grunted. That's true, Toshinori added. They pushed the responsibility off of the law and onto judges and police officers to decide what was or was not reasonable. It was a poor compromise that is open to being abused. But please, keep going, young Midoriya. Izuku nodded, collecting his thoughts before continuing. Yatsubashi lobbied to have the Public Use Act overturned and nearly got enough support to achieve it, but then the newly reformed Japanese provisional government shut him down and labeled his political group domestic terrorists. Over 2/3 of his supporters were arrested or killed, and Yatsubashi and his remaining allies fled. While in exile, he took the name Destro, and his supporters named themselves the Meta Liberation Army. They declared their intention to overthrow the provisional government of Japan by any means necessary. After 12 years of terrorist attacks and guerrilla warfare, the Meta Liberation Army was eventually dismantled and Destro was arrested. There were calls to have him publicly executed, but the provisional government of Japan was afraid that it would incite copycats, since Destro still had some popular support in spite of his terrorism. So instead they imprisoned him for life, hoping that he would rot away and be forgotten. Torino glanced sideways at Toshinori as they jogged, gesturing at the teen jogging between them with his chin and raising a questioning eyebrow. Toshinori shrugged helplessly. The taller blonde looked just as confused and surprised at the teen knowing all of this as Torino felt. While in jail, Destro wrote a book called Meta Liberation War that was both his autobiography and his manifesto. In the book, he credits his mother as having coined the word quirk in reference to meta abilities. Apparently, he had been persecuted as a child because his own quirk was dangerous and difficult to control, and his mother defended him by saying that his powers were just another quirk of his. This is the first known usage of the word quirk to refer to superpowers. His mother was later lynched by a mob for defending him, and Destro credits her life and death as his inspiration for the revolution. As a result, Destro's mother became known as the Mother of Quirks. So the word quirk was first used by Destro and the Meta Liberation Army as part of what could be considered the creation myth of their political cult. However, in spite of how clean-cut Destro makes the events sound in Meta Liberation War, it was never that simple. I've done independent research on the topic by going through historical archives. His group was accused of domestic terrorism and shut down because numerous people affiliated with him were behaving like terrorists. Buildings were bombed, people were assassinated. Destro was winning a popularity contest against the Japanese government with a certain segment of society, but he was still committing crimes and murdering people. Destro tried to point the finger at the government for jumping the gun in his book, but that was a lie. He never cared that his own people were behaving like terrorists when it benefited him. And now they were starting to get into the meat of things. The luminescent baby was known worldwide, and the general events of the dawn of quirks were common knowledge. When almost 90% of humanity dies off, people don't forget about it, and it's only natural that the information would make it into general education. That was typical. But Yatsubashi Chikara's life story? That was another matter. This was not information your typical teenager, or even your average adult, would know. It was rough and unpolished, But the kid had just given the outline of what could probably be a graduate-level paper on Destro, the mother of quirks, and the Meta Liberation Army. And he was, how old was this Midoriya kid again? Middle school these days overran into what used to be high school, and most high schools these days were what used to be university level in Torino's day, UA included. But even so, this kid couldn't be a day over 16. 17 at the very outside. Unbelievable. The kid had read Meta Liberation Army. There was no way he hadn't, he'd practically admitted he had. Torino wondered where he got a copy. The kid had probably grabbed it off the internet somewhere. And then he had done independent historical research? On his own? Just to sate his own curiosity? Torino knew about those records. They were a dumpster fire. Good record-keeping stopped sometime around 20 years into the dawn of quirks, and didn't start back up until decades after it ended. Saying, I looked up some things about Yatsubashi Chikara is like saying he took a short hike up Mt. Everest. The kid would have needed to spend months sifting through library archives to find the court transcripts and public arrest warrants to refute Destro's story. He doubted any of it was online or digital either. It would have been all analog, actual paperwork that was stored and filed away. Torino knew professional analysts and researchers who would balk at having to do that kind of legwork for a salary. And this kid did it for free. To sate his curiosity. Because he read a banned, taboo book about criminals with quirks, smelled something fishy, and needed answers. Torino knew his contacts in the police department would kill him for poaching this kid for heroics. Those old fogies with badges and coffee mugs dreamed about police cadets like this. Too bad. Finders keepers. Maybe Torino would throw his old drinking buddies a bone and get the kid a consulting license. It never hurt for a career hero to start helping the police early, and there was no age limit on those as long as you had a sponsor and could pass the tests. In an age of superhumans, a teenage PI would hardly turn heads. All right then, Torino said as the three of them turned the last corner of the sidewalk lining the beach and began jogging towards a distant cul-de-sac where they would have to turn around and go back. So we get the word quirk from Destro's mother. So what's the singularity theory? Izuku's eyes sparkled, and his smile was blindingly bright. It's so fascinating. Dr. Garaki was born at the beginning of the dawn of quirks, and his quirk was a simple longevity power that slowed the rate at which he would age. It was a simple quirk, but it was so cool because its simplicity made it strong. There were no drawbacks or anything. Dr. Garaki went into medicine, but because quirks were appearing all over the world, he also studied them. He survived through the entire dawn of quirks, and around 80 years ago he published a series of papers that contained all of his observations and findings on the phenomena of superhumans. The trio rounded the cul-de-sac at the end of the beach and started jogging back, seagulls crying from the rocks of the breakwall in the distance. I assume that you've read those papers, then? Torino asked, already knowing the answer to his question. Oh gosh, absolutely. You can find copies of all of his work online if you know where to look. I've got all of his published papers saved on my PC. Dr. Garaki is credited for identifying the two general trends of quirks, which is that they grow more powerful and more complex with each passing generation, not weaker or simpler. He's also the one who originally realized that quirks were hereditary and that a child's quirk could be predicted by looking at the quirks of the parents. They aren't always the same, sometimes new functions or traits appear, or the powers of the parents combine in strange and unexpected ways, but the trend is still there. So what exactly is the singularity then, kid? Torino prodded, trying to keep the excitable teen on track. Clearly, the closer the topic got to quirks and how they work, the more energetic the kid became. A true quirk nerd indeed. Well, that's in Dr. Garaki's last paper. The papers before that were about his observations of quirks so far. His last paper was what he believed would happen with quirks in the future. In it, he claimed that since the trend of quirks is that they're getting stronger and more complicated, that eventually a generation of people would come about whose quirks are too powerful and too complex to be controlled. He used data from past generations of quirks to hypothesize that this would occur in the 9th consecutive generation of quirks intermarrying. He predicted that the 7th generation would be peak in terms of controllable power. That the 8th generation would be unstable and have a lot of random mutations and throwbacks to ancestral quirks whose powers hadn't manifested in generations. And that the 9th generation would be the tipping point, and over 90% of quirks on the planet would become uncontrollable threats to their users and everyone around them. Dr. Garaki didn't propose any particular solutions to these predicted problems, but did warn in his last paper that if solutions were not found and agreed upon ahead of time, that the human species as a whole could be in danger of extinction from out-of-control quirks. However, his papers were not well received. It's so unfair. Everything in his last paper is simply a logical deduction drawn from things he already proved in his previous papers. Nobody disputes that. But because the last paper warned that the singularity would be dangerous, people attacked his findings and slandered him. Izuku was gesticulating wildly at this point, waving his hand in consternation as he jogged. It would be obvious even to a blind man that he was appalled and offended on Garaki's behalf. I've read the supposed rebuttals. None of them actually explain why his conclusions are wrong. They just beg the question or attack his character. Some of them even accuse him of proposing mass eugenics to solve an imaginary problem. There's so many things wrong with that claim I don't even know where to start. For one, he never made any proposal on how to avoid the singularity, he just warned it was coming. For another, eugenics probably would fix it, but there are obviously other ways. It's just groundless accusations and slander made by people who don't want to face the facts. Izuku's shoulders slumped slightly, the wind of righteous indignation seeming to stall and fall out of him. Those papers were Dr. Garaki's life work, and publishing them ruined him. He withdrew from the public eye a few years after the fallout from his findings. I don't know enough about his longevity quirk to guess if he's still alive, but I imagine he would be. I've tried to look him up, to find more of his work or to even see if he's still involved in medicine and quirk analysis, but it's like he fell off the face of the earth. I don't really blame him. If something like that happened to me, I don't know what I'd do. Torino turned to glance across to the other side of the jogging teen that had talked himself into a funk. Staring straight into Toshinori's eyes, he mouthed, "Where did you find this kid?" For the second time that day, Toshinori shrugged helplessly at his mentor. The shorter, older man rolled his eyes. Leave it to Toshi to pick one random reckless teen out of millions and somehow find the genius savant that reads medical papers and banned political literature for fun. At least Torino had his answer to how smart the kid was. "All right, kiddo, good job. I'm pretty well informed on most of the topics you discussed, and the fact that the kids seem to know details Torino didn't was a kettle of fish for later, not now, and I think you did a pretty good job. So now it's time for a pop quiz." The scrawny teen looked at the older man in curiosity as they started in on the final stretch of their jog leading back to their starting point. "Given everything you've just told me and what you know about Garaki and his theories, why don't you use those fanboy powers of yours and guess how many people have held one for all before Toshi here got it?" Izuku hummed, his eyes brightening at the challenge. "Well, I mean, my immediate guess would be that All Might is the 7th, right? Assuming that each hand off of one for all counts as a generation, which is the only reason you'd ask about the singularity in the first place. All Might said it gets stronger each time it's passed on, so obviously it must work the same as quirks naturally becoming stronger and more complex with each generation. But that's so interesting, it means that one for all is actually evolving faster than other quirks, according to Dr. Garaki's theories. Because you don't have to wait for children, you can just hand it off. So it would logically be 7 with how powerful All Might is. Dr. Garaki theorized that would be the pinnacle of controllable power. Izuku trailed off, a faraway look appearing in his eyes. Toshinori had seen that look before on both of his past sidekicks, his support technician David Shield and Sasaki Mirai, also known as Pro Hero Night Eye. Both David and Night Eye were geniuses in their own right, and that was the look both of them got when they had realized something important. You're the top hero in the whole world, but nobody actually knows what your quirk really is. Izuku mumbled under his breath. It's widely considered to be the strongest quirk in existence, but nobody knows exactly what it does. I mean, obviously I know now, because you told me. It's a strength stockpile that's become incredibly strong. But I've seen the arguments and debates about it on the internet. I've even participated in some of them. Everybody always guesses super strength or invincibility first, but that gets shot down because of all the weird things that have happened during your career. Any real All Might fan that's been paying attention knows about it. Toshinori smiled. Yes, young Midoriya, a lot of very weird things did happen during my career, that's true. Izuku nodded absently in agreement as they continued to jog back towards the truck and their starting point on the beach. And that's why it's always been a huge debate about what the quirk really is. The obvious answer is super strength, but that's not it. When you fought Shockvolt, you slapped his lightning bolts away. You physically manipulated his lightning with your bare hands. During the fight with Toxic Chainsaw, you stopped falling, you actually floated for a moment to catch a civilian that was thrown out a window. I've seen so many internet arguments about that. It's why one of the most popular fan theories about your power is that you're a super telekinetic. And there's that time during one of your hero tours in America where you managed to set your fist on fire with friction, which super strength might explain, but definitely not how you didn't burn yourself with it. Then there was that time you fought Buster Brute, and he actually managed to break your arm, but you just flexed and the injury went away. To say nothing of the fact that you can transform. You got crippled, you shouldn't be able to even be a hero anymore, but you can literally turn back into a healthy version of yourself in a puff of smoke. That's crazy. It also explains why nobody's ever seen you when you're off the clock. You're literally in a different form, but that's beside the point. That's like a completely different classification of quirk, just for that. There's so many little strange things that don't add up about the fights and rescues in your career, it's almost like a light bulb went on behind the teenager's eyes. It's almost like you have a bunch of different random quirk effects manifesting at convenient times. Izuku said breathlessly, slowing down and turning to stare at his hero idol. You're not the strongest 7th. You're the unstable 8th. You're the 8th user of One for All. The gaunt civilian form of Yagi Toshinori smiled at the young man like he'd just won the lottery and was planning to buy his boy everything he'd ever wanted. Torino couldn't blame him, he was grinning too. The ascendant nerd. This kid could give Night Eye a run for his money. If they could teach the kid to weaponize analysis like that, he'd be unstoppable whether he had a quirk or not. 10 out of 10, kid, Torino said. If you were a student of mine at UA, I'd give you full marks. The old pro grinned mischievously. Now that you've figured that out, tell me, what do you think is going to happen when he gives this thing to you? For the first time since they had started, Izuku stopped jogging. His breath caught in his throat. He was staring off into the distance, seeing nothing, because he was blinded by all of the thoughts flickering past his eyes. Surely not. That's right, kiddo. Welcome to the future. You're going to be the first human in history to wield a singularity quirk, 5 generations ahead of schedule. That's why this gorilla called me in. I'm here to help you learn what you're going to need to have a chance of handling it. Izuku's eyes were out of focus. His hands twitched, fingers flexing. Torino and Toshinori both watched him as he seemed to involuntarily reach for a notebook he didn't have before, jerking slightly. A half-second later, he reached up and tapped the side of his ear, like he was looking for a pencil that was usually perched there. His breathing slowed down, evening out. His eyes came back into focus, and he stared straight into Torino's own. I have so many questions, he said. The geriatric pro grinned ferally. I hope for your sake the first one is, what do I need to do to get my body in good enough shape to inherit the quirk and pass the UA entrance exam? Break time is over, VGD. This speech won't clean itself. The teenager jerked slightly as he came back to reality. Glancing rapidly back and forth between the two men and the trash-covered beach, he started stammering apologies as he ran back to where he had been cleaning before being surprise-pranked by Torino's little dead body joke. Sorahiko Torino sighed, watching the kid run off until he was outside of hearing range. Toshinori, what the hell have you gotten me involved with this time? The hero known to the world as All Might didn't have an answer for him. Truth be told, Torino wasn't expecting one. He didn't think either of them had quite been prepared for this. Torino was on a mission. After meeting the teen Toshinori had chosen to be his successor earlier that morning, he had volunteered to walk the kid to school to make sure he made it there safely. Once the young man was tucked away in his classes, The retired pro had discreetly paid a visit to Aldra Junior High instead of leaving. His pro hero license may have expired, but his private investigator's license had not, and he had used it to speak briefly with several teachers and gain access to the school's academic records. It wasn't an unusual request, as high schools and finishing schools were often approached like this when students were leaving those institutions to apply for various hero academies. Everyone there had assumed he was there to check up on some student named Bakugo. Torino was canny enough to allow them believe it. What he had found there made him angrier than he could remember being in a long time. The last time he had felt like this, had Nana still been alive? She had been. The last time he had felt like this was when the two of them busted that human trafficking ring. The one that was kidnapping children. Torino had questions that needed answers. He also had some ideas about Izuku's academic future that would need parental consent to work. Deciding to kill two birds with one stone, he looked up a home address and decided to loop the boy's parents into things as soon as possible. Since the kid was still at school and would be for several hours, now was the perfect time for a home visit. Double-checking his phone to make sure he had the right place, the retired pro knocked on the door and waited. He had considered wearing his hero uniform for this, but opted for civilian clothes instead, since he didn't think dressing like a pro would help with first impressions. He had ditched the swim trunks and Hawaiian shirt from earlier that morning for something he typically wore on a more normal day. Work jeans, a plaid collared shirt, and cowboy boots with a leather belt completed his outfit. Like all his shoes, the boots were custom-made with vented holes on the bottom to accommodate his quirk. Sorahiko Gran Torino had lived to be an old man with no seriously debilitating injuries in a field where good people died young and the talented often found themselves getting carried away from scenes on stretchers. He credited his health and old age to what he called rightfully justified paranoia. He was a relic from a time when there was no distinction between the so-called daylight and underground heroes, and he was always prepared to turn on the jets at a moment's notice, no matter where he was or what he was wearing. It had saved his life more than once. Torino smiled at the plump, middle-aged woman who opened the door. "Hello. Would you happen to be Midoriya Izuku? I'm here to talk to you about your son, Izuku." "Oh no. Where is he? Is he hurt?" The old man waved his hands, trying to calm the green-haired woman down as she began to panic and tear up. No, nothing's wrong. He's actually doing great. I just wanted to talk to you for a minute. Are you aware that your son has applied for UA?" Several minutes later, the two adults were sitting down in the kitchen with a fresh cup of tea in front of each of them. It had taken several minutes to calm Inko down and get her to accept that nothing was wrong and that her son was safe. At least now I know where the kid's anxiety comes from, Torino thought to himself. We'll have to work on that. Torino pulled out his expired hero license and slid it across the table for the housewife. "As you can see, I'm a retired pro. I'm a friend of another hero by the name of Yagi Toshinori. You've probably never heard of him, but that's fine. He prefers things that way." Toshinori was injured quite severely during a villain attack a few years ago, and since then he's been on the lookout for kids with talent to mentor. He stumbled across your son, and he saw some potential in him. UA is Toshinori's alma mater, and I used to be a teacher there a long time ago before I got out of the hero business. So when we found out that it was your son's dream to attend and become a hero, we decided to help him out. Torino took a long breath and then let it out. Here was the hard part. "Ma'am, we understand that your son was diagnosed as quirkless. We actually have reason to believe that your son does have a quirk. Or at least that he will have a quirk very soon." What remained of the teary-eyed and worried Midoriya Izuku disappeared. The flinty-eyed glare that was left in its place took Torino by surprise. "Explain," she said, in a tone that brooked absolutely zero nonsense. Torino swallowed. Toshinori was also diagnosed as quirkless for his entire life. He has the third toe joint and everything, just like your son. But in his late teens he managed to spontaneously develop a quirk factor that had not been seen in him during the testing. It was a strength stockpiling quirk. The reason he was able to manifest it is because he was able to bulk up and become more physically fit. The professionals who examined him after it manifested believe that the reason it didn't show earlier is because his body couldn't handle the stress of the quirk coming in until he had improved his physical fitness. Most quirks these days come with secondary mutations that help them function. But not all do, and some experts believe the loss of the toe joint has something to do with that. Basically, if your body doesn't have the proper modifications for a quirk to function correctly, it might not function at all. So if Toshinori had never bothered to get in top physical shape, then his quirk might have never appeared, because being in shape is what was required for his quirk to function. His body didn't come with that feature, he had to create it himself. That's very interesting, the green-haired mother said, in a tone of voice that made it clear she did not mean what she said at all. What exactly does this have to do with my son? Torino took a sip of his tea, collecting his thoughts. This was a very well-rehearsed lie, and the evidence to support it had already been created and inserted into the system decades ago to help Toshinori become All Might. He had to make sure he kept his details straight. Toshinori was originally going to encourage your son to become a hero anyway, but after getting to know him a little better, he realized that your son was exactly like him. He had all the same signs and symptoms that Toshinori originally had. That's why Toshinori has taken a focused interest in training him personally. The workout routine, the meal plan that your son brought home the other day, that was all Toshinori's doing. It's not just about getting the kid into UA, though that's definitely our goal. It's also about helping your son get a quirk that he might never have accessed otherwise. We believe that your son will manifest a strength or energy stockpiling quirk of some kind in about 10 months' time, assuming he sticks to the schedule we've put together for him. The green-haired woman continued to stare at the old man for a long moment. Torino was deeply impressed with her ability to look intimidating while wearing sweatpants and a pullover sweater with kittens on it. "Do you what my day job is, Mr. Sorahiko?" Inko asked. The gray-haired ex-hero shook his head, curiosity in his eyes. "I'm a lawyer," she said, sliding a card of her own across the table for Toshinori to look at. "And I'd like to know why I should think this is anything besides some kind of scam." Toshinori glanced at the card, and he felt his blood run cold. She wasn't joking. Even as far removed from the hero game as he was, he had heard of her firm. They specialized in prosecuting cases against corrupt heroes, and they had gained a reputation as career killers. Just last year, her firm had taken out one of the top 30 Japanese pros, Wild Bolt. He had been embezzling agency funds and exploiting legal loopholes in the system designed to fund repairs for collateral damage caused during villain attacks and natural disasters to get away with tax evasion. The profile for the case had been sky-high, and it had turned into a media circus when all of Wild Bolt's skeletons came falling out of the closet. It had been all the news had talked about for months. When he had gotten up this morning, Sorahiko Torino had not been expecting to be sitting in the kitchen of one of the most notorious shark lawyers in the Japanese hero industry. Fortunately, Torino was a professional, and like all professional, he could improvise with the best of them. He may not have come today expecting to face down one of the scariest, hero-buster lawyers in the business, but he had come prepared to have his legitimacy questioned. And he had a trump card. "I understand your concerns, ma'am, and I'm honestly happy you're suspicious of me. This certainly does seem too good to be true from a certain perspective. But I can assure you, it's not a scam." He reached into the hip pocket of his jeans and pulled out some paperwork before handing the papers across the table. Inko took them and began reading what he had given her. As the seconds ticked by, her eyes became wider and wider. "As you can see, Yagi Toshinori is employed by Might Tower, All Might's pro agency. He may seem like an unassuming lunkhead, but he has a lot of connections in the business, and his reputation is clean. That paperwork also has the contact information for the Might Tower's front desk, just in case you'd like to call them and verify that he is actually an employee of the Might Agency. And I may be formally retired by virtue of not bothering to renew my hero license, but I should also still be listed under the Might Agency as a consultant with the credentials of a personal trainer, a court counselor, and a private investigator. So if you'd like to ask about me as well, feel free. You can also contact UA if you'd like. They will confirm that I taught there and that Toshinori is a former student and graduate in good standing." Inko stood up from the table and pulled a cell phone out of her pocket. Glancing at the paperwork to make sure she had the numbers right, she quickly dialed before holding the phone up to her ear and stepping out into the hall. Torino sipped his tea and let his eyes wander around the kitchen while Midoriya's mother asked all of the questions Torino had expected a worried parent to ask, as well as quite a few questions that only a particularly good lawyer would think of. His hearing wasn't good enough to eavesdrop on the answers, but he didn't need to. He already knew everything the front desk was telling her. Yagi Toshinori was an established alternate identity with an entire career's worth of credentials totally separate from the pro-hero All Might. Even the deepest and most invasive background checks would show him as a modest hero with a strength stockpiling quirk that had a long but largely uninteresting history of minor street heroism and desk work at the Might Agency before being crippled by a villain attack several years ago, resulting in his pivot away from street work and into a part-time secretary position for the agency. His record wasn't made to be completely clean, because that would be suspicious, but besides a few parking tickets and a fabricated incident of getting thrown in the drunk tank of a Mizudafu police office once 20 years ago, Toshinori's personal history was spotless. This fabrication was also completely legal, as many underground heroes needed to keep their hero identities secret and separate from their public ones to protect them from the enemies they made on the job. This perk was also offered to any daylight heroes who had families or were worried about their own personal safety when off the clock, though not all of them accepted it, as it generally meant less fame and recognition. As Toshinori held an underground hero's license, his alternate identity was not only completely legal, but actively protected by law. On top of that, All Might's own legitimate paperwork contained even further layers of deception that had all been expertly put together and backdated into the system to hide the existence of One for All. According to his official sealed and classified records, Yagi Toshinori had been misdiagnosed as quirkless when a child, and in his late teens he accidentally achieved quirk factor activation in a gym while lifting weights. The incident of him throwing a 300-pound barbell through the roof and several hundred yards into the air never happened, but it was well documented nonetheless. From there, his documentation showed that he transferred into the hero course track at UA, graduated with honors, and became the pro-hero known as All Might. The separate identity existed at his request as a top pro to give him some privacy in his personal life, and he held an underground license to further insulate his civilian identity from media scrutiny and the public eye. Most people would never see this extra, equally false paperwork, but even if Mrs. Midoriya could somehow use her contacts as a hero lawyer to obtain the classified information hidden behind Toshinori's underground license, all it would accomplish is identifying Yagi Toshinori as the civilian identity of All Might, which was something they were eventually going to have to tell her about anyway. The number of still living people who knew that Toshinori was actually quirkless and that One for All was a transferable quirk that could be passed on numbered less than a dozen. The real secret was safe and would remain safe. While he was waiting, Torino began cataloging as much information about the Midoriyas as he could see. The apartment was reasonably sized, but everything in it was top of the line, with a large black refrigerator, marble countertops, and an oversized flat-screen television visible through the hallway in the living area. They didn't want for money. Did her salary cover that? There were family pictures showing a husband, but the kid was tiny in all of them. Divorce? Torino thought to himself. Alimony or child support plus her salary would explain the apartment, but not the pictures. There's no such thing as a no hard feelings divorce. Dead or working overseas, then. Presumably overseas, 2 salaries would explain the furnishings, and international cooperation in the private sector is big these days. An absent father figure will have to work some more fun and confidence-building activities into his training schedule. Torino had helped himself to 2 more cups of tea from the pot sitting on the table by the time Inko returned. She had made several other phone calls after the first one, and what little he could catch of the conversations had him guessing that she had called UA as well as a few people at her law firm, which was perfectly fine by him. Toshinori's identity was falsified by the Hero Commission and the Japanese government itself. There was nothing incriminating to find. If a deep dive into the paperwork was what was needed to make this work out in Midoriya Izuku's favor, then Torino was more than willing to let that happen. "You're telling the truth, at least as far as I can tell," Inko admitted, pouring herself another cup of tea. "But I will be doing a background check on both of you." "That's perfectly fine," Torino said cheerfully, I'm glad you care about your son this much. There's a lot of folks out there these days who would probably just be happy to get their kids out of their hair for a few more hours a day. Inko's expression softened. Torino finished off his cup of tea before setting the cup down into its dish and pushing it off to the side. Now then, let's talk about the actual reason I'm here. Since you're a hero lawyer, you're probably already aware that if all Toshinori and I cared about is just helping your son pass his exams or find his quirk, that we don't really need to communicate with you to do it. There's no law against helping local kids out of the kindness of your heart, and if there was, we'd be arresting small-time heroes and youth counselors in droves. So if that's all we actually cared about, we wouldn't even be talking with you. The thought had crossed my mind, yes. Inko said dryly. Torino grinned. I figured as much. That's why you were suspicious. So here's the thing. Toshinori is a fantastic guy, and I love him to pieces. He's got a heart of gold, he really does. But he's also kind of a gorilla, and if I left everything up to him, he'd have the kid hauling tires up and down a beach for 10 months before giving him a pat on the head and saying good luck with the entrance exams. And while your boy definitely needs to get in shape, I think you and I both know that there's more to getting into a good school than just muscles. I'm aware, Inko said somewhat coolly, sipping her own tea while Torino continued to speak. So when Toshinori tapped me for help, I did a bit of legwork. And looked up some of your son's school records. My hero's license is expired, but my PI license has not, so I have the authority to request that information. They show an average student who has a long record of delinquency and being a troublemaker, and I'm going to be honest with you, that's pure horseshit. I spent yesterday afternoon talking to your son while he was doing his workout routine, and he's one of the brightest kids I've ever met. And unless I've grossly misread his disposition, he's more likely to cry over swatting a fly than loiter in parking lots after hours picking fights with other kids. That's the real reason I'm here. I want to help the kid study for the exam and foster his mental growth, but to do that, I need to know what level he's actually on academically. And 5 minutes of speaking with your son was enough for me to realize that the school was lying. The frustrated look on Midoriya Izuku's face marked the beginning of an hour-long conversation that Torino wished he could say shocked and surprised him. But truthfully, it was about what he had suspected. Yes, she knows her son is being bullied and held back. No, she can't actually prove it, because there's no physical evidence of sabotage or tampering. If she had anything to work with at all, she could sue the Aldra Board of Education into the ground, but proving bias is an uphill legal battle, especially against the quirkless, and without real evidence that her son's grades are being tampered with, there's no case to be made. As far as bullying goes, without literally catching the kids in the act, there's no proof of one-sided bullying and discrimination, nor is there proof of inappropriate quirk usage. Because everyone involved is a minor, the rules are different. Scratches, bruises, and scuffed clothes is just kids being kids. Under modern Japanese laws about underage delinquency and inappropriate quirk usage, accusations of anything worse than mutual roughhousing become Izuku's word against the word of his bullies and teachers. She had gone that route before, and it led to parent-teacher meetings where she had to sit and listen to teachers blame Izuku for the problems he was experiencing. Eventually, Izuku stopped complaining about what was happening, even though what he was experiencing was clearly still going on. Kids are not smarter than their parents, even if none of the kids understand that, and it broke her heart that he was trying to keep this from her because some part of him had given up and just wanted to hide it all. As though the person who kept buying his school supplies and had to sign all of his report cards wouldn't notice how often things were destroyed and how his grades never improved past mediocre when all he ever did was study. She had tried to get him to talk to her about it on several occasions, but he always lied and made excuses for the people doing this to him, and it always ended in tears for both of them. In the end, Inko had stopped asking, just like how Izuku had stopped telling. And she hated it. Yes, she had considered different schools, but private schools can accept and reject applicants entirely at their discretion, and all of the ones she had applied for had rejected Izuku. Nobody said it was because he was quirkless, but they didn't have to. When Izuku aced their mock placement exams but still got passed over in favor of other applicants with worse results, it was obvious why. Yes, she had considered transferring him to a different public school, but every school she had researched had track records of similar problems, so transferring him would just be putting him in the exact same situation he's already in, but with total strangers and a longer commute. None of this surprised Torino. But even if it wasn't surprising, he was still allowed to be disappointed and upset on the kid's behalf. The anger and sadness coming from Inko was palpable, and Torino was old enough to understand that she probably didn't have many people she could confide in about her frustrations. Raising a quirkless child had never been easy, not in Torino's lifetime. But it seems as though with every passing year, the discrimination got worse and worse. At the rate things are going, he wouldn't be surprised if there was a resurgence of the old anti-quirk, purity, cults, and crime organizations that the heroes of his generation had fought so hard to snuff out. Historically speaking, only 10% of the population needed to actively rebel to topple a government or stage a successful revolution, and even with the population of quirkless rapidly dropping, they were still far more than 10%. And the population of mutant quirks, which often experienced similar discrimination, was significantly higher than the population of quirkless. Their society was creating the very outcasts and rejects that would go on to become tomorrow's villains and criminals. It was a broken system, and anybody with any sense could see that the status quo couldn't last. Torino wished he had the answers Izuku's mother was looking for. But even though he may not be able to save the system, he didn't believe it was too late to save Midoriya Izuku. And that's exactly what he was here to do. He let Inko vent, and as the visit went on, he steered her in the direction of Izuku's personal achievements and hobbies. Torino knew the kid was smart. He had already proven himself to be leaps and bounds beyond all of his peers and even most adults on the beach. But Torino was fishing for something specific. He wanted something he could use, a measuring stick to try and understand just what he was working with. Hobbies that could be exploited and become part of the boy's training. Adults may try and keep their business separate from their pleasure, but children were different. You have to keep them engaged in their education, or else you would lose them. Torino understood that. And it didn't take long before Inko introduced him to what rapidly became the highlight of his evening. Midoriya Izuku's quirk analysis notebooks. Sorahiko Torino had been in the hero business for a long time. And he had seen just about every type of genius there was. He had seen kids who were almost as strong as some pros without having any formal training. He had seen heroes and villains whose birth-given fighting instincts were so good that they made people with years of training look like idiots in comparison. He had seen people who could learn new skills in weeks and months when it would take normal people years to accomplish the same. He had seen inventors and support heroes who could make just about any gadget you could imagine out of trash and spare parts. He had seen pro heroes with quirks so odd and downright weird that nobody in their right minds would have bothered to try and do anything with them, but through creative thinking and determination, they had managed to turn what most people would consider joke quirks into highly refined and intimidating weapons. Hell, truth be told, he was one of those last kind. Plenty of people had told him that being able to shoot air out of your feet was useless, especially since it wasn't strong enough for sustained flight and never could be. He had come back a few years later and roundhouse kicked most of those people in the head. And for all the criticism he leveled at Toshinori, even Torino had to admit that he was a genius of his own, though not in the traditional sense. When Nana had inherited One for All, it had screwed up her own quirk, float, so badly that she couldn't use it properly for nearly a year afterwards, and it took her almost as long to acclimate herself to the point where she could throw a punch with One for All without breaking an arm. Toshinori, ascended gorilla that he was, could use the quirk at full power from the moment he got it, even though his version was over twice as strong as Nana's. And he was so DMN good at fighting that he never needed to learn anything beyond some intermediate boxing and Aikido. A small amount of professional training to point him in the right direction was all it took. All Might was a physical genius who had gone almost directly from zero to hero with no real intermediary step between. Torino had seen just about every kind of genius out there. And he knew what kind of genius Izuku was. Izuku was the kind of genius who inspired disbelief in people who saw his work. Like a musician who had no formal training or understanding of how to write and structure music, but could still compose beautiful songs purely by ear. Or a cook who could sit down with no real designs or ideas in mind, but simply go with the flow and create incredible dishes purely by taste without any apparent effort. That was the kind of genius Izuku was. He was a true natural, a virtuoso, living his life at the intersection between talent and intuition. He was the kind of genius who didn't even realize how brilliant they were because to them, that sort of brilliance was simply normal. Torino could tell just by skimming his notebooks that the boy had no formal training in any kind of professional shorthand or abbreviated note-taking. His writing wasn't encoded or written in cipher, and he didn't use any of the formatting or notation systems that professionals in the analytics and analysis industry made use of. But even as rough and visibly untrained as it was, his work was already at what Torino would judge to be a professional level. Izuku's notes included quirk analysis, costume critique, breakdowns of various support items and utility gear, as well as sketches and blueprints of entirely new original gear. He had extensive notes on possible training avenues to explore to shore up weaknesses and refine a hero's approach to various situations and common problems. He brainstormed alternate costume designs as well as revisions for support items. He even included statistical observations of what equipment a given hero used most often in their fights. Izuku had literally counted every single bullet the pro-hero snipe had ever publicly fired and included a bullets expended over time and average ammunition spent per fight breakdown as part of his analysis of the man. So he could make what his notes called an informed suggestion on a better version of Snipe's standard utility belt. Many of the boy's peers would probably consider that level of detail creepy, and many contemporary heroes would think it unnecessary or redundant. But Gran Torino knew it for what it was. That kind of observational power and obsession with detail was a dangerous weapon, more powerful than any quirk. Any hero with a lick of common sense would want that sort of tool in their arsenal, and he would be dead if he allowed such a talent to rust away and be unused. And the kid had a ruthless streak that the retired hero found himself approving of. After all, you had to understand how to disable or take down someone before you could make suggestions on how they could improve themselves, and the kid was brutally honest and efficient with his observations. The old hero was impressed with the boy's ability to contrive ways to disable or work around the quirks of famous heroes and villains with nothing more than what could be found in your average hardware store. The old man laughed when he saw that. He couldn't help himself. How many of Japan's top 100 knew that they could theoretically be beaten by a couple of kids willing to spend their allowance on some slingshots, metal piping, and zip ties? Not enough, in his opinion. All of this, and Izuku was still just a teenager. He would be starting into what was effectively his real education in a year, what would have been very late high school or early college in the old days. Put in the context of his age and how much this was clearly just a hobby of his, and Izuku's notebooks were more than just impressive. They were shocking. Professional hero agencies and private hero legacy families paid small fortunes for the kind of in-depth analysis that this kid was doing for fun in his spare time. The kid wasn't half bad at drawing either, at least in Torino's humble opinion. Izuku had included hand-drawn pictures with all of his notes, and while his style was a little sketch-heavy, all the major and minor details were present, and Torino could recognize the people he had drawn at a glance. Their costumes, postures, equipment, and even their faces were all accurate to life. As somebody who couldn't draw a circle to save his soul, the old hero was honestly impressed. Outwardly, Torino was more than willing to compliment the kid's work and tell his mother what an asset he was going to be to the hero industry with a bit of education under his belt. He told her all the things a worried mother wanted to hear, and used the notebooks as an example of how the kid could still live his dream and work with heroes even if he decided later that becoming one himself just wasn't in the cards. Internally, however, the old man was doing backflips. As far as Torino was concerned, the world of heroics had too many flying magical gorillas as it is. All Might in Japan, Crusader Gold in Europe, Captain Celebrity and Star and Stripe in North America. The list goes on and on. He didn't know how Toshinori managed it, but he somehow chose a random kid out of millions and ended up with a successor with an actual brain between their ears. Presumably through sheer dumb luck, Torino thought to himself. And Torino wasn't going to let this opportunity go to waste. The world didn't need another All Might. It needed somebody who was better than All Might. It needed someone who could surpass him. And that's exactly what Sorahiko Torino was going to make sure Midoriya Izuku did. And they would start by cultivating his mind and making sure he didn't fall into a rut of solving all of his problems by punching them harder. Because that's the kind of hero All Might was, and God bless her soul, it was the kind of hero Nana had been as well. But the kid could do better. He would be better. With Inko's happily given permission, Torino used his phone to take pictures of all the notes and hero sketches in the few notebooks they had looked through. He was already coming up with a list of people he wanted to show them to, as well as hobbies and activities he was going to suggest to Izuku to help him cultivate his talents. Inko was practically gushing about how proud she was of her son's studiousness, and the old hero didn't blame her. He wasn't an academic genius and neither was she, but they could both still recognize what her boy was. As the conversation started winding down and Torino began helping her clean up the table and put away the notebooks, he seized the opportunity to ask her a very important question that he had been considering ever since he first spoke with the boy on the beach. It was one of the real reasons he had come today, and it was something he needed parental consent for. "Mrs. Midoriya, have you considered pulling your son out of Aldera and finishing his education with homeschooling?" The green-haired woman sighed. "Yes. Homeschooling was one of my last resorts, but my husband's salary alone wouldn't be enough to support us both. I thought about that a long time ago, but I can't afford to stay home and teach him. We would lose the apartment if I did, and this place is already a compromise." The older man nodded. "That's understandable. However, these days there are a lot of other alternative options for homeschooling, even ones that are geared towards the idea of busy hero parents who have kids that are hero hopefuls themselves. There are some very reputable online courses that let students progress at their own pace. Many legacy hero families opt to use them if their situations make their children attending physical schools awkward." The retired pro handed the housewife their dishes before continuing. "You aren't a pro hero, and your son doesn't have to worry about paparazzi or being harassed by the media. But he clearly has issues with bullies and negligent teachers, and like most hero parents, you have a time-intensive job you can't just walk away from. Why have him spend 10 more months at Aldera if he doesn't have to?" Inko finished putting their plates in the sink before turning around. She had a good poker face, but after talking with her for so long about her son's problems, Torino could see a glimmer of hope shining through the cracks. "Tell me more about these online courses." The old hero smiled. The next day of training happened to be on a Sunday, and without school getting in the way, all three of them met up after lunch. Torino was privately hoping that the kid wouldn't be going back to school on Monday at all, but that entirely depended on how fast the paperwork could be pushed through. As Izuku got started on cleaning the beach, Torino cleared his throat and held out his hand. Toshinori looked at him, confused. "The plan, Toshi," Torino said impatiently. "Show me the schedule you've put together." The blonde's eyes widened before he scrambled slightly, patting himself down until he found his copy of the American Dream fitness schedule. He handed it over, and Torino hummed as he flipped through it. "Not bad. The diet's correct. You're teaching him the right attitude with the cleaning up the beach thing. I like that. Too many glory hounds these days. Though we should probably get the kid a pair of work gloves and a good set of boots. This place is filthy. The muscle training is on par. If he keeps to your bulking and conditioning schedule, he'll be pretty close to peak strength for a young man his age in 10 months. The gray-haired hero considered the paper for several long moments, deep in thought, before looking up at Toshinori. "Pretty good. I like it. I'd give this a 70 out of 100 for quality." "Only 70? The taller man said somewhat incredulously. "That's a barely passing grade. What did I lose points on?" The shorter, older man shrugged. "You lost 10 points for each of your mistakes, and you made 3 of them. Your first issue is that this is all bulking and endurance training. This is basically a schedule for a 17-year-old you, Toshi, and while I'm sure the kid would be over the moon at the comparison, he's not you. He needs some flexibility and agility training as well. That focus on bulking is necessary, though," the blonde protests. "It's a minimal doubling at every transfer, and I've exercised the stockpile so much more than anyone else has because of my career. I've been a pro for 40 years, Torino. Muscle size and muscle density aren't the same thing, but he needs both to make this work. If he's not at or near peak size and density for his age when I do the transfer, the first time it activates might kill him." "I agree. which is why I'm not editing the strength training or his diet. You're on the money with all of that. But you've just got him jogging during his cardio days, and that's honestly a waste of time. Core is important and so is endurance, but there's other ways to exercise that besides running. I know your feelings on that, Gran, but we don't have time to do anything else. Signing him up for ballet or martial arts won't see the biggest benefits, not in 10 months. And parkour is too dangerous when he's starting from nothing, you know that as well as I do. He can't afford to suffer serious injuries while he's building his body up like this. Very true. Ballet, fencing, kendo, and other martial arts all give big long-term benefits, but 10 months won't be enough to make them worthwhile for the time investment they demand. But there are other ways to build agility, core, and endurance besides running, and I've got some thoughts on ways to get that done and also make it more fun for him. You have to remember that he's a kid, Toshi, not some 30-year-old trying to reinvent his life. Sprinkling in some fun activities that still count as exercise is important for motivation and morale. Toshinori sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Fine, so I lose 10 points because of just jogging for cardio. What happened to the other 20? The older man rolled his eyes. You lost 20 points because you forgot that he's taking the DMN entrance exam for UA, you gorilla. Your schedule is great if you were just planning on making him your apprentice or sidekick or something, but UA has a written exam portion that the kid has to pass, and then depending on whether or not he gets in by recommendation from one of us, he's either got to place decently well in a giant obstacle course racing other kids with quirks, or he has to fistfight robots for points in whatever test environment the rat has decided to cook up this year. Yes, that's true, but one for all will help him with both practicals, no matter which way he dash. The shorter man interrupted him by reaching up and slapping the sheaf of papers against the side of his head. Not if you give him one of your hairs the day of, you idiot. You know better than to expect him to be able to use it like you could. I know you're not that irresponsible. But what does that leave him with if you take one for all out of the equation? You're throwing him into the exam with no skills, nothing to rely upon, no real training or anything. Just a bunch of brand new muscles with no clue how to use them. And that's assuming he doesn't use one for all at all. What happens if he uses it in the exam and cripples himself? Do you really think they'll pass some kid who puts himself in traction trying to get through an obstacle course? Toshinori's face paled as he realized the implications. He sighed in a sharp breath. Oh no. He really hadn't considered that, had he? Gran Torino sighed. You have to think these things through, Toshi. It's not just you out there anymore, throwing punches and taking on all the risks yourself. He's a kid. He's your kid. Well, our kid now, after all this. We can't risk him like that, and we can't gamble with his exam either. That's part of what being a teacher means. You have to think about the welfare of the kids you're teaching. You can't just take their safety for granted. Your actions on their behalf have consequences. Toshinori clenched his fist and looked at it, contemplating the difference between his skinny arms and frail hands and what they used to be. What they were like before the injury. Before he was forced onto a mostly liquid diet. Before he had to scramble to put together a meal plan that could be digested with no stomach and only half his intestines, but would still let him do hero work for at least a few hours a day. Gran was right. He couldn't let anything like what happened to him happen to Izuku. He was a boy. That was his boy out there, dragging radiators and tires up and down the beach. If he couldn't get this right with even one teenager, how could he possibly take on an entire class of them? This wasn't just training for Izuku, he realized. It was training for him. He was going to be a teacher at the most prestigious school for heroics in the Eastern Hemisphere in just 10 months. He was going back to his alma mater, and he was expected to have something worthwhile to share with the next generation. Even if the only thing he could teach them was how to not make the same mistakes he had. He had to be ready. Izuku was his entrance exam, and he had to pass it with plus ultra flying colors. He unclenched his fist slowly and looked down at the older man. Should I wait then? The day after the exam? Torino rubbed his chin, thinking. Maybe? It depends. If we can push him a little bit harder on the strength end, we might be able to get him to finish the beach and his bulking a few days earlier. But it's going to be close. 10 months really doesn't give a whole lot of wiggle room. As wild as it may sound to admit this, Having his quirk manifest during the exams may not be the worst thing that could happen. Recovery girl will be there, and she can heal almost anything as long as the patient has the stamina to fuel the healing. And UA has the resources to call in other healing quirk doctors and nurses if need be. Ripping off that bandage during an official UA exercise on school grounds is definitely safer than if we did it here or in some abandoned warehouse somewhere. Though that still begs the question, could he activate it for the first time in the exam practical and still impress the faculty enough to make it in? Torino crossed his arms and sighed. The bottom line is this, Toshi. Do you think the kid can pass the UA entrance exams without a quirk? The older man held up his hands to cut off the blonde as he started to protest. This isn't about him being a hero, Toshi. Of course the kid can be a hero. Even back in my day, there probably could have been a quirkless hero if somebody had tried hard enough. There's so many newfangled support gadgets these days that I'm pretty sure we could get a trained orangutan to qualify for a hero license. But I'm not asking if he can be a pro, I'm asking if he can pass the exam. What do you think? The lion-maned blonde watched as his protege ran up and down the beach, carrying pipes and bits of scrap metal to the parked truck. He thought about it. The obstacle course, maybe. But the general exam? I'm not sure. I docked you 10 points for each mistake you made. Torino held up one finger. You lost 10 for missing opportunities with his cardio and endurance. We could have him do airsoft, rope swinging, rock climbing, or half a dozen other things that would build cardio and endurance the same way but also teach him useful skills and would count as fun activities for him to help him unwind. Wait, airsoft? You want him to learn how to use firearms? Toshinori said incredulously. The older man rolled his eyes. Of course I do. The only reason I don't use them is because I'd need some kind of vision or auto-aiming quirk to hit anything moving at the speeds I do. I honestly don't know why all you new wave heroes hate them so much. Back in the day practically every hero had some kind of gun on them. And even if he doesn't choose to use one, he still needs to know how they work, because if he goes pro somebody is going to shoot at him at some point. Besides, the old man said, jabbing it. Finger at the taller hero, aren't you supposed to be the big American export around here? Since when do you hate guns? The blonde huffed indignantly. I'd use support gear and weapons if anybody could make some that don't break as soon as I touch them. It was hard enough getting suits and shoes that don't explode every time I move. Torino privately felt that was more Toshinori's fault than the fault of any equipment the support companies came up with, but he knew better than to argue the point. Toshinori had been bare-knuckle boxing evil into SBMson for almost 50 years. He wasn't likely to change his ways now. The older hero held up a second finger. Moving on, you lost another 10 because there's almost no time in the schedule for him to study ahead for the written exam. The kid is smart, I know he's smart. I talked to him about Garaki's theory yesterday, and he knew the man's scientific papers better than I did. And you need to see his notebooks. I'll show you some pictures I took after we dropped the kid off tonight. But even if he's a genius, he still needs to study. He can't just guess the answers. The last finger came up. And you lost the last 10 because you haven't accounted for building up any kind of skill set that would actually help him pass the practical. Were you banking on him pulling the quirk out like some sort of miracle solution, or something? Maybe he activates the quirk in the middle of the exam, and maybe it works out in his favor. Maybe he can use it perfectly just like you. But that's a lot of maybes, and it would be foolish to count on that happening. He needs at least some beginner-level sidekick skills if he wants to run the course or do some sort of robot battle free-for-all. And that has to be incorporated into his training. We can't just throw him raw into a melee and expect him to magic his way out of it with a passing score, quirk or no quirk. The older man turned to face Toshinori. Like I said, this is a great plan if you're making him your apprentice or sidekick. Getting him into UA? A 70 is the best I can give you. The taller man sighed before nodding in acceptance, his unruly lion's mane of golden hair bobbing in the cool breeze coming off of the sea. That's fair. Will you help me do this right? Of course I will, the retired pro huffed indignantly. That's why I'm here. Torino was impressed with Izuku. And while the young man did not know it yet, actually impressing the old pro was notoriously difficult. Back when he was a teacher at UA, Sorahiko Torino had possessed a similar reputation to Aizawa, Eraserhead, Shota. Both men had similar reputations as teachers among their students, and equally high standards to which they conducted their classes. The primary difference between the two? Aizawa considered expulsion from UA a mercy. As a modern underground hero, he had seen many friends and youths be crippled or outright killed due to inadequate training or having the wrong attitudes about fighting crime and conducting hero work. Anytime he judged a student to be likely to get themselves killed, he would expel them to save them. The man had, rather infamously, expelled an entire class of heroic students just last year, because none of them had taken his warnings and instructions on how to behave seriously. Anyone who was judged to not be taking the heroics course seriously was someone who had no potential. And anyone with a potential of 0 would be expelled. That was Aizawa's method. He instilled discipline and motivated his students to improve through fear. Sorahiko, Gran Torino, by contrast, had never expelled a single student from UA during his tenure as a teacher there, nor had he ever threatened to expel anyone either. This was not an act of mercy. Rather, Torino had a reputation for being a slave driver, and he had earned it. Anyone who he deemed to be lacking in areas he considered important for their development and education as a hero would be rehabilitated personally by him. Not enough discipline? He made them stand for their classes while holding full water buckets at arm's length. Slacking off on physical training? He'd make them run a fighting gauntlet against their own classmates, one at a time, with no breaks. If the offender actually managed to finish it, they'd run a gauntlet against the teachers next. Arrogant students were forced to dress up like clowns or mascots while attending all of their classes. And anyone caught bullying others or lording their quirks over other students would be forbidden from using their own quirk in any exercises or training until further notice, taking them from the top of the pecking order straight down to the bottom. In Sorahiko Torino's mind, there was no such thing as cruel or unusual punishments. A true pragmatist, he believed in doing whatever it took to get the job done. Stupid people had to be motivated to educate themselves. The weak had to be pressed to obtain the drive to overcome their limits. The arrogant and haughty had to be broken, and the meek and cowardly needed to be pushed and provoked until they snapped and bit back. In his mind, normal people could afford to have these flaws. But not heroes, and not anyone aspiring to be a hero, either. Heroes had to be better. They didn't have the luxury of choosing, not when people's lives were on the line. Torino had never expelled a single soul as a teacher at UA. But he held an unbroken record for the highest number of voluntary transfers out of the heroics course that he oversaw. Transfers out of UA were practically unheard of, and voluntary transfers out of UA's heroics course into other education tracks were almost equally unheard of. Anyone who made it into the top-rated school in Japan wanted to stay. UA was one of the best heroic schools in the world, easily ranking in the top 3. And anyone who made it into one of the 2 hero course classes also would have to be crazy to want to leave. There were only 40 seats maximum on the hero course per year, 18 to 20 per class, with slight flexibility for unusual situations. Being educated there was a privilege among privileges. Being kicked out of heroics and sent to general studies or some other course was considered a punishment and a serious internal threat to misbehaving students. Likewise, the scramble for UA students to prove themselves and earn their spot in the heroics course was a very real internal contest. Torino had never expelled anyone. Not a single student. But every other heroics teacher in the history of UA combined could not match the number of students who voluntarily transferred out of his hero class. Far from Aizawa's aloof and detached methods, his logical ruses and mercy expulsions, Sorahiko Torino made his education methods personal. He took pride in figuring out exactly where the lines were for all of his students and turning up the heat until they voluntarily jumped over them. Anyone who didn't like being pushed was free to leave. And many did. The ones who remained went on to become pillars of the hero community, not just in Japan, but worldwide. Most heroes retire in their mid-30s after between 10 or 20 years of being a pro. So Torino had fallen into obscurity in recent years as the vast majority of people he personally taught retired and got out of heroing. But not too long ago, the name Gran Torino would send shivers down the spines of most of the top pros in the nation, because many of those people were former graduates of UA who had been taught personally by the man. Some trauma stays with you. All Might and Endeavor, the number 1 and number 2 heroes of Japan, were both old enough to have been a part of that generation. They were actually quite old by the standards of active pros. And Gran Torino still scared the both of them, though Todoroki, Endeavor, Enji would rather die than admit it. Often, Torino students didn't know if it was better to disappoint the jet hero or to please him. Displeasing him would mean remedial classes and rehabilitation training, which no one wanted. But pleasing him would mean he would have even higher expectations for you going forwards. It meant surprise tests, pop quizzes, extra lessons, and more. The challenges that come with impressing Gran Torino were something Izuku would learn firsthand in the coming year. And he would get his first taste of it there, on that beach. Because it isn't normal for a teenager to know enough about quirk theory and the history of quirks to know who Garaki Kyudai even was. Let alone be able to hold an intelligent discussion about his papers or the life story of Destro. Most teenagers would have become confused if you tried to explain the singularity to them. Not only did Izuku already know about it, but when he found out that One for All would be a singularity quirk, his first instinct was to look for paper and something to write on so he could start taking notes. Torino was convinced that the kid would have pulled on a lab coat and started doing experiments with Toshinori on the spot, if he'd had a lab to use. Or a coat to wear. And there was nothing normal to begin with about his hero analysis. That kind of talent with detail and observation was more dangerous than any conventional weapon. Torino knew he couldn't push the boy physically, at least not any farther than he was already being pushed. He knew Toshinori well enough to know that the kid's exercise regime would be airtight even before he demanded to see it. There is a limit to exercise and how fast you can build your body, and exceeding it doesn't help more, it just hurts you and ruins your progress. But even if he couldn't push Izuku physically, he certainly could push him intellectually. And he was already planning to. Homeschooling, a customized curriculum with accelerated courses in the areas he showed talent in. They would have to give him some tests to figure out his exact placement as a starting line. He'd need parental permission for most of what he was considering. Once the boy had a solid foundation, he might even rope Nizu into this. An intelligent successor for One for All. Would wonders never cease? Gran Torino was not the only one in the hero business with a fierce reputation. Nizu was also a feared name, and rightfully so. He was one of the extremely rare animals to be born with a quirk. His quirk, high spec, just so happened to make him one of the most intelligent beings on the planet. He was born in captivity in an Australian biomedical testing facility, and had to sabotage his way out when the researchers realized he was a quirked animal and did not want to let him leave. Over the next 10 years, every researcher who experimented on him while he was confined there turned up dead in scrupulously clean accidents that Nizu was far away from and had solid alibis for. Afraid of what a quirked genius animal with a grudge against humans might do if left alone, the Hero Public Safety Commission and the Japanese and Australian governments decided to chain him, not with physical bonds, but with obligations and legal responsibilities. They pushed a hero license onto him and put him in charge of UA as its principal. The hero license created legal avenues to severely punish him for misusing his intelligence quirk, and they assumed that granting him custodianship over a massive international hero school would serve as a distraction for him while also keeping him in clear view and limiting his ability to cause trouble. It was a good plan in theory. In practice, it did almost nothing except give Nizu a seat at the table of politics and power, which both the Safety Commission and the governments involved have regretted doing ever since. Sorahiko Torino was not afraid of Nizu. They had a cordial relationship of mutual respect and understanding. But Torino was fairly unique in that regard. People who had a friendly relationship with Nizu were few and far between. People who were not afraid of him were almost impossible to find. Nizu was a radical, uncontrollable element in international hero society. He was a creature widely considered to be a serious, legitimate threat risk for taking over the world one day out of sheer boredom. Today, Gran Torino was an obscure name in the circles of active pros. But most his former students were still alive, they were just retired, or still working but in a limited or reduced capacity as advisors or consultants. If any of them were to find out that the old man was teaching again, they would have become concerned. If they knew that he had effectively agreed to take on a personal student, they would have become worried. If they knew that the kid had impressed their former teacher the very first day they met, they would have become afraid. And if they knew that Torino was planning on involving Nizu in the boy's education? If they had known, most of Torino's former students would have abandoned their retirement gigs and fled Japan for a safer and more stable area of the world. Like an active war zone, for instance. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, none of them knew any of that. So Sorahiko Torino was left to ponder and plan the future of Midoriya Izuku's hero education in peace. And like a deep-water tsunami that was still far out at sea, the tiny ripple that would herald the coming chaos went unnoticed. Torino was pleased. The paperwork had gone through without a hitch. The kid wouldn't be going back to that hellhole of a school on Monday. For the next 10 months, he would be pursuing his education at his own pace. A pace that the retired pro was quite sure would turn out to be much faster than any of his previous teachers had ever expected or would be willing to give him credit for. Doing his education more efficiently and at his own pace freed up more hours in the day. Hours to relax. Hours to build up the boy's confidence and repair the damage that a broken and negligent system had done to him. Hours to teach him important skills that would help him in the future, both in the UA entrance exam and beyond. Hours where Torino could unapologetically use the boy's freakish talent for analysis and quirk theory to terrorize people in the hero industry for sport. In his humble opinion, most of those glamour-obsessed idiots had it coming. His contacts in the police really were going to skin him when they found out what kind of talent they had missed out on. But he was already planning on an olive branch. He could get the kid involved in cases as a consultant, teach him the ropes of how crime was actually handled by the professionals. And, naturally, he wouldn't be telling the kid that these were real cases or actual crimes until later. Why spoil the fun early? It would help give the kid a much-needed ego boost to do a classic magician's reveal and tell him that actually, he's been helping the police catch criminals for months, so he needs to have confidence in his skills. Torino gave the paperwork a final once-over before nodding to himself, satisfied. Everything was in order, and Midoriya Izuku had signed off on it. From here on out, they could start working on building the kid into a real hero. This was the starting line. Torino was used to his hunches being right, and the data he had just shared with Midoriya Izuku an hour earlier had vindicated his instincts. It had been a little less than a week since Izuku had learned that he didn't have to go back to Aldra, and after he and his mother had finished crying over it and hugging each other and everyone else, he had taken to the online courses like a duck to water. On the surface, they were completely voluntary and anonymous digital classes that he could approach at his own pace. He could log in and out of classes at any time, and get up and walk away from any of his assignments if he need a break. However, like most online schools, there were a number of tools for the parents and guardians to see exactly how much and what kind of work the student was doing, so kids that slacked off would get caught. And Torino had been right. The moment the shackles of hostile classrooms and biased, apathetic teachers were removed, the kid managed over a month and a half of schoolwork in less than a week, and his grades were flawless. Without anyone holding him back and with no pressure to succeed or fear of failure, Midoriya Izuku was a straight A student. This was exactly what the retired pro had been hoping for. At the rate Izuku was going, he would finish out the last 10 months of general education schoolwork in just over a month. That left a huge amount of time in his schedule free for other activities. They couldn't push him any harder physically. As Torino had expected, Toshinori's workout schedule was functionally airtight. But there were other pursuits that could fill that time. Things that could help build up the kid's confidence, socialize him, and further refine his obvious mental talents. It also left much more time to rest and recover between exercise sessions, and meant the kid wouldn't be pressured for trying to get enough hours of sleep. All they needed to do was get over that initial hump, and his schedule would open up tremendously. They could begin putting him into more advanced online modules that focused on the subjects he excelled at, like analysis and quirk science, and still have time to get him all the certifications and training he needed to become what Torino considered to be a well-rounded hero. There was, funnily enough, no age requirement for getting the private investigator's license needed to act as a police consultant. Perhaps because the bureaucrats in charge of that decision felt it was unnecessary. But there was an educational requirement. Izuku would need to finish the education that Aldra had started before Torino could get him the credentials needed to start working with actual crime cases. So unfortunately, that would have to wait. The first responder license that allowed someone to administer first aid legally to strangers during emergencies and disasters would also have to wait, as it needed a diploma as well. What didn't need to wait was the driver's license. That was age-based, and the kid was already old enough to earn it. Torino understood that every hero had their own particular way of doing things, but he would be demed if he trained somebody who couldn't even drive if they needed to. Who ever heard of a hero that had to walk everywhere? They also didn't need to wait on knife or small arms training either, which was good. Getting the kid range certified ahead of time would make getting his PI license easier. You didn't need to be proficient in using a sidearm to become an official police consultant, but Japanese and American law did require all full-time PIs to be able to legally serve as police in a time of crisis if necessary. You didn't need to know how to use a gun to be a PI, but you did need to know that to get into law enforcement. Which meant, roundabout, you needed it to be a fully licensed PI. That clunky reasoning existed because there needed to be exceptions to the rule, mostly for civilian attachés who had useful skills or valuable quirks. One good example was Tsukachi Naomesa's sister, Tsukachi Makoto. Her quirk, polygraph, allowed her to determine the truthfulness of the statements of anyone she was physically touching, though it didn't work against people who believed they were telling the truth or who had enough self-control to completely relax their bodies and tell a stone-cold lie. Makoto was not a police officer, but she was a provisional PI and had a provisional PI license solely so that she could be brought on cases to use her quirk for law enforcement purposes. She was a good example of why such partial licensing systems were in place. But even though exceptions existed, Torino had no interest in exploiting them. In his mind, every idiot who has the laminated piece of plastic proclaiming them to be a licensed pro-hero should be able to competently do every single thing a police officer, criminal investigator, and emergency responder could do, and do it at least as well as they could. He was no fan of half measures and never had been. The entire hero system existed as a supplement to law enforcement because the advent of quirks had made traditional measures of keeping the peace impossible. That's what heroes were at their most fundamental level. Keepers of the peace. If heroes were being called in, it already meant that the standard police and emergency response services had failed. Heroes were the next step up in escalation. So as far as Torino was concerned, any hero should be able to do anything the emergency responders could do. That wasn't overachieving, it was the absolute bare minimum. Anything less was a disgrace. Midoriya Izuku would not be getting a provisional license for anything. Not if Sorahiko Torino had anything to say about it. He would be fully certified and fully qualified to do anything a professional hero should need to do, whether that was giving out emergency medical aid, securing and investigating a crime scene, filing paperwork correctly, interrogating witnesses and suspects, or disassembling and reassembling a criminal's firearm while blindfolded. Not for the first time in his life, Torino was quietly thankful that most of the world had just copied the legal system of America when the dawn of quirks ended. In an age of superhumanity, nobody cared if a kid had a gun or a knife when purse snatchers were running around on stilt legs and throwing cars at the police trying to catch them. Back when he was a teacher at UA, it had made his job of trying to turn delinquents and hellions into functional heroes much easier, and it was helping again now. It didn't hurt that since modern society was so wrapped up in quirk worship, most people genuinely didn't see knives or guns as much of a threat anymore. Idiots. A trained chimpanzee with a knife and a flashbang grenade could kill half of the top 100 heroes in Japan. Torino was sure of it. The kid was sure of it too, if his notebooks were anything to go by. Torino was still giddy about that. He couldn't wait to see Mirai's face, the weasel. Torino knew he would never approve of a kid like this following after the legacy of All Might. A kid who was, quite frankly, very much like Mirai himself, minus the bitter attitude and cold disposition. Mirai had never gotten along well with David Shield, and Torino doubted Mirai would get along well with another version of himself either. which would make it all the sweeter when the boy surpassed every expectation and limitation put on him and became the hero that neither Toshinori nor Mirai ever could. So he loved a good underdog story. Sue him. He estimated they had about a month and some change before Izuku received his general education diploma. Back in the day, that would have been approximately the equivalent of a high school diploma plus a 2-year degree at a university, but these days that was the new average. Once the kid had that signed bit of paper in his hand, all bets were off, and he could really start beefing up the kid's skill set. Until then, he had a list of things he wanted to get done. Knife basics, gun basics, a driver's license, some basic training in the formalities of the quirk analytics industry. A hero identity needed to be built so the kid could start doing real analysis for real heroes and creating a reputation for himself, which was something that could start immediately and didn't need any sort of license. They didn't have time to teach him formal martial arts, but he could be given basic training in how to throw punches and take hits. Learning that was a vital first step for anyone, to get them out of the passive bystander mentality and teach them that it's okay to hit back, it's okay to run in and get involved. Train the hesitation out of them. Get them over the fear of being struck. And most importantly, Torino needed to shake the stars out of the kid's eyes. The way things were going, he would probably spend half of his career trying to directly imitate All Might, and that couldn't be allowed. Toshinori had been an incredible hero, and he still was, but you can't surpass somebody if you spend all your time trying to be just like them. The only reason Torino never tried to stop Toshinori from imitating Nana was because smiling at everybody didn't hurt anything. And because, quite frankly, Toshinori and Nana had been two peas in the same idiot pod from the start. Torino loved Nana to bits and always would, but her idea of a clever strategy had been to fly at somebody and punch them instead of just punching them. But Izuku was a whole different breed, and it wouldn't surprise Torino if he ultimately ended up fending off offers to recruit him for his intellectual prowess in the private and government sectors while also trying to deal with being top pro on the world stage. Allowing the kid to get away with trying to ape Toshinori, Torino himself, or anybody else would be doing him a disservice. The kid could admire Toshinori if he wanted, but the worshipfulness needed to stop. Fortunately, Torino had been a hell teacher for over a decade. He knew exactly how to get an intelligent person to confront their flaws. Pit something they are passionate about directly against the thing that needs to be changed. Izuku sat down at a ramshackle picnic table high up on the Dagoba beach shoreline, panting. It had been almost 2 weeks since he had started on his American Dream plan, and he was beginning to feel the effects. He was tired and his muscles burned, but he also felt like he had more energy. He found himself doing small things he had never done before, like tapping his foot whenever he had to sit still. It was like his body was learning that it needed to produce more energy, and he could feel a desire to work it off when he had too much. The short, elderly pro that had become a fixture of his training and cleaning sessions since the second and third day walked up and put an ice-cold bottle of water down on the table next to Izuku. He accepted it gratefully, unscrewing the cap and drinking it quickly but carefully. "All right, kiddo, listen up. I've got 3 pieces of homework to assign you, and we're going to have a discussion about some of what your training is going to entail going forwards from here. You ready?" Yes, sir," Izuku gasped, finishing the water bottle. He sat the empty bottle back down on the table, only for the skeletal form of Toshinori's civilian identity to walk over and pick it up. Toshinori put the empty bottle in a cloth bag he was carrying, which also held spare gloves, bandages, and other supplies. Izuku smiled gratefully at the tall, gaunt man, who winked at him. "Good," Torino said, hopping up on the bench across the table from Izuku. "Now pay attention. I can teach people how to do something without them understanding the how and the why. I have done so in the past. But I do not like doing it. I don't feel students can ever be properly motivated unless they understand the reasoning behind the lessons they are being taught. I could just ask you to trust me, and I would probably get some of your trust just by demanding it. But that's inefficient, and ultimately the end result isn't as good. I don't want you to give me 90% of your effort. I want 100%. I want 100% of your effort 100% of the time. And for that, you need to understand why we're doing the things that we are. We need to be on the same page. You with me, kid?" Izuku nodded eagerly. Fantastic, Torino continued. Let's start with a pop quiz. What's the most dangerous quirk in history? Define most dangerous. Izuku shot back without hesitation. What parameters? Highest potential destructive power? Most property damage? Hardest to defend against or stop? Torino grinned approvingly at the immediate comeback. I'm talking confirmed lethality. What quirk is responsible for the most deaths overall? Izuku hummed. That would have to be Swan's Song. I can't think of another quirk that killed more people. Describe it, Torino said curtly. Izuku nodded. It manifested at the very beginning of the dawn of quirks. It was a first-generation quirk. Its power was simple but effective. If the user sang a full song from beginning to end, and put their best effort into singing it, then everyone who heard the entire song, including the user themselves, would die. The best effort thing is a guess on the part of quirk historians, but it's an educated one, since the quirk didn't activate prior to its first and final appearance. It featured on what would become the last episode of Britain's Got Talent, a pre-quirk era game show where random people who think they have talent get on a stage and try to impress judges and the audience. A guy came up and wanted to try his hand at singing a popular song that was some kind of meme on the internet. A single by somebody named Rick Astley called Never Gonna Give You Up. He sang the whole thing from beginning to end, and then he, the judges, the entire studio audience, and everyone who watched him sing it live from start to finish died. Exact numbers are impossible to determine, but it's estimated that Swan's Song killed slightly over 25 million people worldwide. The show was ruined, and the studio and its parent company died overnight due to lawsuits. I'm pretty sure that song is also banned in Australia now because of that. Torino nodded, not surprised at the kid's choice of reply. Toshinori, by contrast, looked lost and slightly afraid of the answer that had been given, but Izuku didn't notice. Good answer. I would agree, Swan's Song killed the most people by far, even though the exact numbers are difficult to determine. And yes, Never Gonna Give You Up is illegal in Australia. It was banned because people were afraid that recordings of the Swan Song could kill, but that turned out to just be a hoax. After the dawn of quirks ended, the Australian government never bothered to unban it. Now, by most parameters, people would claim that Swan Song is incredibly powerful, yes? And yet it was a first-generation quirk. Supposedly the weakest and simplest of quirks. Can you explain why that might be? Izuku frowned and began tapping his finger against his knee. I mean, I could say there are exceptions to every rule, and that's especially true with quirks. But that's not a good answer. The truth is, what constitutes strength is kind of relative, isn't it? Endeavor's Hellfire is the strongest fire quirk in the Eastern Hemisphere dash. That we know of, Torino interrupted. Izuku hummed and made a gesture indicating that was a given. Yes, that we know of. Quirks get stronger every generation, so there's probably already somebody who has him beat out there somewhere, of course. But that's not the point. The point is, somebody with only a fraction of Endeavor's strength could make a much bigger fire if they used their quirk in an oil field or something. Proper use of the right kind of circumstances or environment could make them stronger than him. There are plenty of quirks that can affect things like the central nervous system or alter brain functions, which is most likely how Swan's Song achieved its effect. Most of the quirks that do that today are pretty easy to use, they only require physical contact. Some of the stronger ones are call response or a mimetic virus. They can be activated by asking a question to provoke an answer or stating a phrase with intent, like giving a command to someone. Swan's Song was not easy to use. You have to stand there and sing a whole song to trigger it. If we consider it a mimetic virus class quirk, then it's extremely clunky and unwieldy. Toshinori looked like he wanted to interject and say something, but Torino cut him off with a look, shaking his head very slightly. Izuku continued on, oblivious. The only reason Swan's Song caused the damage that it did was because it was the right quirk in the right place and time. It went off in a television studio broadcasting live to millions of people. So whether it was actually strong is kind of debatable. In a more realistic use case, it would definitely have range and distance limits. It is likely that only hearing the song dimly from a distance would prevent the effect. Someone speaking loudly over part of the song might disrupt it as well. I think there's a pretty plausible argument that Swan Song only did what it did because it was able to coincidentally take advantage of international broadcasting infrastructure as support equipment, and it had an audience that was willing to sit quietly and listen to it. Good, Torino said, nodding. And would you say it was simple or complex? Simple, definitely. There was no nuance on how it functioned, no subtlety. It wasn't complex. At least as far as we can infer. Since exactly how it worked will forever be a mystery. But given the way other similar quirks today function, it likely either stopped the heart of everyone who heard it, or simply overloaded their nervous system, resulting in instantaneous brain death. It's a very basic effect with no nuance at all. Modern mental quirks can affect people's moods, modify memories, create false emotions, flip personalities on their head, or even compel specific behaviors and actions from the target. Comparing the complex mechanics of those quirks to Swan Song is like comparing a Swiss watch to a wooden club. It also lacked any kind of safety feature whatsoever. Most quirks can be dangerous to their user, but Swan Song affected the man who used it exactly the same as everyone else. It had no secondary mutations or alpha factors to protect him from his own power. That in and of itself is a sign of a first-gen quirk. Not a dead giveaway, though, as some first-gen quirks still had safeties. Torino clapped his hands once. An excellent explanation, with justification for your position. Well done. Now, what do you think Swan Song would look like if it hit singularity? Izuku exhaled slowly. Toshinori leaned closer, disturbed but also fascinated by the somewhat morbid discussion of high-level quirk theory. I mean, this is just pure conjecture, right? You're asking me to guess? Because that's really all I can do here. Nobody has ever seen a singularity quirk before. Torino nodded. Yes, I know. I'm asking for your best guess, given your own intuition and what you've read from Garaki's theories. What would Swan Song look like if it hit singularity? Izuku's eyes became distant as he fell deep into thought. Well, first we'd have to set some ground rules, right? Part of what makes the singularity is that it's all the quirk factors and traits of past generations coming back, scrambling and mutating together into a single super quirk of sorts. That's the origin of the instability of the 8th generation. It's a precursor to what's going to happen next. So asking what any particular quirk would look like as a singularity is a loaded question, because a bunch of other strange and complicated effects would be happening, and most of it would seem very unrelated to Swan Song. Izuku stood up from the picnic table and began pacing, his hands clasped behind his back. Setting that aside and just addressing Swan Song, part of the hallmark of the singularity, the big threat that Dr. Garaki warned about, centers around activation. Swan Song was actually a very safe quirk for what it was. You could easily go your whole life and never activate it. Just don't sing a full song and mean it. Part of what makes the singularity is instability and quirks becoming nearly impossible to control, so logically a singularity Swan Song activation would be the exact opposite of the historical Swan Song. It would trigger very easily. Perhaps any time the user spoke aloud, or if there were other activation mutations in the family tree, perhaps from something else tangibly related, like breathing or even sleeping. We'd have to make an educated guess as to exactly how Swan Song worked, but given other similar quirks, I think it was a nervous system override, not a cardiovascular break. A brain killer, not a heart stopper. More complex neural effectors today do very different things, and if the complexity of Swan Song increased each generation, then its effect could easily evolve from simply flooding the nervous system with a lethal amount of signals to something like turning a person into a mind-controlled puppet, or even swapping around the personalities, memories, or sensations of everyone in range of it. And since a singularity quirk is chaotic by nature, the medium it works through could change dramatically. Like if it became mixed with a fire quirk, thereby causing anyone who heard the sound or saw the light of the fire the user creates to be affected. Izuku stopped and turned to face Torino. Behind Izuku's shoulder, Toshinori was staring at the young man like he'd never seen him before. Here's my answer. A singularity Swan Song could become a mimetic virus where anyone who sees the user or some physical remnant of them, like a footprint or photograph, has their motor functions completely overwritten and is turned into a puppet of the user's will for a potentially indefinite period of time. The user has no control over this effect whatsoever, and the effect would likely not have a timeout feature either, meaning that a photograph or video footage of them would be a persistent threat. This would classify the Singularity Swan Song as a full-blown cognitohazard under current Quirk definitions. Alternately, a Singularity Swan Song could become a scrambler field virus where every time the user goes to sleep or enters an altered state of conscious, everyone in a massive radius around them has their memories and personalities swapped with other people in the field at random. The effect would likely reactivate any time the user enters the trigger state, meaning the scramble would be exponential. The field would expand with every target, embedding itself in their nervous system and turning all the victims of it into additional mobile scrambler fields that are an extension of the original, like a radio antenna having its signal boosted. It would spread like a virus, each cycle of activation moving the shockwave of effect outwards from the origin point like a disease. This means the Quirk effect of the Singularity Swan Song could theoretically spread to infect the entire planet. I could go on, but I think those two examples are pretty solid. Torino clapped his hands slowly. Well done. If this was a classroom, I'd give you full marks for the day. You hit on one of the points I wanted to talk about, which is activation, and you mentioned another in passing. Strength. It's true that quirks get stronger with each generation, but what strength actually is can be relative. Some people would argue that Swan Song was tremendously powerful. Others would say that if some fool starts singing in the middle of a fight, you mollywop him in the back of the head and stuff him in a dumpster. You were also right to point out that Swan Song had a cooperative audience. Nobody would be taken seriously if they wanted to argue that a combat-oriented quirk should be judged by how many people the user could beat down if they all sat still in a line and just took it. Garaki's doomsday prediction wasn't just about powerful quirks, but powerful quirks that couldn't be controlled. Torino stepped down from standing on top of the bench opposite of Izuku and stood next to the table, leaning on it with one hand. We aren't sure what's going to happen when you get one for all. Maybe it works just like how it has for everyone else. Maybe it turns into something that nobody can ever hope to control or use, and there's simply no helping it. Until you get it and we see how it manifests, I can't give you much more than basic advice for quirk control. I'm telling you this so you understand why we'll be teaching you certain skills in the coming months. I'm going to be preparing you to use one for all, but I'm also going to teach you everything you need to know to become a hero without it. Do you understand? Izuku nodded. Good. And do you understand why? Izuku nodded again, but slightly slower this time. You're preparing me to become a hero even if one for all isn't as useful to me as it's been to people in the past. You're basically training me to become a quirkless hero. We're hoping for the best but expecting the worst. I'm glad you get it. Full marks. Now, another pop quiz. What is a quirk to a police officer or a hero? Izuku blinked. What is a quirk? How do you mean? We still don't know exactly why quirks happened or even what they really are. Not literally, Torino clarified. I'm not asking you a question that can't be answered. What is a quirk, in practical terms, to the people who use them? Specifically heroes and the police. Izuku frowned, thinking. You can't just want me to say a superpower. That's too obvious. They're a weapon? Torino rocked back and forth on his heels. You asking me or telling me, kid? Izuku's frown deepened. I'm telling you. Quirks are a weapon to heroes and the police. Torino nodded. True, they can be, but not entirely what I'm going for. You're being too specific. What's a weapon? What's a weapon? I mean, it's a tool of war. It's something we dash, and then Izuku understood. It's a tool, he said. Quirks are a tool. The old pro grinned. Got you there eventually. Yes, quirks are just a tool, nothing more. Even the most powerful and renowned quirks are just gold-plated wrenches or silver-embossed hammers. One for all is no different. Quirks are just tools, and a singularity quirk is a tool that's so complex and overtuned that it might no longer be the labor-saving device that it's supposed to be. Now, what do you do if you've got some problem that needs fixing, but the tool you would normally use is broken or doesn't work? Get another tool? Izuku ventured. Torino cut eyes at Toshinori and jerked his head towards the table in a gesture. The tall, skeletal blonde stepped forwards, reached behind his back, and produced a handgun from somewhere inside the baggy folds of his all-might-sized clothes. He sat the gun down on the table. While Izuku gawked at the firearm that his idol had just produced from seemingly nowhere, Torino reached into Toshinori's cloth bag and pulled out a medium-sized, single-edge utility knife, complete with a sheath. Torino placed the sheathed knife neatly on the table alongside the gun. Izuku stared at the two weapons in shock, having not expected anything like this. Had All Might really been carrying a gun? Do you know how many times I've been tied up in my career? Torino asked. Izuku shook his head numbly. Good, because I don't either. I lost track. I've been tied up with ropes, zip ties, quirks that make ropes and zip ties. But do you know how many times it worked? No, why? In a single fluid motion, Torino produced a thin, double-edged knife with a needle point from seemingly nowhere. He held it gently, pinching it with practiced ease between his thumb and forefinger in a grip that allowed his other 3 fingers to precisely curl around and control the handle. Because I always have a knife on me. The double-edged knife vanished as easily as it had appeared. It wasn't my quirk that saved me in those situations, it was my knife, my wits, and my ability to stay calm and think under pressure, all 3 of which are tools that are just as valuable and important as any quirk. That is why I always have a knife on me. Torino pushed the utility knife across the picnic table towards the teen. And starting today, you also will always have a knife on you. Izuku's eyes brightened as he reached out to take the knife, but as soon as he touched it, Torino's hand came down on top of his, holding it down on top of the sheathed blade. Let me make myself perfectly clear, the retired pro said. Starting today, you will always have a knife on you. This is not a suggestion. I expect you to have this, and I will ask you to show it to me without warning to check. The only times you are excused from having it are when we are at places where a person is not allowed to carry a tool for personal defense. Izuku blinked at him, confused. But there is no place like that? When the Meta Ability Public Use Act was passed, part of it included blanket permission for citizens to carry anything up to a Class 3 weapon anywhere they please for personal defense. Which basically means anything besides chemical explosives and military vehicles. It was the only way they could put the Public Use Act in and not have people riot over safety issues. Even in government buildings, Class 1 and 2 weapons are still permitted as a general rule. There is nowhere I wouldn't be allowed to have a knife. Torino slowly grinned, showing an uncomfortable number of teeth. Good. I'm glad you're aware. And what does that mean? Izuku blinked rapidly. That I'm not excused from having the knife? The toothy grin got wider. You're paying attention. Excellent. Izuku swallowed heavily. And the gun? Comes later. Don't worry about that just yet, Torino said. Toshinori reached out and took the handgun back, disappearing it into one of the baggy folds of his civilian attire. I told you that there was going to be an explanation and 3 pieces of homework. Here they are. We don't know what the singularity is going to do to you. We don't know what form One for All will take, how useful it will be to you, or if you will even be able to use it. It will almost certainly give you super speed and super strength, because it's done that for everyone else, but anything beyond that is a guess. We both believe it will be safe enough to activate, or else we wouldn't be giving it to you. We know what quirks the past users had, and I'll be discussing that information with you later. I can't give you much beyond basic exercises to help with a quirk you don't even have yet. As such, your training will focus on giving you other tools you're going to need in your hero arsenal if you want to succeed. No hero is a one-trick pony. At least, no hero that's worth a DMN. Even if One for All turns out to be a dud quirk that you can't do anything with, you are still going to be a hero. There are thousands of heroes out there with weird quirks or quirks that are highly situational, and they get along just fine. This is not an experiment, a guess, or a gamble. The training I will be putting you through is time-tested. These methods produce results. Torino reached back into Toshinori's carry bag and pulled out a piece of paper before handing it across the table to Izuku. The teen took it numbly and glanced at it. Here are your 3 homework assignments from me. Your normal schoolwork takes priority over this, So I'm giving you a deadline of 1 week to turn these back in. Izuku stared at the paper with a mixture of consternation and horror. Explain in detail the errors made in All Might's pro-hero career, 15-page minimum. Explain in detail what you would have done differently throughout his career to achieve better results if you were All Might, 15-page minimum. Select a hero name. But why? Izuku stuttered. He had thought about what his hero name could be in the past, of course, he's pretty sure most kids did. But all of his choices were honestly embarrassing. Most of them were just some sort of riff or play off of All Might. And write 2 essays on what All Might has done wrong? What? Torino stared at the mumbling teenager with a carefully neutral expression on his face. We'll talk about why these assignments are important when you turn them in, assuming you haven't figured it out by then yourself. However, for the last one at least, I can tell you this. You need to choose a hero name, or at least a name that can work as one for now, because you need an alias if you're going to start learning how to do professional quirk analysis. But every hero name I've ever thought of is Seekes. Or they're just embarrassing. I don't even know what One for All will look like yet. Torino shrugged, appearing deeply unmoved. You've got to rip that bandage off eventually. You can guess what One for All will do from what you know about quirks and All Might's career. At a bare minimum, it will give you some kind of super strength and super speed, because that's what it did for everyone else. And besides, not every hero names themselves after their quirk. I didn't. Izuku sighed and nodded, dreading what he knew would be an agonizing process later. He folded up the paper of homework assignments and put it in his pocket, pulled his working gloves on, and walked back down the beach, slowly disappearing into the piles of trash. After he left, Torino pulled out a small plastic stick with several buttons on the side. Pressing one began to play back a recording. Comparing the complex mechanics of those quirks to Swan Song is like comparing a Swiss watch to a wooden club. It also lacked any kind of safety feature whatsoever. Most quirks can be dangerous. Toshinori frowned at the small device. What are you planning to do with that? Torino grinned. I'm going to edit out the bits about One for All, and then use it and some of the pictures of his notebooks that I sent you to get the kid access to some of the more exclusive quirk analysis circles. There's no such thing as an analysis license. In theory, anyone can pay whoever they like for their opinions on quirks. So professional quirk consultants operate on their reputation for quality and the results they produce, nothing more. In a lot of ways that's a good thing, but it does create a situation where you need to be taken seriously before you can get taken seriously. So how do you break into the industry? Torino wiggled the recording stick before slipping into one of his pockets. This little thing is the kid's golden ticket into the big leagues. You and I can use this to open doors for him, and from there, it will be up to him to make the best of it. Toshinori stood by the picnic table, watching his protege moving trash up the beach into larger and more organized piles. He frowned. Is this secrecy really necessary? Why not just have him sit a test for this, or introduce him to some people in person? Surely there must be something like that in place, right? Torino hummed. There are things like that, especially for established analysis firms and hero support companies, but I'm working a different angle here. The 3 biggest problems we have right now are the kid's age, the amount of time we have to work with, and his own self-confidence. If he was younger, we could sign him up for some ballet or karate and use that to condition him, and if he was older we could just transfer the quirk to him and not have to worry about his bones exploding. Until you picked him, you were the youngest person to wield it by a wide margin. The rest of that storied gaggle of mythical idiots were all adults. And 10 months, honestly it's just not enough time. If we wanted to do a proper job of this, we would need at least twice that. Torino pocketed the recording stick. I can't do anything about 2 of those problems. But I can help his self-confidence. By tricking him? Toshinori asked skeptically. By having him build a reputation for himself and then using the fruits of that to show him that his casual genius isn't just common sense or what everyone else is already doing in the privacy of their own minds, Torino corrected, crossing his arms. People like him can go their whole lives without ever realizing the talent they have, because they have no context to frame it with. I am providing that context in a way that he won't be able to brush off or ignore with self-depreciation. You've done this before with other people, Toshinori said, phrasing it as a statement and not a question. I have, the older hero confirmed. I could be more honest about it and work slower, but we have 10 months, not 2 or 3 years. It needs to be a shock. Something that shakes him and his view of himself, that breaks his mold of self-perception and allows it to resettle into a better shape. It's also necessary because his tactical insight and analysis is honestly at the point where it could be considered a weapon in its own right. There's nothing more dangerous than someone who has a weapon but doesn't respect the kind of damage they can do with it. I'm still not entirely sold on the tricking him part, but I suppose I can see the logic, even if I don't particularly care for it. You know the standards I train people to, Toshi. You were trained to my standards. We have 10 months to get him licensed and established as a PI, to get him trained and licensed as an emergency medical responder, to get him first aid training, to teach him how to put out fires and drag people out of collapsing buildings, to teach him how to interrogate suspects and convince people that are only in the chair because they've made a mistake that they should cooperate for leniency. We don't have the time to teach him any kind of martial art, but we will have to teach him how to correctly throw a punch and how to take one, too. So fighting basics as well. And that's on top of his education, plus the fitness schedule you've put together. Torino spread his hands apart in a beseeching gesture. Do we have the time to draw him out of his shell slowly? You tell me. Is this speech going to be clean before the entrance exams next year or not? You can't be a hero if you believe you're a zero. Toshinori sighed. Please tell me you're not going to start repeating all the slogans from the motivational posters in the foundational heroics department. It was bad enough having to listen to it all the first time. Torino grinned impishly. So you do remember what we tried to teach you in school. Good to know your advanced age hasn't caught up with you. Do you recall that proper practice prevents poor performance? I'll make you start running laps with the kid and doing fireman carry drills too if I think you need them. It was proper preparation prevents poor performance, Toshinori corrected, sounding tired. You added the PSS. Don't pretend like UA ever had profane motivational posters, Gran, or someone more gullible might actually believe you. Torino snorted. Maybe not where the students could see. I recall the Focus Forestalls FED Foundations and Synergy Stops Shitty Situations posters from the teacher's lounge quite fondly. Toshinori sighed. There really was no controlling his old mentor. You might have to cut back on those sorts of shenanigans if you're going to be hanging around UA and young Midoriya. I've heard on the grapevine that Nizu's cut back on smoking for the sake of the students. Word around the police department is that he's even implemented a swear jar for the faculty and staff. Torino let out a short, barking laugh. Certain allowances are always made to create an optimal teaching environment at UA. That's why the school motto is plus ultra, go beyond. Torino shot the taller, scrawny hero a fierce grin. Nizu and I have an understanding. Toshinori barely suppressed the shiver of ice that slid down his back at that statement. The two men stood in silence for several minutes and watched as Izuku began carrying rusted pipes from a larger pile of scrap up the beach and dropping them off in the bed of the truck. Why the homework assignments? Toshinori asked after several long moments, breaking the silence. Torino grunted. Do you actually not understand why I want the kid to stop worshipping your career? Toshinori shook his head. No, of course not. I understand why you're doing that. You don't want him copying me. And I agree, I don't think it's a good idea either. I'm not talking about today specifically, I mean all of it in general. The whole quirk analysis thing. Why go to all the trouble? Gran frowned. What's wrong with quirk analysis? Nothing, Toshinori replied, watching as Izuku began using a larger pipe with a T-intersection like a rake to help him drag piles of smaller pipes easier. What I don't understand is why you're focusing on it so much. You yourself admit that his understanding of tactics and his talent with quirk analysis is already at the point where it's a weapon. So does he really need more? Most pro heroes don't have any higher education beyond their high school diploma. I'm one of the only pros in Japan that has a college degree, and I might be the only one who has a bachelor's in both business administration and criminal justice. And young Midoriya is still talking about topics that I've never even heard of. It's obvious that this is his passion. so it's not like he'll need to be pushed to keep up with the latest information. He'll be doing it anyway just for fun. So why go through all of this trouble? If he's going to be using his analysis to help himself and his friends, then isn't what he already has enough? From a certain perspective, I suppose you could argue that, yes. But there's two reasons I disagree. Care to guess what they are? Toshinori sighed, his shoulders slumping. No, not really. Can't we just have a normal conversation without you making everything a pop quiz? The day you stop learning is the day they lower whatever the hell is left of you down into your pine box, Toshi. It's not enough to seize the day, you also have to beat the day into SBMson, force its face down onto the pavement, and read the day its rights. Toshinori stared at his old mentor with a deadpan expression, clearly not convinced. So, is that a no on us ever having a normal conversation? Torino grinned approvingly. You've gotten sassier in your old age. I wish you'd had this kind of spunk 50 years ago. I might have thrown fewer pieces of chalk at your head. Fine, I'll just tell you. 1. The biggest flaw with your career is that you were too much of a solo act. If you died tomorrow, not just Japan, but the whole world would be thrown into chaos. That's not acceptable. The kid needs friends, and his talent not only allows him to make friends and allies, but also empowers them and makes them the best that they can be. It would be absurd to not hone that as much as possible. Hopefully, the kid recognizes that flaw in your career on his own. I'm looking forward to seeing it in his homework assignment this weekend. Toshinori frowned. I tried to aim for quality over quantity with David and Sir Night-Eye, but I'll admit I could have had more help. Kathleen wanted to become my full-time sidekick, but I turned her down and encouraged her to go her own way as Star and Stripe. If I had accepted, she would have been there during the final fight with All for One. Toshinori rested his left hand gently on his injury through his shirt. I still sometimes wonder what could have been. Torino snorted. If you were going for quality, I don't know why you picked Mirai. Gran. It's impolite to speak ill of people who are not here to defend themselves. It's also impolite to build a flow chart of teenagers that look like you and have good quirks, like some sort of creepy quirk marriage interview to decide who has good enough breeding and the right color eyes to get to marry one for all next. I can't help but notice he's, Sir Knight, now, but David and Kathleen are still David and Kathleen. Toshinori closed his eyes and let out a painful sigh. Gran, please. Fine, I'll play stupid for a little while longer. Not my former friends, not my current problems. The second reason I disagree is because it gives the kid a career if the worst-case scenario happens and he ends up like you. Yes, you continued your education even after you got the little plastic card that made you official. You even kept up your studies while you were abroad in America and Europe. Smart move, you can color me impressed. But you never sat the bar exam, so you couldn't have shifted into being a lawyer, and anything that crippled you badly enough to stop you from being a hero would obviously preclude you from being a cop in any position besides a coffee runner or meter maid. Your only choice as a fallback career if you had to give up being a hero would have been to leverage your business degree. And I know you well enough to know that you'd rather chew nails than become some corporation's CEO, even if you would have been demon good at it. The light went on behind the tired, worn-out darkness of Toshinori's eyes. You're pushing him hard on quirk science and analytics so that if something happens, he'll still be able to make a difference. He'll still be able to lead the next generation of heroes, even if it's from behind a desk or confined to a wheelchair. You're treating his education the same way you're treating his hero training. Hope for the best and expect the worst. Hope he can fight with his quirk, but equip him to conduct himself quirkless if he has to. Hope he can protect the world as a hero, but prepare him to lead the next generation by other means if it comes to that. Torino nodded approvingly. Essentially, all of your potential fallbacks would have spelled the end of the symbol of peace. You couldn't have maintained that with any of the routes you took. You structured your higher education with success alone in mind. You picked all the routes that would help you build an uncontested top hero. You weren't prepared for failure. I'm preparing the boy to succeed and fail. The old man hopped up on the rusted hulk of a wrecked car and surveyed the beach, his dark glittering eyes following the progress of the teenager down the shoreline. Worst case scenario, he has to hang up his cape and becomes the most dangerous and feared chief of police in Japanese history. one that knows every top pro by their first name and has them all on speed dial. He'll lead the heroes of this nation with a silver badge instead of a plastic card. To say nothing of what will happen once the brains and jars at I-Island find out about him. I'll eat my boots if they're not begging him to quit being a hero and go full Randy at their little science fair theme park within 5 years of his debut. David influences heroes all over the world from his office on I-Island. That kid could one-up him if given the chance, I'm sure of it. If he gets a spine injury or something 2 years from now, they'd stick him in a wheelchair with robot arms and give him a mountain of money to work for them. I'd be shocked if he wasn't running the place inside of a decade. From there, he could reach hundreds of heroes. Thousands. Toshinori shook his head, once again astonished at how stupid his former mentor could make him feel. I should have thought of that myself. It seems like the obvious thing to do in retrospect. Torino shrugged. It's hardly your fault. The system hasn't worked that way in decades, since before your time. And it's not like we ever advertised that we were giving young heroes educations that assumed they would get crippled in the line of duty. The media would have eaten us alive if we had. It was just something that was quietly done. This was how we educated all heroes back in the day, back when the people in charge gave half a sheet. These days, the public doesn't care about what happens to heroes that get carried off to the emergency room on a stretcher, and the HPSC cares even less. It's one big popularity contest, and if you lose you're a loser. You know that. I do, Toshinori said, sighing. He took out his own notebook and began scribbling notes in it. That made Torino grin. At least you're learning. Toshinori shivered. Even after 50 years, that toothy, monkey-like grin still haunted his dreams. The next day, Izuku, Torino, and Toshinori were walking down a distant boardwalk that was barely within sight of the ruined Dagoba Beach Park across the flat horizon of the bay. It was a little too far to jog, at least for where Izuku was in his current training. Torino, ever the opportunistic teacher, seized the chance to start teaching Izuku how to drive using Toshinori's imported American truck. It was, naturally, a stick shift. Toshinori may be an introvert by nature, and he may care little for wealth or material things, but he would probably own every Harley-Davidson and Ford vehicle ever made if he could get away with it. As much as Izuku was a shameless quirk romantic, Toshinori was utterly unapologetic about his classic Americana obsession. For once, Torino wasn't complaining about Toshinori's tastes. The #1 Pros truck was probably the only vehicle in Japan besides buses and construction equipment that had a stick shift, and he wasn't going to be responsible for training a hero that could be thwarted by manual transmission. As they were coming up on the concession stands that were going to be Izuku's break for the day, Torino suddenly barked out, "Knife," without breaking his stride. Izuku jumped slightly, looking around. "Wait, what? Where, sir?" The tall, skeletal form of Toshinori leaned over and stage whispered, "He wants you to show him that you have your knife, young Midoriya." Izuku's eyes widened and he fumbled through his pockets before producing his utility knife, still in its sheath. Torino barely glanced at it before nodding once and continuing forwards towards the concession stands. "What flavor do you want for your smoothie, kid?" A strawberry? Please." Toshinori smiled apologetically. "I suggest you get used to it, young Midoriya. That's going to happen. A lot. Peach mango for me please, Gran." Gran Torino stood in the middle of a large empty warehouse, his legs spread apart in a wide stance. His arms were crossed. Izuku stood in front of him in his casual workout clothes, looking slightly nervous, while All Might in his civilian attire stood behind Torino and slightly out of the way. Once again, they were using scheduled downtime from the All-American plan for personal training. And once again, Gran Torino had a specific plan in mind. It was time to start the kid in on the basics of the tools he would be using and encountering as a hero. But more importantly, it was time to begin impressing on the young man the truth of their profession and the history behind it. Had Midoriya Izuku been what the old pro was expecting to find when he had first gotten the phone call, some fresh-faced knucklehead that managed to remind Toshinori of himself, Torino probably wouldn't have bothered with that second part. But Izuku was no DMN gorilla. The kid was smart. No, the kid was a genius. and that made it vitally important that he be given a rock-solid foundation of intention and purpose to build his identity and career on. In Torino's personal experience, stupidity and stubbornness almost always went hand in hand. It was more difficult for people like that to learn or understand, but it was also much harder to talk them out of their own morals or subvert them. A virtue and a vice, inexorably intertwined. The child calling the emperor naked. Likewise, truly intelligent people could be a tremendous asset, but their active minds also made them vulnerable to subversion, trickery, and being talked out of their tree by frauds and fork-tongued liars. Their tendency to overthink everything was also a virtue and a vice wrapped up together. Intelligent people were paradoxically the easiest to fool. They could rationalize something away a less intelligent person couldn't and get caught in a loop of lying to themselves. In Gran Torino's opinion, there was no better example of that than Sasaki Mirai, aka Sir Night Eye. That wouldn't be happening to Midoriya Izuku. Not on Torino's watch. He knew how to teach stupid people, and he knew how to teach the intelligent as well. Intelligence was natural born, but cunning had to be learned. Wisdom was earned through mistakes. This kid needed the truth, the full truth, with nothing held back, so the lies and partial truths of halfist reactionaries and wannabe revolutionaries wouldn't sway him. One intelligent person with a firm foundation in moral principles could exert influence over an entire generation of other people, pulling the crowd into their gravity and influencing them to be better just by existing nearby. Torino had seen it before. One day, 50 years from now, this kid might be standing in the same place Torino and Toshinori were standing today, teaching a new generation. And Torino would be dead if he let those kids down by messing up with this one. Torino cleared his throat and began to speak. Heroes are keepers of the peace. We are not, as some have tried to insinuate, soldiers, nor are hero students child soldiers. The modern-day hero industry has its roots in the vigilantes who stepped up to the plate during the dawn of quirks. When the power grids collapsed and the running water stopped, most governments lost all semblance of control over their countries. During those days, people fought to the death over fresh water and canned goods, and anyone caught out on the streets after dark was assumed dead until seen alive again. But a brave few dared to dream of peace and order, and they stood up to keep their neighborhoods and families safe. Chaos reigned, but street by street and block by block, an unsung war was fought. Retired military veterans, off-duty police officers, and concerned citizens joined forces to slow the rising tide of anarchy that threatened to drown human civilization and plunge us back into the Stone Age. Izuku stared at Torino with stars in his eyes, fascinated. The retired pro began to pace. Those brave few fought for over 120 years, a desperate struggle spanning over 6 generations. They were not always victorious. Some cities fell, lost to darkness and savagery. Some nations collapsed and dissolved, no longer having any sort of racial, cultural, or historical identity that could hold them together. They became lawless wastelands ruled by bandits and warlords, bereft of any former identity. But even though they were not always victorious, those brave men and women held the line. They drew that line in the sand and they held it for over a century, in a war nobody ever asked them to fight and which nobody ever thanked them for fighting. It was a brutal and bloody conflict, where countless people died for nothing, and even more died from famine and disease. In the end, law and order triumphed over anarchy and chaos. The foundations set down by those righteous few became the bedrock of everything modern heroism is today. Torino stopped pacing and turned sharply to face Izuku. Toshinori started slightly at the intensity of the older man's gaze, but Izuku met the stare with one of his own. He had pulled a notebook from somewhere and was rapidly scrawling out notes without even looking at his writing. The teen was staring at the older pro intently, like he was afraid the man would disappear if he blinked. This was new information, this was fascinating, and Izuku wasn't going to miss a word of it. What happened next was political. The governments that remained were desperate for legitimacy. Multiple consecutive generations had passed where they had held little or no sway over anything that happened inside their own borders, where they had failed to enforce any kind of law or peace. They were dealing with populations that adored vigilantes and were, at best, indifferent to their own government officials' very existence. At worst, they were outright hostile and seditious. So the governments of the world latched onto the folk heroes the people worshipped and created programs to support and validate them. The plan was simple. If governments couldn't keep the peace in an age of superhumans, then they should hire the people who could. The American state of Rhode Island was the first to implement the reforms. It was experimental then. But it worked. One night, vigilantes and outlaws fighting for what was right went to sleep. The next day, they woke up to find themselves with support and backing from their local government officials. They had funding, weapons, supplies, police support, vehicles. Whatever they needed, they were offered. This was the end of the dawn of quirks and the beginning of the age of heroes. We still live in that heroic age to this day. Izuku's fingers flexed compulsively, appearing to scribble notes even faster than before. They were using the reputations of vigilantes to give themselves legitimacy again? He asked breathlessly. Torino nodded. Yes, they were. And it worked. It took time. Not everyone trusted the system. There was a PRD of transition, where some heroes were still technically vigilantes but were pros in every other way. One of the past users of One for All that we actually have some real information on, Banjo Daigoro, is one such example. A pseudo-vigilante that was a fully fledged pro-hero but never went completely legitimate. He was a pro in every way that mattered, he was even paid for his work, but he never accepted a license. Turned them down flat every time they offered. But that era was phased out by the time I was born. In modern times, the age of heroes is in full swing. And the knucklehead standing behind me is one of the foundational pillars of our current age. Torino hooked his thumb over his shoulder, and Izuku's eyes widened as he went to Toshinori's gaunt form. In his excitement at learning all this new information, he had almost forgotten that All Might was here. The tall, woefully thin blonde man shot him a broad, warm grin before promptly flexing, bursting into his full-sized hero form in a puff of steam. He flexed both of his arms downwards before raising one up in a salute like he was posing for a contest at a beach, the bulging muscles of his restored and healthy form straining the seams of his civilian attire that had been comically baggy an instant before. The world-renowned hero relaxed his pose, deflating back into his true form with another hiss of steam. Torino rolled his eyes at the younger man's antics before continuing. You're going to encounter a lot of villains who have some bone or another to pick with the system. People who have gripes and grievances with how things are done or what happened historically. That's why it's important for you to understand the full truth of how we got here, and for you to see why things work the way they do. I've never met a villain in my life that didn't love to run their mouths when given the right prompting. Most of them are just full of hot air, but some of them have real charisma. The charmers, swindlers, and professional con men. Sometimes the lies they tell are so convincing that they've even successfully lied to themselves. I'm not here to tell you that the system is perfect or that everything is working as intended. I'm too old to talk about that kind of crap with a straight face, and you're too smart to believe me even if I did. There are parts of the system that are broken, and all three of us know it. No point in pretending. How the system handles mutants and people with fringe quirks. How the system handles quirks in general has been a sticking point for generations, as Destro's ideals enduring for so long proves. All other issues aside, the rallying cry that the freedom to use quirks as we please is a fundamental right is a compelling one. To say nothing of how society treats youth delinquency, underage quirk use, and the quirkless. Izuku flinched slightly at that. The action was not missed by Torino or Toshinori. The gray-haired pro kept talking. You knew pretty much all of Destro's life story, so I'm sure you're already aware of most of this. But I'm restating it and reinforcing it, so there's no confusion for you on this topic. This system is broken, but it still works. Could it be reformed? And it's up to young people like yourself to manage it. You can improve on this design. But there will always be people who want to rip everything apart and go back to the chaos. Who can profit from the mayhem, or who want to remake the world in their own image. And some of them are very good at convincing others to their way of thinking. There are still people to this day who are conned by Destro's manifesto. Sure, you saw the inconsistencies and looked up the truth for yourself. But I'm sure you understand how rare that actually is, right? Izuku nodded hesitantly, still scribbling notes down while not looking at his book. Toshinori was honestly starting to wonder if he needed to take notes on how to properly take notes. It wasn't a topic he'd ever thought merited research, but then he'd never seen anyone do what young Midoriya was doing either. Good, Torino continued, replying to Izuku's nod. I want you to understand that generally speaking, the people you'll be dealing with as a hero need help themselves. Many of them have just made mistakes, or were dealt a bad hand. You are not a soldier, you're a peacekeeper, no different from a police officer or a fireman, and villains are people, not enemy combatants. Choosing to see the world as a war of heroics versus villainy is a common pitfall of people who get involved in the more serious side of the hero industry, but interpreting the world that way sets a dangerous precedent. You are not a warrior, or a soldier, or a trained killer, though you may borrow aspects of those things to be better at your job. You are a keeper of the peace. You are a protector. You solve crimes. You save lives. Heroes pull people out of burning buildings. We don't run around in the dark of night assassinating everybody who disagrees with the government. There are absolutely people who believe otherwise, and they are all dangerously deluded. Understand? Yes, sir, Izuku said, his scribbling finally starting to slow down. I'm training to be a peacekeeper. To help people. To save people with a smile, boomed Toshinori cheerfully in his hero voice, flexing back into all might for an instant before returning to normal. This caused Izuku to shoot the blonde a watery smile of his own. Good, Torino said. And what are you not? A soldier, Izuku replied. I'm not a soldier, I'm not a warrior, and I'm not an assassin or a trained killer. Though I may learn about those things and even borrow those skills to be better at my job. Torino clapped his hands. Excellent. Now then, let's talk statistics. Across the joint economic and political sphere that is America, Japan, and Australia, slightly less than 120 million victimization crimes were committed over the last 10 years in which the perpetrator was classified as an armed offender. By which we mean, they used some weapon besides their quirk to commit a crime. This means armed offender victimization is approximately 39% of all violent victimization. Izuku flipped over to a new section of his notebook and began writing anew. Toshinori resolved that he definitely needed to look into better ways to take notes himself. Pop quiz, what is a villain, kid? Someone who uses their quirk to commit a crime, Izuku responded instantly, still writing in his book. Good. So would you agree that all villains are criminals? Izuku blinked, slowing slightly before resuming his former note-writing pace. Legally yes? If you don't commit a crime with your quirk, you cannot be legally called a villain in the court of law. Though that can become a bit blurry, since excessive public quirk use is itself considered a crime. Torino nodded. Good, you're following along. So all villains are criminals by definition. Or at least they're supposed to be. Given the numbers I just gave you, then how statistically likely would you be as a pro-hero to run into a situation where there was a crime in progress and somebody had a weapon of some sort? Don't overthink the scenario, just look at it like a basic math problem. Izuku quickly flipped back one page in his notebook to check something before returning to the page he was on. You said 39% of all violent victimization involved armed offenders. Since the villain laws are separate from that and a quirk isn't legally considered a weapon, then that would mean 2 out of every 5 encounters a pro-hero would involve a weapon. Correct, Torino praised. Every time a situation happens, as a hero you have a 40% chance of confronting somebody who has some kind of weapon. Essentially a coin flip. And out of all the kinds of weapons you can face, knives and guns are the most common by a wide margin. Which brings me to what I wanted to show you today. Knife, the man barked suddenly. Izuku stopped writing, blinking owlishly for a moment, before suddenly realizing what he was being asked. He closed his notebook in a minor panic and fumbled through his pockets before producing his own knife. Torino nodded in approval. Good. You can put that away. Today we will be using this instead. A prop knife appeared in his hand, again seemingly from nowhere. The blade was bright lime green and visibly made of rubber, while the handle appeared to be made of some kind of foam. Torino gestured for Toshinori, and the younger blonde hero stepped forwards. Today, I'm going to show you the right way and the wrong way to use a knife. Don't worry about memorizing everything I'm about to show you, because we'll be going over all of this again later. But this is a primer to help you get your head in the game. Toshinori will be helping today with the demonstrations. First, we're going to talk about one of the many wrong ways to use a knife. Torino deftly flipped the prop knife around so that he was holding it in a reverse grip. He then raised his arm dramatically, so the tip of the rubber blade was pointing down and forwards, in the classic slasher movie pose. If you ever see someone coming at you like this with a knife, then congratulations, because you've already won your fight with them, Torino said. Also, never let me catch you using a knife like this, or I'll make you run laps up and down a mountain until you puke. Today, I'm going to show you why. Torino held the knife out to Izuku, handle first. The young man hesitated a moment before stepping forwards and taking it. Although the knife looked like a toy, it was noticeably heavy and felt like it had been correctly balanced like a real knife. Izuku assumed there were weights inside of it. I want you to walk towards Toshinori and attempt to stab him using that pose. Both of you will do it in slow motion. When I say stop, both of you will freeze, and when I say go, you will both continue moving in slow motion. Now go. Izuku began walking slowly towards the deflated, civilian form of All Might. In slow motion, he lifted his arm up high with the knife held in his fist, pointing forward and down. As he got closer, Toshinori slowly began to raise his right forearm in front himself, matching Izuku's speed. Stop, Torino called, and both other men froze. You see what Toshi is doing? He asked, pointing at Toshinori's rising arm. Izuku nodded. Good. Because that's part one of what you do if somebody comes at you with a knife like this. You don't hold your arm out like you're going to block the blade with your hand, that doesn't work. You raise your forearm up like a bar in front of you. Both of you go forwards and complete the motion. Izuku and Toshinori continued their motions slightly faster, Izuku bringing the rubber knife down to stab Toshinori even as Toshinori raised his forearm up and pushed it into Izuku's descending wrist. Stop, Torino called. This is the first reason using a knife like this doesn't work. All close-quarters combat is a matter of fulcrums and levers, and right now you are at a mechanical disadvantage compared to him. You are trying to bring this knife down and into Toshi, but all he has to do to stop you is just push his arm forwards. Since he's blocking with his dominant hand in a superior position, you can't get to him with that knife anymore. If he pushes you back, your arm will naturally slide up as his forearm goes towards your elbow, sending the knife up and away from him. You're at an impasse. Try pushing against him and see what I mean. Izuku did try, and even though he wasn't expecting to win since Toshinori was stronger and taller than him, he was surprised at how poor of a position he was actually in. If he tried to power through, it would either force his own arm up and away as his elbow bent, or it would put him off balance with his feet, and the blonde hero would be in a prime position to just push him over. To win from this position, he would have to hold his stabbing arm half crooked and provide the necessary force to push down and through. In effect, a small number of the muscles in his forearm would have to overcome the strength of Toshinori's entire upper body and dominant arm to win. It simply wasn't possible without a strength quirk. Correct, Torino said, and Izuku flushed as he realized he must have been mumbling his thoughts aloud. The basic principle of all CQC is to pit the strongest muscles and parts of your body against your opponent's weakest. You've got just your triceps working for you right now, which are the muscles used to straighten your arm out, and they've got to beat it. Little less than half the muscles Toshi has in his body, including his legs if he chooses to push forwards against you. Your triceps aren't that strong. Nobody's are. It's not a fight you can win without a quirk. Even a cripple in a wheelchair could punish somebody for attacking them like this. Now, Toshi, show him the other reason someone attacking you with a knife like this is a free win. The emaciated blonde nodded before slowly reaching up from below with his left arm and grabbing the wrist of Izuku's knife hand that was protruding past his blocking forearm, making sure the teen could see exactly what he was doing. Congratulations, kid, you are now officially screwed. What we just mentioned was bad enough, but this is the real reason you never stab with a knife like that. By reaching up behind his own guard and grabbing your wrist, he's now got you locked into this position. Before, you still had one option, which was to move backwards and disengage. Now you can't do that anymore, which means this is technically a grapple. Now follow through Toshi, but do it slowly. Fight it if you can, kid, that's why it's a practical demonstration. I want you to feel this with your body. The taller blonde man slowly began to pull his left arm, with the hand that was grabbing Izuku's wrist, down and to the side. Izuku felt himself losing his balance almost immediately, but as he moved his feet to try and get a better angle, he felt a dull pain start in his arm. His blonde mentor stopped immediately. That, Torino said, jabbing a finger directly at the position the two of them were locked in, is the reason you don't stab someone with a knife like that. If he pulled down all the way, he'd snap your arm like a twig and you'd end up flat on the ground on your back. That move flips you and breaks your arm. It puts the power of both of his arms and his entire upper body against just the triceps of your attacking arm, and then he just has to use his hips to follow through on the throw, and your own body weight gets added to the force on top of everything else. Your arm is gone, woof, just like that. And unless you've got a quirk to cheat your way out of it, there's no counter. Once you put yourself in a position where they can block your wrist with their forearm, you're disadvantaged, and if they grab your wrist with their other hand, you've just lost your arm. Now pass Toshi the knife and switch sides. I want to see you do what you've just been shown. Go slow. Izuku handed the knife over to Toshinori, and they went through the motions again. Izuku was astonished at the difference it made. He knew that All Might was stronger than him even in his wasted civilian form. He had height and weight on Izuku. But once he blocked the man's wrist correctly with his forearm, it became frighteningly easy to lock the taller pro's stabbing arm in place. Just like before, he slowly reached up and grabbed Toshinori's wrist like he'd been shown, and as he slowly began to pull down, he saw the consequences of the shifting weight. Like Toshinori, he didn't go all the way, but it was a shocking realization to see firsthand that he could have thrown the taller, stronger man to the ground if he'd wanted to. Torino clapped his hands once. Good. Excellent. Well done. What did you learn? That Archimedes wasn't joking when he said give him a long enough lever and he could move the world, Izuku said somewhat dryly, before blushing slightly at his own sass. Torino grinned. Good. You're right. It's all fulcrums and levers, nothing more. Keep thinking of it that way, and you won't be led astray by flashy hand movements and unnecessary flourishing nonsense. Leave that kind of crap to the stage magicians. The retired pro's demeanor changed suddenly, his voice becoming flat and cold. And if anybody ever comes at you with a real knife like that, I want you to put them on the ground and break their arm. No exceptions. Izuku nodded shakily, and Toshinori barely suppressed the violent twitch on his face at his former mentor's sudden. Torino smiled again, the coldness gone. Good. Now that you've seen a wrong way to stab someone, let me show you some correct ways. Hand me the knife, Toshi. The taller pro passed the rubber knife off, but even he couldn't hide the slight shake of his hand or the moment's hesitation before he did. The geriatric rolled his eyes and muttered something about a big baby under his breath. Once again holding the rubber knife deftly between his thumb and forefinger, Torino walked up to Toshinori. The worst position to be in for somebody that's being attacked by a knife is to not see it coming at all. If a villain or competent criminal is trying to silently kill a guard or somebody else that is in their way, there's two ways they'll likely go about it. Both are lethal and, more importantly, both are quiet. Watch closely. Torino positioned himself behind Toshinori, at an angle where Izuku could still see him, and took a slightly low stance. This is the first way to do a quiet sentry job. You come in low and slow, but in a position where you can rush if you're spotted. The target is the lower back. You're going for a kidney shot because it will kill quickly. I'm going to rush in, and as I stab with my attacking arm, I'm also going to reach up around with my free hand and use it to cover my target's mouth. The impact of me slamming into them knife first will drive most of the air out of them. They'll exhale in surprise. This will stop them from shouting or screaming. My free hand over their mouth will impede them breathing in, as will the pain from the knife, and also muffle any sounds they do make. Between the breathlessness, the shock, and my hand covering their mouth, they won't be able to make much noise. A proper kidney stab is extremely lethal, so you won't have to hold this position for more than a few seconds. If the target is larger or taller than you, this still works as long as your free arm can reach high enough to cover their mouth. The impact of the rush also makes it easy to bulldog them face first into the ground. You can just ride them right down and push their face flat into the dirt, making it even harder for them to breathe in. No breath, no voice. No voice, no sound. Now watch. Izuku did, a small amount of ice forming in his stomach, as the smaller gray-haired hero followed through on exactly what he described, rushing in and jabbing Toshinori in the lower back with the knife before riding him into the ground from behind, his left hand firmly over the man's. Torino sat on top of the emaciated blonde and stared straight at Izuku while counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. And he's dead. That's how long it takes. Torino released the hold and backed off, allowing Toshinori to shakily get back up. The kidneys filter your blood, that's their job, so they're full of it. Superficial kidney injuries are treatable, but a proper stab that rips all the way through will cause massive internal bleeding almost instantly. Without enough blood supplying oxygen to the brain, your opponent will black out quickly. This is the basic principle behind a sleeper hold. We don't choke out their oxygen, but their blood flow, because that's much faster. But here, we can see how that sleeper hold principle can be applied lethally. With the air forced out of their lungs on impact, massive internal hemorrhaging draining blood out of their system, and unable to draw more breath, they will black out at between 5 and 10 seconds. They're not waking back up, they will bleed out internally while unconscious. That's death. Torino stepped away from Toshinori and dusted himself off. The same general principle of that trick can also be used non-lethally if you use a proper sleeper hold on their neck to cut their circulation. Slamming into somebody from behind to knock the breath out of them and then choking them out can be a good way for a hero to deal with a villain or criminal from stealth, so remember that. It's how we can reverse the quiet sentry job back on them without having to take a life. The old man began walking towards Izuku. Unfortunately, Toshi is a giraffe, and I can't use him to show you the second trick. It has to be done on somebody closer to your own height. So it's your turn now, kid. Izuku swallowed, and Toshinori shot the teen a sympathetic look of sorrow and regret. The second way a criminal might use a knife to try and quietly take someone down is by going for the throat. Again, the movies get it wrong, and we should all be thankful that most people are stupid enough to try and imitate them. You do not slit somebody's throat like this. As he said those words, Torino lifted his own chin up with his thumb, tilting his head back, and then drew a curved line like a smiley face across his neck with the rubber knife. Yes, that technically does work, but believe it or not, nature is well aware of how vulnerable your neck can be, and the odds are pretty good that something like that would cut too shallow. Additionally, there are many things in the neck that will get in the way of the cut, not all of which is lethal. A killer would want to cut the arteries, but puncturing the throat isn't actually lethal or even irreversible damage. That's actually how you save someone whose throat is swollen shut. It's also very hard to try and slice someone's neck like that from behind, so there's no stealth, and it's even harder to do if the person is struggling or fighting back. That's how a butcher would cut the throat of an animal. It is not how a trained killer would cut the throat of another man. Torino circled around Izuku, and the young man did his best to calm his nerves. He did not flinch when the tip of the rubber knife poked him in the side of the neck, but it was a near thing. From behind and with a knife, the quiet and lethal trick is this. You take a needle-nosed knife like mine, and hold it in your hand like a hammer or a wrench. Grip it with your fist. Then you push it through into the side of their neck right here. Like before, you use your other hand to cover their mouth and muffle any sound they make. Torino reached up and put his left hand on Izuku's head. To the teen's immense relief, the retired pro did not cover his mouth. He almost seemed gentle. Izuku appreciated the gesture and how it was probably supposed to make him feel better, but given everything else that was happening, it wasn't really helping much. Then you push the knife through into the side of their neck, and while gripping it in your fist, you punch it forwards. Torino moved the rubber prop knife slightly forwards so it wasn't actually poking into the side of Izuku's neck, and as he said the words, "Push it through," he pushed it sideways into what would have been Izuku's neck, before punching it forwards to match his own words. The old man's arm shot forwards just like he was throwing a punch, the knife gripped sideways in his fist. The small bit of ice in Izuku's stomach became a frozen stone as he realized the implications of what he had just seen. Torino released Izuku and stepped back around to the front where the teen could see him. Izuku started slightly when he felt something grab his shoulder, but when he turned he saw it was just Toshinori, giving him a steadying pat with a sympathetic, reassuring look on his face. There are 6 major arteries in the neck, and they come in 3 pairs, Torino explained. The internal carotid arteries, the external carotid arteries, and the vertebral arteries. The 2 vertebral arteries are right next to the spine, as the name implies, and the internal carotids are deep inside the throat. Any kind of cut or attack that could target them would probably result in decapitation anyway, so the idea of precision becomes a bit moot. The external carotid arteries, though, are on the front side of the throat. They are also, coincidentally, the arteries that are most responsible for conveying oxygenated blood directly to the brain. When we do a sleeper hold, it's those 2 arteries that we're constricting. Guess what arteries get cut with that little maneuver? Izuku swallowed heavily. Toshinori couldn't blame him. Done properly, you'll rip out their entire throat. The external carotids both being severed means death will happen at the same speed a sleeper hold would knock somebody unconscious, which again, is between 5 and 10 seconds. You also rip out their trachea and esophagus, which means they can't make any noise, so this is a silent takedown. It's brutal, but there it is. Torino took in Izuku's pale face with a grave expression on his own. This is disturbing information, I know. You've handled being shown it well. Learning how to apply lethal force with a knife may seem distasteful, but it serves an important purpose. Prevention. Understanding how to fight properly with a knife will teach you what to do, and more importantly what not to do, when you inevitably find someone drawing a knife on you at a crime scene. I've used this information to save lives before, not just my own, and you will too. That day comes, you'll be glad I showed you all this, and I'll buy the round of drinks for the both of us when you tell me about it. It's what my instructor did. Torino walked back towards Toshinori. One more tiny thing and then we will continue. This isn't really a technique, more like general advice. But while you can always stab somebody by moving a knife at them, a better way is to pull them onto your knife. Torino demonstrated this by holding the rubber knife at his side, facing outward, before grabbing Toshinori's baggy shirt and tugging the tall blonde sideways onto the rubber blade. Doing it like this, you turn their own weight against them. You stab them with their own weight, similar to the CQC principles we demonstrated earlier. You can apply this to things other than knives, too. It works great with tasers and police batons. It also lets you begin the process of grappling them for a takedown or putting them in H&D CFFS while also striking them, so it's a 2-for-1 trick. Torino walked a fair distance away from Izuku and Toshinori, and then cleared his throat before raising his voice to make sure he could still be clearly heard. Now that we've gone over the points I wanted, there's one last thing I'd like to show you, and then I've got to get out of here and take care of some errands. Remember how the first thing we demonstrated was the wrong way to approach somebody with a knife? Now I'm going to show you the right way to approach somebody with a knife. Watch carefully. Torino began slowly walking towards Izuku, holding the faux knife in the same thumb and forefinger grip he had used every time he had drawn his own. As he walked, he slowly passed the knife from one hand to the other, carefully and meticulously switching which hand he was using back and forth. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as he watched it, a primal flight or fight response filling him. Several things are happening here, Torino explained conversationally as he walked. My steps are slow and deliberate. If you lunge at me, I won't be caught off balance. I'm switching hands back and forth, so you don't know what my dominant hand is or which side the attack will come from. My posture is distracting you. The act of passing the knife is also distracting you, because what you should be paying the most attention to is my feet and the distance between us. Torino froze, standing several yards away. I'm already inside the range I need. If I were a murderer, I've already won 90% of this fight. You've let me in too close. Suddenly, without warning, he lunged. Izuku flinched back, throwing up his arm to defend himself, but Torino was on him in an instant, the semi-soft blade of the foam and rubber knife pushing against Izuku's stomach. I didn't use my quirk, the old man said, stepping back and handing the prop weapon over to Izuku, who took it with trembling hands. I didn't need to. You've heard the old saying, I'm sure, never bring a knife to a gunfight. Izuku shakily said, "Whyas?" in affirmation. Torino nodded once and continued. It's a cute turn of phrase, but it's a load of trash repeated by idiots and fools who have never been in a real fight and don't know what they're talking about. A cop or a hero with a gun has to recognize the threat, realize they need to use lethal force to defend themselves, reach for their firearm, draw it, and then accurately aim it before pulling the trigger. As you've just witnessed, someone with a knife and an intent to kill can cover a large amount of distance very quickly with a dead sprint. Gun beats knife in an open firefight in the street. But at any sort of indoors or close quarters range, a knife will beat a gun almost every single time, especially from ambush or a neutral position. You won't have time to draw a weapon and react, not even a knife of your own. We have hundreds of thousands of hours of law enforcement footage from both the pre-Quirk era and modern day, and they all point to the same conclusion. Bringing a knife to a gunfight is a fantastic idea, provided you know what you're doing. Torino walked a number of measured paces away from Izuku, stopping a fair distance away. 6 meters, or 18 feet, is a guaranteed death zone for a knife attack, he said, gesturing to the distance between the two of them. Inside that range, you cannot react in time with a weapon of your own unless you have already drawn it and are prepared to use it. Outside of that range, success is possible, but the odds are still in the favor of the attacker. That means, realistically, any situation where you have to defend yourself against a knife attack will be with your bare hands against the knife. I'm going to repeat that, just to make sure there's no misunderstanding on this point. Drawing a weapon to counter a knife attack will not work at most realistic knife attack ranges. You will have to defend yourself with your bare hands. Torino walked back over and pointed to the rubber knife in Izuku's hands. This is why understanding how to use a knife lethally yourself is an invaluable skill. Once you understand all the right and wrong ways to apply a knife, you will be prepared to defend both yourself and others from knife attacks even when barehanded. The young man stared at the prop as though he were seeing a knife for the first time in his life, a spark of comprehension dawning in his eyes. As much as I'd like to stay here and show you more, Torino continued, I have to go in and deal with a mountain of paperwork about renewing my hero license. So I'll be stopping things here for today. We'll review what I've shown you next time I see you, and we'll practice some basic blocks and counters that a bare-handed defender can use against an attacker with a knife. And don't forget that homework assignment I gave you. The old man began walking towards the side exit of the warehouse. Toshinori, the kid's all yours. Take him to the range and break him in. And try not to cause an international incident or get involved in tomorrow's headlines while I'm gone. We'll stay out of trouble, the emaciated blonde hero said, sounding somewhat offended. The derisive snort from the number 1 pro's former mentor showed how much faith he had in that. But just as the older man reached the door, Izuku spoke up. "Yes, sir," he said, not able to completely suppress the stutter. Torino stopped and turned around, raising an eyebrow. Izuku seemed to struggle with himself for a moment before blurting out, "Is your quirk why you know all of these things about knives?" That 6 meters was the death zone, but your own reaction time must be much faster with your air jets. Not only could you cover more ground than that, but you would also be able to react faster to someone attacking you. Is that why you know? Torino slowly grinned, showing an uncomfortable amount of teeth. Toshinori suppressed a shiver. "Good eye, kid," the older hero complimented. "Your instinct is correct. I saw a lot of people get stabbed in my day, and I realized that my quirk gave me the ability to save people that other heroes couldn't. So I learned everything I could about how to counter knives. And the first step to knowing how to save someone from a knife is understanding how someone can be killed with a knife. I hardly ever use a knife with my quirk, but I could if I needed to, and that knowledge by itself is a useful tool. And a weapon if needed." He opened the door and stepped through it, waving over his shoulder. "Stay out of trouble, kiddo." The door slammed shut, echoing loudly through the warehouse. Toshinori and Izuku both let out a long, shaky breath. "He's a little intense, isn't he?" Izuku said, composing himself. "That he is young Midoriya. I'd like to say you get used to it eventually, but I'm still not used to him, and I've known him for 50 years. Izuku frowned. What did he mean by taking me to the range? Toshinori smiled. Izuku stepped out of All Might's truck onto a large gravel parking lot. They had driven from the empty warehouse to the far outskirts of the city. It was here where small forests and large fields began to intrude on the concrete and glass of what some had jokingly referred to as Neo-Tokyo, after the city was rebuilt when the dawn of quirks ended. There was a long, low building made out of concrete and white-painted cinder blocks nearby. A large sign outside made of stainless steel and rough-cut wood proudly displayed the words, Muzutafu Targeting Range, in English on letters made of lacquered wooden blocks. The sign, and parts of the front of the building, had a clear naval theme, with the sign being supported on two clusters of what looked like wooden pier pylons with rope wrapped around their bases. Rope netting mixed with string lights hung from the front of the building, and a full-sized anchor from a Japanese warship had been placed outside on an elevated cement circle at the base of the sign. The building itself butted up directly against a small forest, and there were paths and trails spreading out from the building and parking lot, cutting across a vast wooded area around the range and going deeper into the hills and forests beyond it. Toshinori pulled a metal case with a handle on the side out from underneath the driver's seat and locked the truck before walking over to a nearby cluster of picnic tables and benches. Izuku followed him dutifully, and they both sat down at one of the tables. Toshinori placed the metal case on the table between them. Before we go inside and get started, there's a few things we need to go over. You might want to write this down, because it's important information and you'll need to have it memorized. Izuku pulled out the same new, unnamed notebook he had been using in the warehouse and flipped through it until he reached empty pages. As he did, Toshinori reached over and spun the wheels on a small combination lock embedded on the top of the case with his thumb, unlocking it. The case opened with a soft click, revealing two handguns. They had dark gray nylon polymer bodies with a rough texture for gripping, which contrasted sharply with the bright, polished steel slides on top. They were embedded in heavy, soft foam that filled the case, nested in slots cut just for them. Beneath the two guns were 8 matching magazines, all empty, arranged in 2 groups of 4. There are no hard official rules for gun safety, just a list of general advice, but when I first started out, I was taught 5 rules that I should always follow, and I have. I've never shot myself or anybody else accidentally, so they seem to be working pretty well. I'll share the 5 rules with you. I'm, not Gran, so I'm not going to aggressively quiz you on these, but you should have them memorized anyway if you can. I'm sure Gran will probably surprise test you on guns and some point, he'll probably do it to both of us, actually, and he's not the kind of teacher you want to disappoint. Izuku nodded, agreeing completely with the sentiment. Torino had been pretty intense even when he seemed to be pleased. Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to see what the old pro was like when he was disappointed or angry. Toshinori cleared his throat, looking slightly nervous at having to teach. Good. So, to start with, the first rule of firearm safety is to treat all guns as though they were loaded until you check them yourself. Even if you are very certain that a gun isn't loaded, it could be. It's possible that you've forgotten or misremembered, or that the person who claims to have checked them has made a mistake. Toshinori gently lifted one of the handguns out of the case before pulling back the polished steel slide and looking into it. He then turned the gun around, keeping the slide pulled back, and showed Izuku. The team could see clearly all the way through the firearm and out the bottom, where the magazine would go if one was loaded in. Most guns can have a single bullet resting in the chamber, so even if there's no magazine in it, it could still potentially shoot once. And since many guns will feed the next bullet automatically, this means taking the magazine out doesn't make a gun safe either. This is something you don't ever want to be wrong about. It could be a matter of life and death, so always verify it yourself. Trust but verify, okay? Izuku nodded, scribbling notes into his book. Toshinori continued. The second rule of firearm safety is to always keep your firearm pointed in a safe direction. Can I, borrow one of your spare pencils, young Midoriya? Izuku blinked at the sudden request before nodding, fumbling through his pockets momentarily before handing one over. Toshinori smiled. Thank you. I'll give it back in just a moment. Toshinori took the pencil and stuck it partway down the barrel of the unloaded gun, letting the sharpened end of the pencil stick out the front. Imagine there's a long, solid line coming out the barrel of your gun, like this pencil is, okay? Never let that line touch something that you aren't prepared to shoot. One of the most basic mistakes you can make with a gun is, if you flash it across someone, which is what it's called when you point your gun at them by accident. The lanky blonde pro demonstrated by mimicking the action of pulling the pistol out of a shoulder holster and turning with it, in the process drawing the face of the gun across Izuku and briefly pointing the pencil at him. He then took the pencil out and handed it back to the teen. Don't do what I just showed you. That's a serious safety mistake, okay? The safest place to point your gun is at the ground, so if you have to move around with a gun in your hand, you should be pointing it directly at the ground. You can also point it up in the air, but that's less safe because a bullet fired straight up still comes down somewhere. If pointing your gun in a safe direction isn't convenient or possible, just reholster it and draw it again when you need it. Don't flash it across anyone or anything you aren't prepared to shoot. Izuku nodded, rapidly sketching out more notes. Toshinori continued, seeming to gain a bit of confidence in his teaching persona. The third rule is to keep your finger off the trigger until you are ready to shoot. Toshinori held the gun in his right hand and turned it to the side so Izuku could see what he was doing. Instead of keeping his index finger inside the trigger guard, he was resting it on the side of the gun above the trigger. This is called trigger discipline, and you should always follow it. If you get bumped, jostled, or stumble, or if you are surprised by something, you could pull the trigger accidentally and discharge your gun when you don't mean to. By keeping your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot, you make that impossible. Trigger discipline means not touching the trigger until you're ready to fire. Trigger means not touching until you're ready to fire, Izuku mumbled as he wrote out his notes, his speed allowing him to keep up with his mentor's lecture. Toshinori smiled at the young man before continuing. The fourth rule of gun safety is to always be sure of your target and what's behind it. We do this for two reasons. The first is that, obviously, if you miss, you will hit whatever is behind what you were shooting at. This is why shooting ranges have the firing line aiming into a dirt hill or some kind of break wall. The second reason is that even if you don't miss, your bullet could still go through your target and hit what's behind it anyway. To give a practical example of this, it would be very irresponsible of the police to shoot at a villain if there are civilians standing across from them on the other side of the street. In that situation, it would be better to allow the villain to run and follow after them. We don't want to let villains escape, but given the choice, it's better to risk letting a criminal get away compared to risking civilian casualties or deaths. Izuku nodding along with the lecture, agreeing even as he diligently wrote down everything Toshinori said. The skeletal blonde straightened up a bit. He knew teaching a class wasn't the same as one-on-one instruction, but still, this wasn't as bad as he had feared. He could really do this. He could teach. He just had to apply himself. And the fifth and final rule of gun safety is to always wear ear and eye protection when using your firearm, if possible. Guns are loud, and there's always a possibility of ricochets or hot debris being expelled from the ejection port of the gun. In a real situation where you have to use your gun, you probably won't have that luxury. You'll note that the police don't walk around with earmuffs and protective glasses on all the time. And if somebody was in a home invasion situation, they wouldn't really have time to put on safety gear before defending themselves or their family either. But anyone who intends to fire a lot of bullets and knows about it ahead of time should bring something to protect against hearing loss and things flying into your eyes. Toshinori shot a half smile at the teen. Given your hero notes, I'm sure you already know the pros who regularly use guns. All of them have worked some kind of eye and ear protection into their costumes, and this is why. Izuku nodded rapidly as he sketched out the last few bits of his notes on firearms safety rules. He did, in fact, know most of the pro heroes who used guns. In his opinion, it was rather hard not to, since it was such a short list. It became more expansive if you went international, but even then, most pros focused on their quirks, not secondary tools or weapons that would help them fight crime. The only people who really heavily used guns were the people with quirks that directly synergized with them, like Snipe's homing, or people whose quirk is a kind of gun, such as Lady Nagant's rifle or Gunhead's Gatling. Izuku had been aware, on an intellectual level, that the costumes of those heroes always had some sort of visor or helmet, something that covered the ears and eyes. But he felt a welcome rush of understanding as he finally connected the dots and realized exactly why. Of course, it was so obvious. Toshinori gently placed the pistol back into the metal case and closed the latch with a decisive click. Spinning one of the combination lock's wheels with his thumb to relock the case, he stood up from the picnic table and grabbed the case. Now that we've gone over some basic rules, it's time to take you to the range and let you get a feel for live ammo. We also need to get you some ear and eye protection. They'll sell those here, so before we start we'll go around the store and you can pick some things out. I'll pay for them. Izuku stammered out his thanks as the two of them began walking across the parking lot to enter the store. Are you going to be buying ear and eye protection too, sir? Izuku may be a starstruck fanboy, but he was aware enough to know that All Might needed to be either Sir or Mr. Yagi in public. All Might, while deflated, didn't look like All Might when he was actively bulked up and using his superpowers, but his appearance was close enough that one wrong word and somebody could make the connection. Calling him All Might by accident was a disaster waiting to happen, and Izuku was doing his best to stay on top of it. Toshinori ignored the teen's near slip of the tongue and shook his head, tapping a long, thin finger against the metal case. I brought my own. They're underneath the foam. Izuku felt a cold rush of air conditioning hit him as they walked through the door. As he entered, he couldn't help but stare. The interior had not been what he was expecting at all. They were in a large, open area that was clearly some kind of store, with aisles full of items and a cash register on the corner of a counter off to one side. But what really struck Izuku was what was hung on the walls. One of the walls of the store was nothing but guns, hung up for display or stacked neatly in rows on a giant wooden backboard covered in pegs and shelves. Shotguns, rifles, and the parts of disassembled guns hung from the walls. Dozens of pistols, revolvers, and handguns were laid out on velvet cloth underneath glass. There was even a section of bows, some clearly modern in design, compound and recurve bows, while others were much more traditional, like the asymmetrical Japanese yumi bows made out of lacquered wood and wrapped in cloth. That wasn't what he was staring at, though. While fascinating, that wall was about what he had expected to see when he first walked in. What he couldn't look away from was what was on the other three. They were covered in historical memorabilia. Dozens of flags were hung from the walls in clusters and groups. Underneath the flags were medals, plaques, and names printed on brass plates. There were even photographs and pictures of individuals or groups of people, worn and yellowed with age, many with signatures or short messages written on them. Izuku couldn't wrap his head around what he was seeing. He wandered slowly down the side of the store, drinking in the sight. There were so many flags from over a dozen different nations. Many of them were older designs, from the pre-Quirk era. There were groups of what he recognized as state flags from America, as well as flags representing various military regiments or organizations. Suddenly, Izuku realized what he was looking at. They were memorials. The wall he had just entered the store through was dominated by a large Japanese flag, the classic red dot of the rising sun on a white background. Beneath it were three smaller flags, the iconic stars and stripes of the American national flag, one that Izuku recognized as the state flag of Hawaii, and a third one he didn't recognize that might have been from Africa or South America. Beneath those four flags were dozens of emblems and patches from various military regiments and naval groups. The wall was also covered in countless bits of old Japanese naval memorabilia. At first, he didn't understand the theme of what he was looking at. He walked closer and looked at the plaques on the wall, trying to understand the theme. It was the messages written on the pictures that gave him the answer. It was a memorial to the native Japanese that had been stranded overseas during the dawn of Quirks. It was for the people in the JSDF who had deployed abroad and never made it back home. Izuku turned to look across the store, at the back wall on the far side from where he was standing. Like the first, it had a strong military and naval theme, but unlike the first, there was no Japanese flag, and none of the naval groups or military patches looked Japanese either. As Izuku wandered closer, he also realized that the far wall held more flags, and they were all foreign. Most of them were the flags from American states, though even as much of an All Might fan as he was, he didn't recognize all of them. At first, he wasn't quite sure what the theme was. But if the first wall had been about native Japanese who had been unable to return home, then logically. As he drew closer and read the messages written on these pictures, he realized his guess had been right. There was a reason most of the flags had been from American states. This was a memorial to foreigners, soldiers, and civilians who had been stranded here in Japan when the dawn of quirks happened. People who had been caught out in a foreign land, but who still took up arms and fought to the death to defend Japan from anarchy. Before the dawn of quirks, the American military had possessed 3 navy bases in the Japanese islands. Izuku hadn't known before what the names of those bases were. It wasn't information that had been considered important by their teachers in their history classes at school. But he knew them now because all 3 of them were on this wall. Yokosuka, Atsuji, Sasebo. Flags bearing the emblems of the bases were hung on the wall, and beneath them were old photographs, war medals, uniform patches, and other bits and pieces, all representing the lives and achievements of people who had died trying to keep order in the streets in those early years. The last wall was across from the gun wall, to the left as you walked into the building. It was also the longest memorial wall in the rectangular room. Like the one before, it was covered in foreign flags. But unlike the previous 2, there was no military memorabilia present. Izuku stared at it, connecting the dots in his head, glancing at the names and written messages. It didn't take him long to realize what it was. Destro, he whispered under his breath. Destro was the first supervillain. It's what he was remembered for. The first superhuman criminal classified as a threat to the fundamental order of civilization itself. When Destro had risen to power near the end of the dawn of quirks, when he announced his political revolution and declared that everyone was either with him or against him, the fragile Japanese government of the time had realized it wasn't a fight they could win on their own. They had sent out a call for help, begging for assistance. This was a memorial for the people who had answered that call. Izuku's eyes darted from flag to flag, drinking it all in. A French flag, of course. There were many French veterans who had come. He had read about it. Many of their descendants were still here, in their own cultural communities. A German flag as well. A Canadian flag. The old Union Jack of the United Kingdom before it had turned into modern Britannia. An American flag, of course. Dozens of state flags from America, primarily from the South and Midwest, as well as a few he didn't recognize. A Lone Star flag, from the brief PRD when Texas had become its own republic before being reintegrated back as a state in modern America. And there were strange flags here that he hadn't been expecting, and a number that he didn't recognize at all. There was one he didn't understand, a solid yellow flag with 2 entwined serpents being cut to pieces. Another he didn't get was a red flag with a black boar's head holding a knife between its teeth. An iconic Jolly Roger pirate flag was present. Crossed bones and all, which he understood the meaning of just fine, but not why it was here. And there were several other flags with symbols or patterns on them that he did not understand, but had seen before. Some motorcycle groups and delinquents from Yuzudafu and Hosu used them as icons of rebellion in their various clubs and gangs. Izuku now understood exactly what he was looking at. Each wall was its own memorial. One for the native Japanese soldiers who had been stranded on foreign shores during the dawn of quirks. One for all of the foreigners who had been stranded here and chose to fight and die for a people not their own. And the last for all those who answered Japan's call for help in her darkest hour. And given the rates at which people had been born with quirks, almost everyone here would have been quirkless. All of these people who had stood and fought for what they believed in, who had given their lives so freely and bravely, they had been quirkless. Like him. They had been heroes. Quirkless heroes. Izuku felt tears well up at the corner of his eyes. He desperately wanted to reach out and touch some of the things on the walls, to run his fingers across hero history, across quirkless hero history, but he held back. He didn't dare. He didn't belong here, among the memories of all these dead heroes. This shrine wasn't for him. Because that's what it was, he realized. A shrine. Walls upon walls of memories. Grandchildren and great-grandchildren, reaching out to a past they couldn't touch. Donating photographs, medals, and memorabilia of relatives they had never spoken to. writing messages of love and farewell on notes that dead eyes would never see. It was a graveyard of memories, interred beneath flags instead of soil, laid to rest with bouquets made of apologies and fond farewells. It would be unthinkable to disturb it just to satisfy his own ego. Slowly, Izuku turned away from the sprawling memorial of heroic ancestors and began looking through the aisles, browsing. All Might had left him almost as soon as they had entered the store to go purchase the things that they would need for target practice, and he seemed to trust Izuku to find the things he needed on his own. Izuku felt he had wasted enough time already. He didn't need much, but there were a lot of things here he needed to look through, and he would probably have. Izuku stopped suddenly at one of the aisles when he realized what he was looking at. There was hero merch here. There was an entire section of shop floor that had nothing but hero-themed items. Almost every Japanese hero that was associated with firearms, either practically or thematically, was represented here in some way. There were about a dozen heroes in Japan that used bows and arrows as their gimmick, and there was an entire section of the archery supplies featuring things sponsored by them, too. The pro hero Silver Ranger and his wife Fletch featured prominently, which thrilled Izuku. Not only were they both archery heroes, which was rare, but they were also one of the few pro-hero married couples. It was a relationship that Izuku had quietly dreamed about having once. Fighting crime, being in love, having your own shared agency. It seemed perfect. But that was a long time ago. He didn't know why he had thought there wouldn't be hero-themed stuff in here, but somehow with the pre-Quirk Japanese military theme of the building and the flags and memorials on the walls, the place seemed very old school. Solemn almost. Then again, he'd been to museums on field trips before, and their gift shops had hero merch too. So maybe he shouldn't be surprised. Izuku didn't dwell on it. There were Gunhead brand protective earmuffs and a pair of All Might themed protective glasses, and that's all he needed to know. He grabbed one of each and hurried out of the aisle before he lost out on the temptation to look more. He knew the longer he looked, the more things he'd want. He didn't even know how to use a bow and arrow, but the Silver Ranger stuff looked so cool. He didn't need an official snipe cowboy hat either. He didn't. Honest. Maybe if he repeated it enough times, he'd eventually believe it. Izuku walked up the aisles and made his way to the cash register where his mentor was standing. It was almost impossible to lose All Might in a store or crowd. Even deflated and in his Yagi Toshinori form, the man was still over 7 feet tall. Izuku approached his mentor and saw him carrying a large plastic bag that seemed to have a cardboard box and 2 rolled-up posters sticking out of it. Before he could ask any questions, however, the person manning the cash register leaned over the counter and greeted him. Izuku had seen people with transparency or invisibility quirks before, but he had never seen anything quite like this. The only reason she was visible was because of her clothes, which seemed to float in midair in the vague outline of a person. She was wearing a pink crop top with the gun range's logo stamped on the front, along with form-fitting black yoga pants and a plaid overshirt tied around her waist. A girly necklace with little plastic clouds and teddy bears hung floating in the air above her shirt. She also wore a pair of simple white gloves, though whether they were there to help keep her hands warm or to just make them visible, he wasn't sure. The only reason he was sure it was a girl at all was because of her voice and extremely curvy outline. "Hi," the invisible girl chirped, waving a gloved hand enthusiastically at Izuku. "You must be new, I haven't seen you around here before. My name is Hagakure Toru, what's yours?" Izuku felt himself choke up, thoroughly unused to the attention of girls his age. The only reason he didn't shut down completely was because this one was invisible, which made talking to her a little bit easier. "My name is Midoriya Izuku," he stammered, trying not to blush. "That's a great name," she said, giggling. "This is my uncle's shop, which is why I'm working here for the summer. What brings you here?" Izuku flinched slightly at the aggressive enthusiasm being directed at him, and glanced desperately at his mentor, begging the man to take over the conversation and answer for him. But the teen felt a stab of betrayal when the tall blonde just grinned and quirked an eyebrow at him, staying silent. "I'm aiming for the hero course A at UA, and I'm also T-training to work with the P-Police. So I need to learn about firearms." The invisible girl slammed both of her hands against the counter enthusiastically. That's so cool. You're gonna be like one of those pro-crime stopper heroes in anime, fighting evil with a badge and a gun. Pow pow, she said, making finger guns for emphasis. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. When she said it like that, it did sound pretty cool, didn't it? I'm also aiming for UA, she said cheerfully. Hero course for me as well. I know it's super out there, right? They get loads applicants every year, and they can only take a couple dozen. But if you dream about being the best of the best, it's the only choice, right? Why yeah, Izuku stuttered, nodding awkwardly. I'm as sure there will be tons of people who have really strong quirks. It won't be easy to get in. But I'm going to shoot for the moon. That's the spirit. Toru cheered, jumping joyfully at his proclamation. Izuku blushed and averted his eyes from the bouncy teenage girl in front of him. He wondered how her quirk worked. Was she always invisible, or was it some kind of stylistic choice on her part? And what kind of invisibility was it, anyway? Transparency? Crystalline structured cells? Light bending? I'm permanently invisible, she replied brightly, and Izuku almost choked when he realized he must have muttered the last bit out loud. Which isn't the most convenient thing in the world, but seeing how both my parents also had invisibility quirks, maybe it's to be expected, right? She shrugged in an exaggerated manner, throwing her gloved hands up in the air. And I have no clue what kind of invisibility it is. I wasn't aware there are even different kinds. All I know is that mine doesn't have an off switch. There are, Izuku replied. Different K kinds, it can matter a lot, actually. Changes how the power works, what you see can and can't do with it. The invisible girl slapped a fist into the flat of her other palm. Good to know. I'll have to look into that later. Maybe it will help me when I get to UA. So how about you? What's your quirk? She asked cheerfully. Izuku flinched, feeling the panic rise up in his chest. I don't have a one, he stammered out, clenching his fists behind the counter so hard that his knuckles turned white. The invisible girl stared at him for a moment, or at least he assumed she was staring, because he couldn't see her. Here it comes, he thought. He knew asking her about her quirk was a mistake, because whenever he asks people they always ask him back. He was such an idiot he should have kept his stupid mouth shut and… Cool, she whisper-shouted, leaning over the counter to look closer at him. Izuku's brain blanked as it promptly attempted to shift gears without a clutch. You're so inspirational, she cheered, bouncing slightly on her heels. I really want to be a hero, but I've always struggled to try and figure out how. Since, wearing clothes or any kind of uniform or outfit just defeats the whole point of my quirk. It's like a useless quirk for heroics, Unless I go running around SRNG or something. To hear that somebody in a similar position to me is trying so hard to be a hero, it's super inspirational. It makes me want to try even harder. I've got to keep up. The words, quirk, and useless, rebooted Izuku, and he waved his hands in a half-panic. Your quirk isn't useless, he insisted, his stutter vanishing. It's unbelievably useful. You could wear camouflage clothing, or clothes that shift colors and patterns to partially match what's behind them, and it would synergize great with your quirk. There are also DNA-infused fabrics and quirk-sympathetic materials. They can be used to create clothes and costumes that work with your powers. Lots of heroes have them. Once you get some of those, you'll be unstoppable. Hostage situations, infiltrating criminal hideouts, clandestine guard detail, even terrorist situations or bomb disposal, you could do it all. Your quirk is amazing. Toru blushed to the roots of her hair, though Izuku couldn't see it. That's really sweet of you to say, she said, stuttering slightly herself. Nobody outside of her own family had ever complimented her quirk like that before, especially not a cute boy. The two teens descended into an awkward, Herm-induced silence, trying to avoid looking directly at each other and struggling to come up with something to say next. Toshinori grinned, and finally decided to rescue his teenage pupil. I hate to spoil your fun, but I think we should let the young lady get back to her job, he said, clapping a large, bony hand down on the young man's shoulder. After all, we'll be regulars here from now on, so you'll have plenty of time to talk to her later. His grin widened into a sly smile, and he was unable to resist poking one last time. Or get her phone number. Izuku choked slightly at that, and Toru's clothes twisted in a way that indicated she had turned to face away from them very quickly. It was all Toshinori could do to stop from bursting out laughing. Toshinori began walking away from the counter towards a pair of double doors off to the side, and Izuku followed quickly, desperate to escape the awkward situation behind him. They went through into a hallway where the walls were lined with trophy cabinets and plaques. Izuku glanced at them as they walked by, seeing various cups, trophies, and awards for marksmanship and competition shooting. There were also a row of plaques higher up near the ceiling hung onto the wall. Izuku didn't recognize them, but they had emblems on them that made them seem police-related. They pushed through another set of double doors, and ended up in a small circular anteroom with several other doors. Given the signs over them, they seemed to lead to different kinds of targeting ranges. Toshinori seemed to know exactly where they were going, however, and opened one of the doors without hesitation, beckoning Izuku through. Izuku didn't need to be told what he was looking at, because it was obvious at a glance. This was a gun range. The room was a long rectangle with some sort of hard green rubber for flooring. A series of 12 lanes divided the room up lengthwise, each with a corresponding number stamped in front of it on the floor. Down the length of the room were a series of markers denoting distance, starting at 5 yards and going in increments of 5 all the way up to 50 at the far end. The back wall was dominated by overlapping sloped curtains of some bulky-looking material that Izuku assumed was there to stop the bullets. Each lane had a table, fixed to the floor in front of it, along with several metal folding chairs. A number of fire extinguishers and first aid kits lined the walls, and there was a large broom and dustpan propped up in the corner next to several open plastic boxes full of spent brass casings. The range was also currently empty, which was something Izuku was unbelievably grateful for. He had no desire to make a fool of himself in front of an audience, especially not one made of people who would know exactly what he was doing wrong. Toshinori walked up to lane 6 in the middle of the room and began pulling things out of his bag and putting them on the table. Izuku's eyes widened at the size of the ammunition box Toshinori had purchased, a large, 259mm, on the side of it in bold lettering. Isn't that a bit much? Izuku asked, stuttering slightly in shock. Toshinori chuckled. Not really. You'll have shot 1,000 rounds by this time next week. 1,000? Izuku exclaimed, choking slightly. Toshinori nodded as he reopened the locked metal case, revealing the 2 handguns and 8 empty magazines. Yes, 1,000. I think that's pretty good start for getting you a feel for things. Is it? Izuku blurted out, sounding slightly hysterical. The tall, ill-looking blonde hummed a positive as he began setting the guns and magazines out. Oh yes, at least 1,000. Marksmanship is all about one thing, and that's practice. The average police academy cadet would need to shoot around 2,000 rounds to pass the basic training to become an officer. There's no hard and fast rule for numbers, but generally, I'd say if you want to be good at shooting paper targets accurately, which is what we'll be doing today, you'd need to shoot a few hundred rounds. The same is true if you want to shoot deer or some other hunting animal. Someone training to become private security or a police officer would want to shoot a few thousand bullets. If you're looking for a competitive marksmanship trophy, you'd probably need to shoot tens of thousands of rounds to get good enough. Toshinori tapped a long, thin finger against his chin, thinking. I don't know precisely what training someone would have to go through to become a special response sniper, but I'd imagine you would have go through tens of thousands at a minimum, possibly even hundreds of thousands. The tall blonde hero shrugged. Either way, if we stick to a schedule of at least 1,000 rounds a week, then by the time the entrance exams for the hero schools roll around, you'll have shot at least 40,000 rounds of live ammo. I'm sure that's not as much as Gran would like, but I'd say that's pretty good myself. We might even be able to get that number higher. I see, Izuku said, trying to wrap his head around what felt like the literal mountain of bullets waiting for him in the near future. Toshinori nodded. You'd also want to put at least 1,000 rounds through any gun that's new or that you've never used before to break it in and get a handle on it. It's important to make sure your firearms are in proper working order. A weapon that's prone to break or jam will definitely show its flaws if you spend a week putting bullets through it. Come here, let me show you how to load bullets into a magazine. Izuku walked over to the table the blonde hero had picked out for them, and stood next to the box of bullets and handguns. You stand the magazine upright and brace it against the table with one hand, he explained, demonstrating what he was saying. Then you push bullets into the top of it at an angle with your other hand, using your thumb to press them down into it against the upward force of the spring. You'll need to hold the magazine steady to get enough leverage against the spring to slide them in. Here, watch me do this one, and then you handle the others. Over the next few minutes, they filled all 8 magazines, each one taking 14 bullets. Toshinori pointed at the ammunition box. See, it's already almost half empty, and that's just from filling these magazines. I know the numbers I quoted at you sound big, but they're really not. If we empty these and then refill them and shoot again, we'll only have about 20 bullets left. Izuku nodded slowly, feeling like he was wrapping his head around the numbers better after seeing it in person. Izuku began pulling the tags and stickers off of his gunhead earmuffs before putting them on. As he did, Toshinori pulled the foam out of the metal carrying case and fished out his own gear. Carefully pulling the tag off of his All Might glasses, Izuku turned to face his mentor, and almost choked at what he saw. All things considered, maybe he should have been expecting this. Toshinori's earmuffs were the same general shape as Izuku's gunhead ones, but instead of being visually patterned off of Gunhead's helmet, they instead had an absolutely ridiculous print pattern of an incredibly detailed American flag waving in hurricane-force winds. The edges of the flag were burning and trailing smoke, like something taken from the side of a rally car. A pair of totally pointless soft plastic antennae on the top of the muffs completed the picture, clearly made to mimic All Might's hair in his heroic form. His glasses were somehow even more ostentatious, if that was possible. While Izuku's own had the triple golden bars of the All Might logo as the folding arms, and the classic overlapping M worked onto the nose bridge, Toshinori's frames were shaped and molded after a stylized American eagle. The spread plastic wings, complete with detailed feathered ridges, swept back and became the folding arms, while the angled lenses of the protective glasses were held in the eagle's talons. From the front, it looked like the eagle was diving forwards at extreme speeds, claws stretched towards the viewer. That wasn't even the end of it, as the lenses themselves had an American flag pattern stamped on them in hundreds of tiny dots, with the edges of the pattern cut to look like stylized race car flames. The entire ensemble was violently, even cartoonishly American, and Izuku couldn't help but stare. Toshinori seemed to know exactly what he was looking at, as he gave a slightly smug grin. "You like my gear, young Midoriya?" he said teasingly. "How has nobody ever guessed who you are?" Izuku blurted out. He was so caught off guard that he didn't even stutter. Toshinori chuckled warmly. "It is pretty on brand, isn't it? Funnily enough, it's actually because I'm too famous. It sort of loops back around. All Might is such a superstar that there's huge numbers of people obsessed with Americana now, just because it's my theme. So stuff that you'd think would blow my cover really just makes me blend in." The tall, skinny blonde reached over and ruffled the teen's hair affectionately. "It's thanks to superfans like you that I can get away with it, young Midoriya." Izuku flushed red to the roots of his hair in embarrassment. Sure, that made logical sense, but he didn't have to say it like that. Toshinori reached into the plastic bag and pulled out the 2 large posters Izuku had seen earlier, which turned out to be rolled-up paper targets. He pressed a button on the table they were setting up at, and the 2 rails hanging over their lane whirred mechanically, bringing a pair of clips forwards to the table from farther down the range. "Normally, you'd be shooting all of these yourself, since the point of this is to train you," Toshinori explained as he wrote each of their names down on one of the targets with a Sharpie. "However, it's your first time, and I also haven't gotten a chance to shoot recreationally in quite a while, so I'll be joining you today. Teaching you is actually a pretty good chance to get my own eye back in, so I'll probably be buying some bullets just for me in the future, while you'll be getting your own box to shoot, okay?" Izuku nodded in understanding, and Toshinori hung up the signed paper targets on their clips before pushing another button, sending both of them back down the line until they were between the 5 and 10-yard markers. It was close, by the 50-yard standards of the range, but it still seemed pretty far away to Izuku. Toshinori picked up one of the pistols and sat it down in front of Izuku. Now, before we start, I'm going to show you the shooting stance you'll be using today. There are a couple of different ones that all have different pros and cons. Like Gran mentioned during the knife training, this is really all about fulcrums and levers. Holding the gun in certain ways can make it more stable, reduce the recoil when you fire, or make it easier to control the gun and switch targets. Planting your feet in certain positions can do similar things, as well as helping to minimize your front profile so you're a smaller target, making you harder to hit. I'll be starting you with the isosceles shooting stance. It's the most stable shooting position, is one of the easiest to learn, and lends itself well to tactical shooting and hero work. Here, watch me. Picking up the other unloaded gun, Toshinori pulled back the slide to check the chamber before nodding. Putting both hands around the grip and keeping his index finger off the trigger, he raised it up to slightly below his eye level, holding it out at arm's length directly in front of him. This gun is unloaded, Toshinori said, but even so, you should never walk in front of somebody else holding a gun out like this. So don't stand directly in front of me, but step around and look at what I'm doing. Izuku complied, stepping slightly around and to the front so that he could look at his mentor head-on. For the isosceles, you square up to the target, the blonde said, taking his left hand off the gun and pointing at his own paper target before gripping it again, and you position your legs shoulder-width apart with both arms forward and your elbows locked out. The idea is that we're forming a triangle with our shoulders and arms, which maximizes the stability and recoil handling. We also bend slightly at the waist and knees, which keeps the position flexible and able to move. This stance is easy to learn and offers the best control. It's also great for hero work because it's the most effective stance to use while wearing body armor or a costume that has armor integrated into it. Toshinori relaxed his stance and put the unloaded gun down. For all its pros, though, the isosceles does have 3 drawbacks. The first is that it's going to be uncomfortable in the beginning. It feels awkward and a little unnatural. The second is that it's not an easy stance to hold. Your arms would get tired if you spent the day shooting like this, and it's difficult to hold someone at gunpoint with it for an extended PRD of time, too. Hero training will help mitigate a lot of that, but it's still fundamentally a tactical stance, not an endurance or sharpshooting stance. And the third drawback is that it's not a bladed stance, which means you're not turning your body to the left or right to reduce the size of the target you're presenting to an enemy. Your front is the base of the triangle, which means you're facing your target head-on. That makes you easier to hit yourself, though again, hero training will help mitigate some of that. Izuku nodded rapidly, having sketched a rough diagram in his notebook of a featureless person holding the isosceles stance. He had also filled the opposite page with notes on the pros and cons of the position. Now then, Toshinori said, gesturing at the unloaded gun he had sat in front of Izuku earlier, show me what you remember about those rules I made you write down. Izuku nodded once, determination on his face. He checked his earmuffs to make sure they were snug before putting on his protective glasses. Toshinori nodded in approval. Then Izuku picked up the pistol in front of him and pulled the slide back, checking it to make sure there was no bullet resting in the chamber. Good, Toshinori hummed encouragingly. What next? Izuku picked up one of the filled magazines, sliding it into the bottom of the pistol with a firm mechanical click. He then pulled the slide back before slowly letting it go, feeding the first round into the chamber. It was surprisingly tough to do. Whatever spring or mechanism was in the slide was stronger than he had thought it would be. Toshinori nodded. So you have a loaded gun now. What do you do with it? I check to make sure I know what's behind what I'm shooting, Izuku said, looking downrange. And where's your finger? The blonde prompted. Outside of the trigger guard, Izuku replied. That's great, you're doing well. Now, keeping your finger off the trigger, I want you to raise the gun up and mimic the stance I just showed you. Izuku carefully did what he was asked. It took a slight bit of fumbling to get his hands comfortable, as he wasn't quite sure how to position his left hand, but after a moment, he had it. His mentor had been right. The stance did feel slightly unnatural in the shoulders and elbows, but it was certainly stable. You're doing fantastic, Toshinori said. 2 more things before you shoot. Hold the gun at eye level and line up the dotted sights on the back. The single dot at the front needs to be between the 2 dots at the back. That's how you know it's pointed straight. Then use your grip to level the gun out, so you don't shoot high or low. And when you fire, pull firmly on the trigger. I have the sensitivity on these pretty high as a safety feature, so you'll need to give the trigger a firm squeeze. Take your time to line up the shot, and fire whenever you're ready. Izuku did his best to calm his breathing down and keep his hands steady. He measured his shot for what felt like an eternity, but was really only a few seconds, before working up the nerve to fire. The gun was shockingly loud, even with his ear protection on, and the kick from the recoil made him flinch. "Good," Toshinori said, encouragingly. "Now put the gun on the table and let's see how you did." Izuku put his gun down gently, somewhat wary of it, and his mentor pressed the button to bring their targets forwards. Disappointment swelled in Izuku when he saw he had hit nowhere within the bullseye, and instead had sent his bullet through the upper left corner of the paper target. Toshinori, seeming to know exactly what he was thinking, clapped an encouraging hand on his shoulder. "That was an impressive first shot, young Midoriya, especially at a target that's past the 5-yard mark. When I first fired a handgun, I missed the target entirely and put it somewhere in the ceiling. Missing the target is normal for first-timers. To actually hit your paper as a total beginner is very good." Izuku nodded slowly. He understood what All Might was saying, but there was still a part of him that felt like he should have done better. "Now one more thing before we work through this ammo together," Toshinori said. "There's an issue with shooting where people become afraid of the gun. It's always unexpected how loud and strong they really are, and once people have fired for the first time, they tend to start flinching slightly every time they start to squeeze the trigger. This throws their aim off. You will eventually get over this and become used to the noise and recoil. It just takes practice and repetition. But it does mean that your aim will actually get slightly worse from here until it slowly starts to improve. I don't want you to be discouraged by this. It's normal and it happens to everyone. Practice smooth, clean trigger squeezes, and do your best to relax and not pre-flinch when you fire the gun, okay?" Toshinori's warning had proven prophetic. It didn't take them very long at all to go through the 8 magazines twice, and Izuku's aim did in fact get worse, even though he did his best to steady his nerves before every shot and squeeze the trigger smoothly. He never completely missed the paper target, though, which Toshinori repeatedly praised him for. 3 of his shots landed inside the bullseye rings, but Izuku felt that those were more flukes than accurate shots. None of them were a literal bullseye. Toshinori's paper, by contrast, was almost the exact opposite of his. 1 or 2 stray bullets had fallen outside the bullseye, but besides them, he had a fairly reliable cluster the size of a dinner plate that was slightly off-center from the bullseye. Like Izuku, he also had not outright missed the target with any of his shots. With 26 bullets remaining in the box, Toshinori took his magazine out, checked the slide, and then put his gun down on the table. "We're almost out of bullets," the blonde announced. "We have enough for 2 more magazines. You'll be firing the rest, but before we do, I need to show you something important." Izuku sat his gun down carefully before turning to watch his mentor. Toshinori picked up one of the empty magazines he had been using and slid the bottom part of it off, setting the hard plastic piece aside. This revealed another, smaller metal plate it had been covering, which he also slid out and removed. As he did, the large spring inside of the magazine tried to pop out, but he stopped it with his thumb. He carefully fished the spring out and pulled the small plastic cradle that was attached to the top of the spring off. "There are 5 parts to the anatomy of a typical magazine," the blonde hero explained. "The spring," he said, pointing to the spring. "The base," he said, pointing to the plastic part he had slid off the bottom. "The base plate," he said, pointing to the small metal plate that had been sitting flush with the base. "The carrier," he said, pointing to the plastic cradle that had been attached to the top of the spring, "and finally the magazine itself," he said while tapping his finger against the metal body of the magazine. Izuku had pulled out his notebook again and was rapidly sketching out notes. Toshinori continued as he did, confident by now that the teen could keep pace while taking notes without needing pauses or breaks. "The spring is what pushes the bullets up to the top of the magazine so they can feed into the gun. The carrier is what the bullets rest against. The base plate is what holds the spring in. And the base itself is what locks it all together and prevents the base plate from coming out." He turned the gutted magazine case around and pointed to the top of it. The reason the bullets don't all just fly out of the magazine is because of these curved edges at the top of the magazine stop them from just coming straight out. They have to be pushed forward and up for them to feed into the chamber correctly. For pistols like these, it's the action of the slide moving forwards that strips the bullets out of the magazine and pushes them into the chamber. For a rifle, the internal bolt does that. Toshinori quickly reassembled the components of the magazine, sliding the base back on the bottom and locking everything back together again. The reason I'm telling you all of this is because it's important to know how to store a gun correctly. You remember the spring inside the gun? Toshinori asked. Izuku nodded in confirmation. The tension of that spring is what feeds the bullets up into the gun. But if we leave the spring compressed for a long time, it will lose strength. If it becomes too weak, then it won't have the tension to feed the next bullet properly. If that happens, then the next time you fire your gun, the top bullet will chamber and fire, but the next round won't feed correctly. It might even jam the gun. That can be extremely dangerous. So what do you think we would do when we go to store the gun? Izuku looked at the magazine. We unload it before we store it? Toshinori smiled gently. That's exactly right. He sat the empty magazine back down on the table and began feeding bullets back into it. It doesn't matter today because we will be firing all of our bullets, but I want you to learn the good habits early so you have time to practice them. We shouldn't have any bullets left over when we practice like this, but if we ever do, we should always take them back out of any magazine we don't intend to use before you store it. That way, the springs in our magazines will keep their tension. Izuku frowned at the table as he watched the older hero put the remaining bullets back into the last two magazines, preparing them to be shot. What about people who use guns for self-defense? Toshinori smiled, looking slightly confused. How do you mean, young Midoriya? I mean, what do you do if you keep a gun for self-defense? You'd want to keep it loaded, right? Ah! Toshinori exclaimed, realizing now what the young man was getting at. I see what you mean. Sorry, I didn't quite realize what you were asking. It's actually safe to leave bullets in magazines for quite some time, but we do this as a preventative measure to keep our gear in top condition. Someone who was mostly interested in self-defense would want to own more than one magazine, and every few months they would take the bullets out of one and put them into another. That way, the spring tension is maintained. You could also use a revolver instead of a modern pistol, as the bullets simply rest in the cylinder. Izuku nodded as his mentor finished, leaving a full magazine and a second nearly full one on the table. Go ahead and shoot these last two. Remember, do firm, smooth squeezes. And try to relax. Avoid the pre-flinch if you can. Izuku couldn't, which was expected, but he maintained his trend of not completely missing the paper target itself, which Toshinori continued to insist was fantastic for a beginner. After the last shot had been fired, Toshinori brought the two targets back to the table and unclipped them from the rail. He rolled them up and put them back in the plastic bag, insisting that it was always important to save your first, and together the two of them packed up their gear. As they left the store, the invisible girl cheerfully waved at them. She called out to Izuku by name, telling him goodbye, which caused the teen to blush and Toshinori to grin. As they walked up to the truck, Toshinori spoke. You did good today. How about we go get some ice cream to celebrate your first time working with knives and live ammunition? Izuku looked up at the taller man, frowning slightly but with a hopeful look in his eyes. Is that okay? What about the meal plan? Toshinori laughed gently. Don't worry about that, young Midoriya. You can't cheat every day, but with the amount of exercise you're doing, a little bit of sugar and cream can't possibly hurt you. Come on, I know a good place nearby on the outskirts of the city. It's themed like an American drive-in diner. After a relatively short drive down the main highway, where Izuku once again practiced driving and Toshinori gave directions, they arrived. Izuku marveled at the retro style of the ice cream shop. It was no wonder Toshinori liked it. It looked like something from the pre-Quirk American 60s, a glass and seafoam green building trimmed with chrome, all rounded corners and checker tiles. A giant sprawling sign with huge letters listed the dozens of different ingredients for their ice cream shakes. They parked the truck, and a tall, dark-haired teenage girl skated up to their vehicle to take their order. She was wearing a uniform and apron that matched the color and theme of the shop, along with a pair of roller skates and a folded paper hat. Her hair was in a bob, and she was wearing a medical eye patch while loudly chewing gum. "Hi," she said with an utter lack of enthusiasm. "Can I take your order?" After a few short moments of looking over the sign, both gave their orders, Izuku getting a strawberry vanilla shake while Toshinori chose a health mixture flavored with green tea. Shrugging her shoulders, the waitress skated away, and in spite of her blatant disinterest, she had only been gone for a few moments before returning with their orders, which were correct even though she hadn't written anything down. Izuku sipped at his. It was actually really good. They sat in silence for several moments, watching the sun beginning to set over the distant Tokyo skyline. "I owe you an apology, young Midoriya." Izuku turned to face his mentor, startled at the sudden, out-of-the-blue admission. What are you talking about?" he asked, stuttering slightly. "For my words on that rooftop." Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "And no, you don't have to apologize to me about that," he exclaimed. But the tall, skeletal blonde shook his head, rejecting those words. "When you asked me that question on the rooftop, I know what answer I should have given. I've given it hundreds of times before in speeches and interviews. Anyone can be a hero if they try hard enough. Everyone has a hero inside of them. Being a hero isn't about having a good quirk, but a good heart. Work hard, brave youth, you too can be a hero." Those were the words you wanted to hear from me, weren't they? You just wanted to hear them in person is all, not from some screen or recording. And they were the words I should have said. But I just couldn't say them. Not to you. Do you know why? Izuku shook his head, curiosity warring with something fragile and hurt on his face. "Like you, I was born quirkless," Toshinori said, and Izuku's mouth fell open, his eyes going wide. "I never knew who my parents were. My earliest memories are from foster care and the orphanage. And when I was your age, I was a vigilante. Except I wasn't, and you know exactly why, don't you?" Toshinori gave a pointed look at Izuku, and it broke through the teen's shock as he flushed and averted his eyes. "I'm sure Gran suspects why you know so much about weapon laws and the precise legal definitions of heroes and villains. But he doesn't know. Not like I do. Because I did the same thing when I was your age. At some point, you thought about becoming a vigilante, didn't you? A quirkless vigilante. You researched it, and realized how much freedom the quirkless really have to act in our superhuman society. Without powers, most modern laws simply don't apply to you. You were making plans at some point, trying to figure out what you could and couldn't get away with. How far you could go and still have the get-out-of-jail last resort of admitting you were quirkless if you were caught." Izuku hunched over in the seat of the truck and stared at his shoes, sipping absently at his shake. Slowly, after a long moment, he nodded once. Toshinori's lips twitched in the ghost of a smile, and he reached over and put a comforting hand on the young man's shoulder. Izuku jumped in his seat, but the blonde hero kept his hand on the teen's shoulder. In spite of the man's shriveled and emaciated appearance, his fingers were strong. His hand was warm. "Back in those days, things were bad," Toshinori said, his eyes getting a faraway look in them. "There were gunshots and screams every night. Robberies and murderers happened all the time. The dawn of quirks was over, but the governments and heroes of that era were struggling to try and keep order. As a quirkless kid, I didn't have much worth living for. I didn't even have real parents, something all the other kids constantly reminded me of. I think you know how cruel some children can be, don't you?" Izuku nodded, still staring at his shoes. His free hand that wasn't holding his drink clenched tightly in his lap. "I couldn't take it anymore," Toshinori admitted, continuing. "I saw so many people just standing around and doing nothing while society slowly broke down, telling themselves that it wasn't their problem, that someone else would take care of it. They were all convinced that they wouldn't be next. I had to do something. So I did my research, I put the time in. I found out all the things I'm sure you also have about the law. Then I put on a hoodie, sweatpants, and a medical mask, went out in the dead of night, and jumped off of a building onto a drag dealer's head." The tall, skeletal man grinned. "I have to admit, it wasn't exactly my finest moment." Izuku still kept his eyes on the floor, but he snorted slightly and choked, clearly trying to suppress a giggle. "I'll be honest with you, I knew my chances. I was aware that I would end up in a ditch or a shallow grave somewhere. I knew how my story was going to end. But I did it anyway. Because I felt that somebody had to. If nobody else was going to do it, then didn't I have some kind of obligation to try? Izuku's mind flashed back to the day of the sludge villain incident. The burning street. The screaming people evacuating. The heroes, standing around and doing nothing, because none of them had a quirk that could easily solve the problem. He remembered his feet moving on their own. 15 yards past the police line before he even realized where he was or what he was doing. Sprinting directly at the villain. Kaken. Red eyes, panicked eyes, full of fear and hurt and desperation that Izuku had never seen in them before. Deku? You why? He was crying, tears pouring out of his eyes and snot running from his nose. Totally undignified as he forced an arm through the ooze, grabbing the only thing that had been a constant in his life besides his mother and his own shame. You looked like you needed saving. The older man smiled as he watched his successor's face flicker through emotions in rapid succession. He had a pretty good idea what the young man was thinking about. The only reason I'm still alive today, Toshinori continued, is because my own mentor found me. Shimura Nana. She's the one who took a liking to me. I'd gotten into a lot of trouble with organized crime, and was even wanted by the police. There were a lot of crooked cops in those days. People who would shoot at a kid wandering around at night whether they had a quirk or not. But she handled the situation and got me off. She took me under her wing and taught me how to be a hero. She was also the one who gave me one for all. She was the seventh wielder. Toshinori tilted his head up at orange sky as evening began to creep up on them. I loved her, he admitted. Izuku's head whipped around, staring at the pro with wide eyes. She was like the mother I never had. She was the first person in my life to actually care about my well-being, who treated me like I was a normal kid. When she died fighting a villain, she took a piece of my heart with her. It hit Gran even harder than it hit me. She was one of the only truly close friends Gran ever had. I dedicated most of my career to trying to act out her old motto. Saving people with a smile. The blonde pro turned his head to face the young man, meeting him eye to eye for the first time since the conversation had started. That's why, when I looked at you that day on the rooftop, I didn't see you. I only saw myself. I was looking through a window 50 years into the past, seeing myself when I was your age. And the answer I gave you was the answer I wish somebody had cared enough to give me when I was your shoes. No one in any of the orphanages or foster homes I was bounced between cared enough about me as a person to wonder where I disappeared off to at night, or why I'd always have new bruises the next day. None of them worried about my safety. Toshinori squeezed the young man's shoulder for emphasis. I know your problems and mine weren't the same. But what I needed the most back then was for somebody to care. About me, personally. And no one did. The moment you said you were quirkless, all I saw was the stupid, gangly teenager that I used to be. Poised to jump off of a roof right on top of a mobster, armed with nothing more than his heart on his sleeve and a lead pipe in his hand. And the words just came out of me. Be realistic. It's okay to dream, but you need to be safe and realistic. If you really want to help people, look into the police or the fire department, or becoming a doctor. Toshinori sighed. I don't regret my career as All Might. I have done more good and helped more people than I ever imagined was possible. I have been truly blessed to come this far. But I still wish, with all of my heart, that somebody had cared enough about me as a person back then to tell me those words. That somebody had cared enough to grab me by the shoulder and pull me away from the edge. But no one did. Not until Nana. But by then, I was already in way over my head and sprinting straight for an early grave. Toshinori slowly squeezed the teen's shoulder one more time with his strong, warm hand before letting go, drawing his arm back. I didn't give you the answer you needed. I gave you the answer I wanted. The answer that I wished somebody had cared enough to tell. That was wrong. I was projecting onto you, and that was selfish of me. I'm sorry. Izuku had started to tear up. He couldn't help it. And before he could stop himself, the words came out in a sudden breath. I was suicide-baited near the end, he said, his stutter leaving him as he stumbled over the words in a rush, trying to get them all out before he choked on them. It started about a year ago, with people leaving messages on my desk or funeral flowers on my chair. Usually red spider lilies, but there were others too. White lilies and yellow chrysanthemums. Toshinori froze, his heart turning to ice. Before he could speak, the young man sitting beside him pressed on, talking like he was afraid of the consequences of stopping. I never considered it, never. I was never tempted to try. I always wanted to help people, to be a hero, and I knew if I died it would destroy Mom. And I'd never get to be like you, not even in a small way. So I never considered it. But well, Izuku smiled a small, watery smile, and Toshinori had to fight the urge to grab his boy with both hands and hug him even if he had to drag him out of the seat to do it. But he didn't want to interrupt this, wherever this was going. Toshinori knew what it was costing Izuku to speak of this. He knew this was drawing poison out of a wound that might never heal otherwise. He didn't dare stop the young man now. But it's funny you mentioned jumping off of rooftops because about an hour before I met you, my childhood friend Kaken told me that if I really wanted to be a hero so badly, I should take a swan dive off the roof and wish for a quirk in my next life. It was a first. It was always the other kids who left those messages or said things like that. And not Kaken. Kaken. Toshinori knew that nickname. The young blonde with the explosion quirk. Red eyes. A foul mouth. The hostage from the sludge villain incident, who screamed about not needing any help. Who didn't even thank Izuku, out of some confused mixture of pride in their own power and self-loathing over needing help at all. 60 minutes before Izuku had met All Might, he had been told to jump off of a roof by a childhood friend. A minute before he met All Might, Izuku had been attacked by a villain. Less than 5 minutes later, Toshinori had crushed his dreams and left him standing alone on a roof. Toshinori felt the exact moment his heart broke. He felt it. I'm sorry for bothering you, telling you about this dash. No, Toshinori said suddenly, unable to stop himself. It's no trouble, please, tell me if something like this happens dash. I just think it's funny, is all in a weird sort of way. Izuku continued, still giving that watery, tearful smile. I would have never jumped off of a roof to kill myself. But, the thing is, I can't say for sure I wouldn't have become a vigilante and jumped off a roof onto some criminal's head. I don't think I would have planned it out that way, but that sounds like the sort of thing that might have happened to me. So, why maybe your W warning wasn't so W wrong after all. So I'm glad really. I'm glad you cared enough to tell me and no. You were just trying to help me. You wanted me to be safe. So thank you. Thanks for caring. Toshinori didn't fight the urge this time. He reached over across the seats and pulled the teen into his side in a one-armed hug. Izuku didn't flinch this time, though whether it was because he was too emotionally exhausted to react or if he was beginning to get over the shock of people besides his mother caring about him, even Izuku couldn't say. They sat like that for a few moments, sipping their shakes and watching the sun set over the glass and neon skyline of Neo, Tokyo. I want you to know one more thing, Toshinori said, still holding Izuku close. As long as the teen didn't show discomfort, he wasn't going to let go, not after hearing what he had. What is it? Izuku asked, scrubbing at his eyes with his free hand. I'm proud of you. Izuku choked at the words. Your personal idol, one of the most famous heroes in the world, told you that your dreams were unrealistic and that you should give up and move on. But even after I told you that even at your lowest, on what was probably the worst day of your life, your heroic spirit was untarnished. Undiminished. You still ran out into that street to save someone when the other heroes wouldn't. And not just anyone, but a bully. Someone who had been cruel and unkind to you. Someone who told you to kill yourself. When even I was just standing on the sidelines and making excuses about my time limit, you acted. You were the only one out of all of us who showed real heroism that day, young Midoriya. And I'm more proud of you than words can say. Izuku was fighting tooth and nail to hold it in. He didn't want to break down, not here in some strange parking lot sitting next to All Might, not while he was being held in some kind of confusing hug by the man. But somehow everything that had happened on that fateful day was coming back to him. Bakugo exploding his desk in a miniature mushroom cloud. His notebook being destroyed and cruelly thrown out the classroom window. The suicide baiting. The sludge villain attack. His first meeting with All Might. Getting the man's autograph. I've come to thank you and revise what I said earlier. I also have a proposal. Izuku felt short of breath. The tears were burning in the corners of his eyes. Most of the top heroes show signs of greatness even as children. Many of them claim that their bodies simply moved before they could think. That's what happened to you back there, yes? Young man. You can be a hero. He had to know. He had to ask. Izuku turned to face his mentor, eyes swimming with tears. Do you really think I can become a hero, then? Even if one for all D doesn't work out. Toshinori smiled. In his injured, emaciated form, it wasn't a pretty sight. But it was honest and genuine. Young man, you already are. Izuku couldn't hold the tears back as they started to fall. You know, Toshinori said as he leaned back into his seat to stare up at the evening sky. Now that I think about it, even if I could somehow have told my past self all of those things, I doubt I would have listened to me either. I bet I still would have jumped off of that roof onto that guy's head. He grinned. Seeing how you ran out into the street anyway even though I told you to be realistic? I guess that makes us even more alike than I thought. Huh. Izuku gave a hoarse laugh, still crying into his shake. The two sat in silence for several moments, enjoying the peace. A loud snap pop broke the moment as the bored waitress on roller skates pulled up next to their truck, loudly popping her chewing gum. Y'all need anything? She asked in a bored voice. Refills? Toshinori coughed slightly in shock, a small amount of blood coming out of his mouth, and Izuku flushed red and turned away quickly from the hug, desperately trying to scrub the tears out of his eyes with his sleeve. No thank you, Toshinori rasped out slightly, barely managing to keep the cough in. We're fine, we don't need anything else, thanks. The dark-haired girl shrugged her shoulders and gracefully skated away. Izuku couldn't help it, and began to giggle uncontrollably, his face flushed and damp from crying a moment earlier. It was infectious, and Toshinori was laughing a moment later. Hagakure Toru waved goodbye to the green-haired teen, giggling under her breath as he turned beet red and almost tripped over his own feet. He and that scrawny beanstalk guy that was his mentor had only been showing up for a few days, but there were three things that were extremely consistent with him. He always drooled over the hero merch. He always looked at the stuff on the walls. And he always complimented her quirk and asked her questions about how it worked and what kind of things she had tried with it. Honestly, he was a total sweetheart. It was a crime how cute he was. She grinned as she watched him reflexively stop and look at the walls again before reluctantly allowing himself to be guided out the door. It's not like Tour didn't know what all the memorabilia on the walls was. She probably knew better than anybody exactly who all those people were. Her uncle had certainly talked her ear off about it enough. Which was kind of the problem. Seriously, who showed up to fight a supervillain with Soviet hand-me-down firearms from the pre-Quirk Cold War era, wearing replica medieval knight armor with fake cat ears riveted to the helmet, while driving a garage-armored truck with a Roman aquila on the hood, the American Confederate flag printed on the doors, and the Jolly Roger flying off the antenna. Tura wouldn't even know what any of that crap was if her uncle hadn't explained it to her. He always said that they were the Gen Zero heroes, the people who laid the groundwork for the first generation, and that they deserved respect for having the guts to show up and fight a superhuman terrorist that wasn't even their problem to deal with. Tura got it really. She did. But, just because they helped fight Destro didn't mean they weren't a bunch of weirdos. And not the trendy kind of weirdo either. The, hello police, I'd like to report a suspicious person in my neighborhood, kind of weirdo. She didn't dispute that what they did was very brave. But all the bravery in the world won't change the fact that the people who showed up looked less like heroes and more like a crowd of sports hooligans, historical reenactors, and Renaissance fairgoers got lost in the bowels of Comiket before getting blind drunk and deciding to collectively stage an insurrection. Then again, it did sort of make sense. Would normal people who have their crap together show up on a bus to pick a fight with a superhuman nutjob and his terrorist army? Maybe they were all crazy because being crazy is fundamentally part of the job. Maybe you have to be a little crazy to run directly at the danger. Maybe her gimmick could be Invisigirl, the common-sense heroine, and her strategy for fighting crime would be, I haven't lost every single marble I've ever had. Midoriya thought it was all hella cool though. He had sparkles in his eyes every time he came and looked at that stuff. He couldn't get enough of it. Maybe it's a guy thing? It's definitely a guy thing. It was evening, and Izuku was stranded in his room. He had finished all the real schoolwork he had been assigned in his current online module yesterday morning, which meant he was alone with his thoughts and the homework Gran Torino had given him. His computer was on, but it showed nothing but his desktop and a paused music playlist. He hadn't touched it since he came up from dinner. He had been staring at a blank sheet of notebook paper for what felt like days, twirling a pencil idly between his fingers. For the first time in his life, the topic of conversation was heroes and heroics, and Izuku couldn't think of a single thing to write. List all the major mistakes All Might had made in his career, the assignment had said. Explain what you would have done to be better. But how? What had All Might done wrong exactly? Sure, everybody makes mistakes, but he was the greatest hero in the world. That's not even Izuku's own opinion, it's literally a fact. Maybe the word superhero had been cheapened in the era of quirks, but the term supervillain still held impact. There were villains, and then there were supervillains. Those rare breeds of criminal whose strength, charisma, or ambitions managed to threaten the balance of the entire world. Maybe a lot of heroes today casually called themselves superheroes. But All Might really was a superhero, in the same way Destro or Toxic Chainsaw had been supervillains. He was a world-class hero, too big for any one nation or country to contain him. If Izuku had been asked to write 15 pages about All Might's quirk, this wouldn't even be a problem. There was simply so much to talk about, largely due to the fact One for All was apparently an 8th-generation quirk, and thus unstable and randomly manifesting other quirk factors. Of course, Izuku knew that now, but even assuming he couldn't talk about it, he could still talk around it with speculation. Talking about just one of the top 5 internet theories about All Might on the quirk analysis forums could easily clear the 15-page requirement for Gran Torino's personal assignment. 2 of Izuku's personal favorite theories were the telekinetic theory and the projection theory. He had been involved in a very large discussion that spanned several years across multiple forums, and over time the group of people he spoke with had collectively formed the guess that All Might's quirk was actually very similar to Captain Celebrity's. Which is to say, the man didn't have super strength at all, but an extraordinarily powerful telekinetic quirk. Izuku's leading defense of that theory was that it was probably not a straightforward and simple telekinesis. Power, but had operational limitations or perhaps even only circumstantial ways it could be used, which is why All Might always dodged questions about his quirk in interviews. He was protecting information about his quirk because if someone knew exactly how his telekinesis worked, they could probably figure out ways to circumvent it. This theory, which he contributed to creating, was one of the most popular ideas about All Might's quirk in the semi-formal quirk science circles he walked in. He was even known as a co-creator of it and credited for the theory, which is something he was embarrassingly proud of. The projection theory, however, was much more fringe, but Izuku liked it because of how clever he felt it was. The projection theory was in some ways much simpler than the idea of operationally restrictive super telekinesis. It was also interesting because instead of just explaining the man's quirk, the projection theory also attempted to explain the man himself. The theory goes that All Might is not actually a person at all, but is literally someone's quirk. Someone with some sort of imagination or mental projection quirk was creating the image of an ideal superhero and manifesting it, and the resulting manifestation was, in fact, All Might. This theory not only addressed the oddities of the man's powers by claiming he was functionally just wish fulfillment in superhero form, but further argued that this was the real reason the man seemed to have no social life whatsoever, to the extent that he's basically never been seen off the clock. The reason All Might seems to disappear the instant he's no longer needed in an official capacity is because that is literally what was happening. The actual All Might is some random person in the background, creating and directing the All Might we see, and when he's no longer needed, they simply dismiss him and walk away. While the projection theory had many naysayers, the person who was primarily behind the theory, An old forum troll named Big Madoc Gang that Izuku had slowly become friends with over the years was exhaustive in their defense of it. Madoc had provided photographic proof that the pro-hero registered as All Might possessed an underground hero's license, which is a minor detail that almost nobody knows but which Madoc insisted was extremely important, because it meant that the real person behind All Might had something serious to hide. Owning an underground license functionally sealed your records and made the mechanics of your quirk classified information protected by the government. Detractors of Madoc's theory argued that this proved nothing besides the fact that All Might didn't want the details of his quirk known, and pointed out that simply being a world-famous pro and household name is motivation enough to want to hide your private details like that. Madoc, however, always countered by pointing to the complete and total absence of All Might ever being seen anywhere off the clock. Any real fan of All Might knows about the utter void that is the man's social presence, and it's one of the stranger and more enduring mysteries about him, especially in an era where every minor sidekick has an official social media account. All Might has literally never been caught out of costume ever. Not in a restaurant or a club, or driving around town. He's never been seen out somewhere just buying groceries. Not even once. No paparazzi or random fan has ever caught him somewhere just being a normal person. The man only seems to exist during his active patrol hours or when working on official hero business, and vanishes the moment he's off the clock. No other theory about him really addressed that part of the total mystery that was All Might. Only Madoc's. That facet of the theory was also one of the reasons Izuku helped defend Madoc's ideas whenever they were challenged, even though he pioneered and helped create the restrictive telekinetic theory. And just between those two theories alone, Izuku could ramble for hours and hours about All Might. The fact that Madoc and the rest of his acquaintances were wrong didn't make all the speculation any less fascinating. Though Izuku would have to be careful from now on to not let slip any part of the truth. In fact, now that he thought about it, Madoc's core question didn't really have an answer, did it? Obviously All Might can deflate, but that only started after the injury, right? It explained the secrecy for the last 6 years, but how was All Might dodging everybody before then? Questions for later. Between himself and his various internet friends, rivals, frenemies, and troll acquaintances, Izuku was pretty sure he could fill several books on speculation about the quirk and the man behind it. But the man's mistakes? All Might had probably made mistakes in his career, sure. And Izuku was confident he could probably look a few up if he tried. Some of his earlier interviews when he was just starting out, maybe some mistakes or gaffes during charity events or broadcasted formal functions. There were people who hated on heroes just as much as there were people who loved them. He was sure somebody on the internet had a comprehensive list he could make use of. But could he really stretch them into a whole 15-page paper? Let alone 2? And what was the purpose of the assignment? Gran Torino had yet to give him an assignment that didn't have some purpose or motive behind it. The man clearly didn't believe in busywork. Why would he care about an essay or thesis about All Might stuttering in an interview 20 years ago, or stumbling at some charity dance for children with cancer? What was the point? What would something like that teach him? Izuku shook his head, shoving the blank paper away from him before standing up from his chair and stretching. The essay part of this assignment was a wash. As far as inspiration went, he had nothing. He knew what he could probably do to pass, just look up some hater list and pad it out into 30 pages worth of mistakes and fixes. It didn't sit right with him. He was sure he must be missing something, but he couldn't think of what that might be for the life of him. Maybe if he ignored the writing part and picked a name for himself first, he could come back to this and have some sort of breakthrough or new perspective. Yeah. And yet after pacing a line into his carpet and racking his brain, he couldn't come up with a name either. So much for circling back around. Part of him knew he was being silly. Some heroes had pretty goofy or uncreative names, and people still took them seriously because it was their accomplishments that mattered. It was what they did with the name. There were even heroes with deliberately weird or funky names as part of their aesthetic. This shouldn't bother him. It shouldn't bother him. It doesn't. Hey, it bothers him. It bothers him a lot. One for All is a ridiculous legacy quirk. It has the weight of all superhuman history resting on it. When all those dead people on the memorial walls were fighting in the streets, it was power like One for All they were praying for. With all the combined strength of the past wielders of it, it may very well be the single strongest quirk in the world now. And even beyond that, it's going to be the world's first singularity quirk when he gets it. What's he going to do? Call it super strength? Or superpower? He'd die of embarrassment if he had to write that down on the paperwork. He couldn't just pick some generic name. For him or for the quirk itself, it would be an insult. Maybe All Might wouldn't judge him, and maybe Gran Torino wouldn't judge him either. But he would judge himself. He couldn't live with a crappy name, he just couldn't. This was too important. Izuku sighed. He wished he had someone he trusted that he could ask about hero names. Izuku blinked as he stopped pacing. He did have someone like that, didn't he? He had trusted All Might enough to ask him a question on the beach. He had even trusted him enough to talk about the bullying when they were eating ice cream. Maybe it was okay to trust him enough to ask about this? Izuku hesitated for a second longer before picking up his phone. He didn't just want to call his idol and the most famous hero in the world stone cold, so he sent him a text first, asking if the man was free to speak over the phone. Izuku pushed send, and then felt his nerves leave him. He tossed the phone over onto his bed and turned away from it. He sat down back to his desk, his shoulders shaking. All Might was definitely going to ignore that text. Of course he would. It was all fine, everything was just fine. All Might would ignore his text because it was a stupid question, and this was a stupid problem, and Izuku was stupid and he knew that. He would deal with the issue on his own, he still had a few days to figure this out. Worst case scenario, he'd pick some generic hero name like Indomitable Man or something, and he'd go on the internet and find some All Might hate list. It would be easy, one and done. He could have this whole assignment wrapped up in. A bright, electronic jingle knocked him out of his mumbling thought spiral. He blinked rapidly, before realizing the noise was coming from behind him on his bed. He turned around. His cell phone was lit up. It was ringing. Izuku felt the bottom of his stomach drop out. All Might was calling him. He couldn't see the details on his phone from where he had tossed it, but he knew it couldn't be anybody else without even looking. He didn't have any real friends, he hadn't had any for years. Not since the bullying started. The last time Kacchan had called him was when Aunt Mitsuki forced the issue a few years ago on Izuku's birthday. This was actually happening, wasn't it? He was really going to talk to All Might over the phone about homework. Izuku picked up the phone with a shaking hand, and driven less by social grace and more by the unbridled terror that would be sending All Might to voicemail, he answered. I'm sorry, Izuku said, rushing his words out. I was having trouble with the assignment Mr. Sorahiko gave, so I wanted to know if it was okay if I talked about it with you? Toshinori laughed. It was a much gentler sound than when he was booming his voice as All Might. Don't worry about it, young Midoriya. He was my teacher once too, so that makes us comrades. I know how intense he can be, especially when he's trying to show you something that he wants you to understand. There's an important lesson he wants you to learn underneath all of this. That's why he assigned those three things together. Izuku had figured as much. There was never any such thing as just an assignment with Gran Torino. There was always some purpose, some angle the man was trying to play. There was no reason this would be any different. Also, Gran wouldn't care if you just called him Torino, I promise, young Midoriya. He'd likely even prefer being Gran over Mr. Sorahiko. I could never, Izuku said, feeling mildly scandalized. I feel like he'd make me run laps all day or something. His mentor chuckled good-naturedly over the phone. I've known Gran for long enough to know that he doesn't stand on any sort of ceremony. You can call him whatever you like. In fact, please call me Toshinori. I hope you won't mind if I call you Izuku. You're my successor after all. Toshinori switched to a slightly louder tone of voice, clearly imitating himself when he was in his heroic persona. For good or ill, you're stuck with us now, young man. I guess, Izuku said, still feeling like it was way too much to be on a first-name basis with the #1 hero in the world. I would appreciate it, young Izuku, Toshinori said, using the teen's own first name. We share so many secrets, it feels strange to be so formal. You can call me whatever you wish, but I hope in the future you'll be comfortable with being more casual. Now, what's this about the assignment? I was just struggling with the whole coming up with a name thing, is all, Izuku admitted. I know the hero is more important than the name, but this is important to me. I was hoping you would have some advice. Toshinori chuckled softly before cleared his throat. If I may, young Midoriya, when I was in school our heroics teacher recommended that if we were stuck on hero names, that we start with colors or metals. Sometimes gemstones. Gold Force. Red Rider. Sapphire Star. Things like that. And then branch out from there. Before I went with All Might, I was seriously considering both Crimson Valor and Captain Gold for names. It was a sign of how distressed Izuku was over talking to All Might over the phone and not understanding the assignment that he did not immediately leap at the chance to ask questions about such incredibly obscure fan knowledge as the pro-hero names that All Might had considered but didn't go with. What about All Might and Gran Torino? Izuku asked, fishing for something he could use for himself. Is there a story behind those names? Well, neither of them really means much, Toshinori replied. I picked mine after helping with disaster relief during the internships at UA. There was a big flood up north in Hokkaido, and I was working with a church group to help clear out a landslide that had swept away some roads and crashed into a small town. It was the first time I had heard the word Almighty in English, and I liked it enough that I repurposed it into my official hero name for my debut. Yet again, it was a sign of how distressed and anxious Izuku was that he did not have a small meltdown at learning this sort of fan trivia about All Might directly from the source. And what about Gran Torino? He asked. That, Toshinori said, chuckling slightly. Well, the funny thing is, Gran didn't originally want to be a hero at all. He went after a license just so he could use his quirk freely. When he passed his licensing exam, he was literally signing the paperwork before realizing that he didn't have a hero name picked out. He had forgotten that he needed one. So he made one up on the spot while Nana was laughing at him. Gran just means great in Spanish. It would be like if you named yourself Ultra Izuku or something. When I heard the story from Nana, I asked him why he went with that, and he told me it reminded him of his family's history. Izuku frowned slightly. You said it doesn't mean much, but it must mean something if it reminds him of his family. Isn't he from Texas? He is, Torino confirmed. Are you familiar with the history of the North American continent during the dawn of quirks? Izuku frowned before reaching over to the shelves next to his desk and pulling a notebook off of it. He flipped through it rapidly, searching for something. No, the teen said after a moment's pause. I've looked into it before but I didn't find much. It's the same with Japan, all anybody really talks about is Destro. It's the same everywhere, Toshinori elaborated. You wouldn't find much information on what happened during the dawn of quirks because most governments don't really want people thinking about it. They lost control of their own nations, to varying degrees, for almost a century. It's a massive embarrassment and one that they don't advertise if they can help it. Izuku frowned, tapping the eraser of his pencil against his open notebook. I guess that makes sense. I feel like honesty would be a better policy, though. It's not like it's their fault that quirks appeared and turned everything upside down. The teen smirked slightly, his emotions more honest in the privacy of his own room. I've read that conspiracy theory before, it's just about the only one I'm sure isn't true. Toshinori laughed. I've seen that theory as well, and I agree. I doubt quirks are some government experiment gone wrong. And I would also agree that honesty would probably be better, but governments are run by people and people aren't always rational. So what does this have to do with Gran Torino's family? Izuku asked. Right. Toshinori said, clearing his throat. During the dawn of quirks, some countries managed to get along fairly well. America was one of them. But some nations collapsed entirely or simply ceased to exist. Many countries in South America disappeared, being swallowed by riots and anarchy. Naturally, organized crime groups that already existed took advantage of the situation. Things came to a head in the region when a drug lord managed to unite most of the South American cartels under a single banner and overthrew what remained of the Mexican government by force. Most people were busy just trying to survive at the time, so not many cared outside of Mexico. But it got worse a few years later, when the next generation of children was born and quirks became stronger and more common. What happened? Izuku asked, even as he flipped to some clean pages in his notebook on quirk history and began rapidly writing. The drug lord and his top men realized that there were more valuable things to trade in than drags and guns. Toshinori replied evenly. Given the information I know you've researched, I assume you know all about quirk trafficking? Izuku's pencil stilled. He took a long, deep breath, held it, and then slowly let it out. His left hand was gripping his notebook so tightly in his lap that his knuckles were turning white. They started taking kids, didn't they? Izuku asked, in that absolutely certain way that made it not a question at all. They started taking kids, Toshinori confirmed. Kidnapping children, teens, and even some adults with useful or interesting quirks, and then selling them to the highest bidder. It started small and local at first, but they slowly spread their operation, using their army of enforcers and mercenaries to raid towns and cities looking for merchandise dashed. Izuku could hear his mentor cough over the phone, a rustling as the man turned his head to the side and wiped his mouth. I apologize, young Izuku, the older pro said over the phone. Please excuse me. It's fine really, the teen said, his pencil scratching and breakneck speed across his notebook. He was listing out things he wanted to look into now, new avenues of research to see if he could find more information like this on his own. Please continue, I'd like to know more. This is all new information to me. I'm rambling, the older man said apologetically. I'll get to the point. Like all criminals, they got greedy. They went too far. The whole situation came to a boil when they crossed into what was then the independent Republic of Texas and raided the ranch of a wealthy Texan family. They were well liked by everyone around them because they kept the ranch operational through all the troubles that were happening, selling beef and milk cheaply to their neighbors and giving jobs to locals who needed work. But they had a son, a little boy with a pyrokinesis quirk. It was nothing special by today's standards, but it was a spectacular quirk for its time. There was the muffled sound of someone standing up on the other end of the line, and the rushing noise of a sink being briefly turned on. Izuku guessed All Might had probably put him on speaker and was washing his hands. Spectacular enough to catch the attention of the wrong kinds of people? The teen asked, already knowing the answer. Spectacular enough that they put together a small army of mercenaries and thugs and traveled over 900 miles up from Mexico City to Austin, Texas, Toshinori responded. Weaponizable quirks with a good balance of control and power were rare back then. The boy was worth a mountain of gold, and the traffickers wanted to auction him off. They already had buyers lined up, or so I've been told. The best laid plans don't survive contact with the enemy, Izuku said, his eyes narrowing, and this doesn't sound like that great of a plan to begin with. I seem to recall both quite a few people having a bad time after marching across a continent to try and invade Russia. The Russians didn't enjoy being visited by Napoleon or Hitler either, but they both lost in the end. Armies don't really do well when sent out for long distances. I'm guessing it went wrong. The traffickers were used to terrorizing people in their own backyard, Toshinori replied. People who were too afraid to fight back and barely had anything worth stealing. Their greed made them arrogant. The Red Rock Ranch wasn't expecting to be attacked by slavers, but no ranch or farm survived through the dawn of quirks without taking precautions against cattle rustlers and thieves. There was a soft squeak as the sink was turned off, the rushing sound of water disappearing. The ranch had firearms, explosives, and even an armored vehicle. The family fought back, as did the ranch hands and even some of their neighbors. The raid turned into a siege, and then the siege turned into a massacre. In the end, the slavers had to fall back after taking massive casualties, but the whole family was wiped out. The boy burned himself to death. From what I understand, he lost control of his quirk after watching his family die. He turned the whole property into a sea of flames. Izuku slowly closed his eyes, the old familiar sting of tears beginning to prick their corners. This shouldn't bother him as much as it did, it was ancient history, but quirk traffickers were still a problem even today. There were still people out there willing to kidnap children for powerful or useful quirks. Children with healing quirks or unique metaquirks were always at risk. It was significantly less of a problem in first-world countries, but the odds being low isn't the same as the odds being zero. Izuku had worried himself to death when Kaken's quirk first came in. It was a beautiful, powerful, flashy quirk, on the bleeding edge of what was possible in the modern generation of superhumans. It was absolutely perfect for heroics. Which was exactly the problem. It was a perfect quirk. A dangerously perfect quirk. What had happened to this boy could have easily happened to Kaken. Izuku used to have nightmares about it. In the end, nothing had come of his worrying and fretting. But he could never forget that frozen knife of fear in his heart, no matter how irrational or self-inflicted it may have been. Fear for his childhood friend, turned bully, turned something else. Some complicated love-hate just-give-up relationship he didn't have words for. He still worried about what might still end up happening to Kaken. Even to this day he worried. Sometimes the nightmares came back, the icy dagger of fear mixed with a sickening, ill feeling of self-loathing at his own powerlessness, at his own inability to stop anything like that from happening. The helpless feeling of hearing fate rattle the dice and knowing you don't have the power to object to the outcome. Maybe he was just a worrier by nature. It seemed to run in the family. The Red Rock Massacre was the beginning of the end for the cartel empire. Toshinori continued, the soft clicking of his footsteps on the hardwood floor audible over the phone as he walked away from the sink. That family was well liked. They were also a vital part of the Austin community. Their ranch kept people fed and clothed, gave people jobs. And overnight it became a wasteland of smoldering corpses. Some of the raiders got caught trying to flee, and the locals made them talk. They found out what they had come for and who they worked for. Word got around on homestead networks and broadband radio. A posse was formed up. People were mad and they were scared, worried if it would be their kids or grandkids next. People even came from out of state, which was no mean feat during the dawn. A soft rustling came through the phone as the pros sat back down. An army of truckers, cowboys, militas, angry citizens, retired military, and freedom fighters went down south and repaid Red Rock by blockading Mexico City. A siege for a siege. It was far from a bloodless victory. Holding the blockade cost lives, but eventually the cartel broke. They butchered the traffickers, burned the drags, freed every captive they found, and tarred and feathered the drug lord before hanging him from the flagpole outside of Mexico City Hall. Wait, where was the government in all of this? Izuku asked, confused. If you mean the American government, they barely had any power at that point. They had a famine on their hands and were trying to deal with the total breakdown of law and order that was happening in some of the larger cities. If you meant the Mexican government, that would be the cartel that just lost a fight with an angry mob. Toshinori sighed, and the sound was audible through the phone. Anyway, one of the ranch hands who survived the Red Rock Massacre was Gran's ancestor. His family joined up with the Texas Rangers and went south to avenge Red Rock. And when the call for help to defeat Destro went out, some of Gran's family felt strongly enough about the ideals of fighting terrorists that they sold most of their possessions and came to Japan to help. He still has distant family back in Texas, but he was born and raised here as a naturalized Japanese citizen. His family took a new surname and everything. Sorahiko, because their family has always had air-related quirks. Izuku tapped his pencil against his book pensively. So his name is a reference to his family's past, then? Correct, Toshinori said, coughing slightly. His full hero name is Gran Torino, the Lone Star Hero. Though I hear some people called him the Jet Hero back in his heyday, because of his quirk. Gran is a reminder of his family's history at Red Rock, and Texas is sometimes called the Lone Star State. It's actually a pretty terrible hero name, honestly. It would be like if you called yourself Ultra Izuku, the Muzutafu hero. But Gran made it work. As you yourself said, it's the hero that makes the image, not the image that makes the hero. So wait, how did you learn all of this? Izuku asked, confused. If this isn't something that's talked about or advertised, how do you know it? Some of it is from Gran, Toshinori admitted. A lot. More of it I learned just by talking to people in America when I was on tour there. People still remember the local stories and what their ancestors were up to, even if those things don't make it into schoolbooks or television documentaries. The truth is still out there, in local stories and tall tales. Toshinori's voice shifted slightly in tone, becoming less regretful and more direct. But then, you're already familiar with the concept, aren't you? I saw you looking at the memorials on the walls of the gun shop. I'm pretty sure you figured out what they were there to honor. Izuku bit his lip. Maybe it was the stress, or the worry, or simply because he was alone in his room talking over the phone and not in person. But he didn't have any trouble or hesitation expressing his real feelings. All of this I just don't dash. It's stupid. Why weren't we taught about any of this in school? It's history. Yes, it's history, but the problem is that it's vigilante history, young Izuku, Toshinori replied, his voice sounding heavy and old. Izuku blinked several times, dumbfounded. I'm sorry, but what? Izuku blurted out, his exasperation clear in his voice. Why would that matter? Gran said that the governments needed vigilantes. That without legitimizing vigilantes, they wouldn't have been able to end the dawn of quirks. And that's true. Vigilantes were the key to regaining legitimacy. But don't you see how that was a double-edged sword? Once they had legitimacy back, they couldn't keep allowing vigilantes to operate freely because it would undermine the government. They had to crack down on them. So they what? They used the vigilantes when they needed them and then outlawed vigilantism afterwards. That's exactly what they did, Toshinori replied. Vigilantes are accepted when they work for the government. When they're heroes. Not when they go their own way. The first generation of heroes were all legalized vigilantes. The other side of that story is that the first generation of villains were mostly the vigilantes who refused to cooperate with the government. But that's a betrayal of the entire point of heroes. Izuku exclaimed. The government couldn't help enough people on their own, so they started working with citizens who were already helping. Isn't that the whole point? For you and me, perhaps, Toshinori admitted. For the people on the ground, that would be the correct logic. But the government wanted legitimacy out of the deal. They wanted stability. They were desperate for it. Up until the Rhode Island experiment with legalized vigilantes, nobody had any idea how to bring society back under the control of law and order. Anything that was a threat to their newly discovered path to peace couldn't be tolerated. So what? Izuku said, his anger cooling off into something bitter and hard. You're saying that there's no state memorial for the people who helped fight Destro because they were all vigilantes? Because the Japanese government doesn't want people to remember the good that they did. Simply put, yes. By modern-day definitions, those people were either vigilantes or villains. That's why they're honored in a gun store and not in some marble and glass building in a park somewhere. That's disgusting, Izuku said, his voice flat and uncharacteristically severe. It belongs in a museum. All those plaques and medals and ribbons. They shouldn't have to be hidden away somewhere in some improvised memorial. Those people gave their lives to save Japan. It's the very least that they deserve. I agree with you completely, Toshinori replied evenly. Anyone willing to lay their life down to save the innocent is a hero and deserves to be remembered. But the government won't budge. I've stepped on a lot of toes just by creating quirkless charities. I'm pretty sure the only reason I'm allowed to get away with it is because I'm so popular that it would look bad if they started shutting down charities made by All Might to help children with disabilities, which is what I had to classify it as to get them approved. I've brought up the idea for more proper memorials for past heroes before, but it never goes anywhere. They never seem to find the budget for it. Heroes today are the heroes that matter, is what I always get back from them. Yesterday's heroes are old news. It's bureaucracy and politics, nothing more. Izuku was aware of those charities. It was one of the reasons he was such a rabid All Might fan. He was also one of the few pro-heroes in the top 100 rankings who had a gold star in the various quirkless support networks Izuku had found online. Legally, discrimination over quirk status was against the law. In practice, if a train derailed due to a villain attack, the wealthy and people who had good quirks would go to the front of the line at the emergency room. It wasn't a conspiracy per se, but the soft bias of society itself. Someone had to be first in line, and somebody had to be last. That was just how lines worked. And if you took a group of people and made a line out of them in Japan, you'd see a pretty solid trend of who ended up where each time. Powerful, flashy, and useful quirks were given priority. Complex mutants, people with unfortunate secondary mutations, and the quirkless tended to end up at the back of the metaphorical line every time. While normal people with weaker or less useful quirks ended up somewhere in the middle. That's just how it was. Few were willing to admit it out loud, due to how distasteful it was to say, but people with powerful and flashy quirks were seen as more important, more useful, more valuable. Gold stars were given to people, businesses, or groups that had confirmed positive interaction with the quirkless during emergencies, disasters, or villain attacks. It was given to people who actually played by the rules when the chips were down instead of just giving them lip service. Who didn't discriminate, even indirectly. You couldn't just talk a good game in an interview or something and get a gold star. You had to actually give help when people needed it, when it mattered the most. There were less than a dozen gold stars in Japan's top 100 heroes, and All Might was the biggest name on the list by far. Izuku's obsession with other heroes came and went, but All Might was one of the only top pros who ever spoke out for the quirkless publicly. Knowing that the man was quirkless himself made that trend make much more sense. Most people who lived in the limelight seemed to forget the quirkless even existed. But who did remember often treated them with pity, or like they were made of glass. Open contempt was rare, but it was still there. All Might was one of the few who seemed to treat people without quirks as just people. It had gone a long way towards keeping Izuku's bedroom full of All Might merch. It was also the driving reason that compelled Izuku to grab onto the man's leg just for the chance to ask him if a quirkless person could ever become a hero. There was a sound of cushions shifting. Izuku guessed his idol must be sitting on a couch. Besides, from the government's perspective, they already rewarded the people who helped with Destro. Nobody was arrested for it, and many of them were allowed to stay in Japan and resettle there as naturalized citizens. It's one of the reasons we're so diverse today. Secondary recessive mutations don't account for all of the different skin, hair, and eye colors, just some of them. Not being arrested seems like the very least they could do, seeing how they were the ones who asked for help in the first place, Izuku said, more to himself than to Toshinori. That's the government for you. The only thing I can really say in their defense is that they need to have a monopoly on legitimacy or else they would cease to exist. They literally cannot let it slide. It would be suicide to do nothing. But just because I can say that in their defense doesn't mean I want to. There were better ways to solve most of these problems, but historically, we don't have a great track record of that. There was a moment of silence. I'm sorry, Toshinori apologized, and he sounded genuinely regretful. This is a conversation we needed to have at some point. Gran is really big on ethics and why heroes do the things that we do. He doesn't like it when his students can't explain why we go out and fight crime to try and keep order and civility. But I kind of just sprung this on you. You were asking about hero names, and I just dash. No. Izuku said hurriedly. You don't have to apologize for anything. I asked, I'm the one who wanted to know, and it's fascinating, honestly. I appreciate your kindness, young Izuku. But I know for a fact that Torino wanted to be a part of this particular conversation, so I'll leave it here. The short answer is no, neither his hero name nor mine really mean anything important. I stole an English word I thought sounded cool. Gran made his up on the spot because he forgot he needed one until they pushed the paperwork for his license into his hands. Nana made fun of him for years because of that. There was another soft cough that came through the phone, muffled like a hand or a handkerchief was blocking it. What about childhood nicknames? Toshinori asked. Something with meaning to you personally? I know sometimes those sorts of things can be embarrassing, but it could be a starting point to figuring out a name you're comfortable with. Izuku certainly did have a childhood nickname that had followed him around for years, but he wasn't sure he could stomach being pro-hero Deku. Maybe there was some merit to trying to turn the old insult into something positive, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to even bother trying. Kaken would be absolutely furious if he went through with that, though. It might almost be worth doing it just to see the conflict of emotions on his old childhood friend. If he made it his hero name, it couldn't be an insult anymore. Anyone who called him Deku then would just be acknowledging him as a hero. But was it really worth it, to put so much emphasis on something he genuinely shouldn't care about anymore? It's not like they were friends or anything. They hadn't been friends in a long, long time. Some part of Izuku had accepted that, though he wasn't quite sure when. He couldn't remember the last time Kaken had fought against other bullies, or had spoken out in his defense. It had happened once, but that was years and years ago. Things had changed. They had both changed. If Izuku wanted to seize his dreams and become a great hero, he couldn't let something like old grudges or bullies define his future and hold him back. Let's go ahead and mark down Deku as a last resort, he thought to himself. A very, very last resort. And you can always change it later, Toshinori continued, or just have it be the name you use for quirk analysis, like an alias. I know how much of a fanboy you are, so I'm sure you're aware that most sidekicks change their names when they go pro. That's true, Izuku said thoughtfully as he idly spun his pencil between his fingers. Only the most famous and successful sidekicks keep their names when they start their own agencies. Usually their marketing teams have them rename and rebrand to show that they're now their own independent hero. Exactly, Toshinori said enthusiastically. And even some pros will do that, especially if they start a new agency with a new team. Sir Night Eye originally operated as Pro Hero Sparrow until he teamed up with me, and then he kept the new name after we separated and founded the Night Eye Agency. That was also true. Sparrow merch was almost impossible to find, because Sir Night Eye wasn't really very popular or famous until he became Sir Night Eye. Not much had been made, which meant what little was out there was now extremely collectible. Just last month, a mint-condition Sparrow watch had been sold at an auction in Tokyo for almost 2 million nuyen. Izuku was far from the only rabid hero fanboy out there, and some of them were wealthy enough to throw fortunes around to build their collections. I understand you want a name that's cool and has the appropriate gravitas, but I think choosing something you're comfortable with is more important. Not to put too fine a point on it, but we pay other people to obsess over things like our names and brands. That's what our support departments are for. Izuku sighed. As much as he had been hoping for some sort of lightning bolt from the sky answer to his problem, he knew that All Might was fundamentally correct. The best heroes literally did pay other people to worry about those things for them. It's what modern marketing and PR departments specialized in. I know this probably isn't the answer you were looking for, and I'm sorry about that, Toshinori confessed, sounding genuinely apologetic. But the best advice I can give you is that there's something particular that Gran wants you to learn from this assignment, and picking a name is related to it. I'm sorry if I've disappointed you. I'm not mad. Or disappointed, Izuku hurriedly said, sputtering. And I really appreciate you talking to me. I know you must be extremely busy. Soft laughter came through the other end of the phone. Not as busy as you might think, young Izuku. Since the injury started limiting my time, I've gotten pretty good at convincing people to take my do not disturb signs seriously. The man coughed slightly before continuing. But if you can't figure the assignment out, don't worry too much about it. It's not the end of the world. You won't disappoint Gran, I promise. He's just testing you to see what things he should teach you and what things you already know or can figure out for yourself. You're still learning after all. Maybe that was true. Izuku wasn't entirely convinced, even if it was All Might who was saying it. Maybe Gran Torino wouldn't be disappointed. But he did know that he felt disappointed in himself. The two exchanged some final pleasantries before hanging up. Izuku stared at the black, reflective face of his sleeping phone. He wasn't going to solve anything like this. Especially not if he wanted to actually finish the assignment on time. He only had a few days left before the deadline. He needed some fresh air. Izuku stepped out of his room, intending to go for a walk to clear his head, but he bumped into his mother standing just outside. Hi, sweetie. I know you're working hard, so I peeled and sliced an apple for you, she said, handing him a small plastic bag full of apple slices. Thanks, Mom, Izuku murmured. I've been having some issues. Well, honey, I want you to know that you'll always be my precious little emerald no matter what. I'm proud of you for trying your hardest. She leaned forwards and hugged him. Izuku gave her a wobbly smile and hugged her back. The smell of her hair and the soap she used to wash their clothes was nostalgic. What about childhood nicknames? Something with meaning to you personally? Izuku stiffened slightly in his mother's soft embrace. My little emerald. Both of his parents had used that nickname for as long as he could remember. They always embarrassed him by calling him that when he was younger, telling him that his eyes were like two big emeralds. Calling himself Emerald was certainly an option, thought it felt a little girly in his opinion. Like some sort of magic girl hero. When I was in school, our heroics teacher recommended that if we were stuck on hero names, that we start with colors or metals. Sometimes gemstones. Gold Force. Red Rider. Sapphire Star. Things like that. Colors. His mother's hair was green. His hair was green. Both of their eyes were green. It's where my little emerald came from. Their family name, Midoriya, literally meant Green Valley. Izuku hugged his mother tighter and gave a rushed, "Thank you," before throwing on his shoes and practically sprinting out the door, muttering to himself as he went. Inko sighed and smiled sadly as she watched him go. Sometimes she really didn't understand her son at all. It was like he was living half of his life in a totally different world that she could never reach or see. But she still loved him. Wherever he was in that world she couldn't see, she hoped he was happy. That was all she had ever wanted. He was her favorite thing in the whole world and always would be. She hoped she would be able to visit him there, one day. Izuku's feet took him to a wooded area several blocks away from their apartment. It was about a dozen different lots of land in total that nobody had bothered to clear or build anything on. There was a small gully, a few hills, and a creek running through the center of it. Izuku used to play here with the other kids in the neighborhood years ago. Back when they were younger, this little place seemed like a huge forest to them. It felt so small these days, with bits of trash and other pieces of the city intruding into it. He used to come here often, before the diagnosis. After that, he learned quickly that it was safer to avoid quiet, out-of-the-way locations where the adults couldn't see. He slowly walked to a place near the approximate center of the wooded lot. Some trees had been toppled over or had chunks of bark scored out of them. Some of it had been kachin. Some of it had been others. Most of the damage was very old. Legally, you weren't supposed to use your quirk for anything without a hero license. But it was always a law that was limited in how it could be enforced. Adults could do whatever they wanted in the privacy of their own homes. People with useful powers that could help in a hospital or with the police had legal routes to pursue their quirks and could gain not just permission to use them, but fame and fortune for doing so. And obviously, there were the heroes. As far as society was concerned, kids testing out their powers and flexing a bit on private property or in secluded areas was normal. It was expected. Just kids being kids. The phantom, acrid smell of burnt caramel wafted across his senses, a charred notebook being tossed cruelly out the window to a chorus of mocking laughter that wasn't quite loud enough to drown out the ringing in his ears from the explosions. Just kids being kids. It was expected. It was normal. Nothing to see here. Here, near the center, there was a lot more trash than he remembered. This used to be a clean place, years ago. So clean that you could almost have thought you really were deep in the woods somewhere. When had it gotten this dirty? There were plastic cups, laminated paper plates smeared with mud, and several rusty metal cans scattered across the clearing. A bunch of plants had been dumped off to the side, a plastic carry crate full of wilting flowers and herbs. They looked like they'd fallen off the back of a truck somewhere, or come from some discount counter at a nursery that wanted to sell them before they died. Some part of Izuku felt offended. This had never been a real wilderness, but who just comes to a place like this and dumps crap everywhere? Drag users? Some other group of teenagers from another school, messing around in a place adults couldn't see? He hadn't been cleaning the beach for very long, but some small part of him took personal offense to the mess. Was it really so hard to bring a plastic bag for your trash? Who just throws stuff on the ground when they're through with it? Izuku sat down on an old stump in the middle of the trash-strewn clearing. The sun was starting to set, painting the clouds in vibrant smears of orange and purple fire. This place wasn't what it used to be. So many things had changed. Young man, you can become a hero. And yet, somehow, you want to be a hero so bad? I've got a time-saving idea for you. Go take a swan dive off the roof and wish for a quirk in your next life. Was anything really different for him now? This was change, yes, but was it new? Wasn't this still the same him, with the same useless resolve and the same fundamental problems? He could pretend that his resolve or his courage made a difference. He had even been praised for those things. Can you become a hero like me? Sorry, kid. Not without a quirk. Wasn't a useless kid with All Might's quirk still just a useless kid in the end? Change wasn't new, not for Izuku. So many things had changed when he had come home from the doctor's office with the slip of paper declaring him quirkless. Literally overnight, things changed for both him and his mother. A superhuman society didn't care about people who lacked powers. It wasn't fair and never had been, but Izuku couldn't pretend it didn't make sense. He got it. Really, he did. If you didn't have powers, what could you do? If you didn't have a quirk, were you even a real, full person? Deku, that's your name. Like the wooden doll. USCLSS. Or were you just a doll, some small and precious thing that people put on a high shelf and leave there for fear of breaking or tearing it? Something fragile. Something delicate. Not something to be taken outside and subjected to the dirt and damage of the world. Something you keep locked away for its own safety. Deku. Not something that would ever do anything. Not something that would ever be useful. Something you look at, leave on a shelf, and slowly but surely forget about. Deku. Izuku looked down at his plastic bag of sliced apples, hot tears streaming down his face. He couldn't do this. He couldn't. Gran Torino was a real hero, and he wanted something from Izuku that he didn't understand and couldn't give. Some sort of deep and clever answer that only a real hero could come up with. He wasn't that. He wasn't whatever they thought he was. He was just Izuku. Just Deku. The top part of the baggie crumpled in Izuku's fist. How could he ever tell Gran Torino how he would have done better than All Might, if he didn't even know what his own stupid name should be as a hero? What do you even call a hero that can't do anything? What's a good name for a hero that wins on stolen and borrowed power? Look out, world, it's Captain Deadweight, here to save the day. Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's Magnificent Parasite, the copycat hero. Izuku opened his plastic bag and slowly began eating his apple slices. He wanted to win under his own power. He always had. It was the only thing he really had in common with Kachin. It was the one thing that had kept the two of them together for as long as they had been. Before everything. And even now, after everything, warped and twisted as it had become, they still shared that one tenuous connection. That one unbroken thread of mutual understanding, where they both still existed on the same wavelength because they had the same fundamental ideals and desires. The desire to win. To be number one. To do it with your own strength, because you had something to prove. It was the last little bit of pride that Izuku was allowed to keep. That last sliver of ego he refused to abandon. They were going to be the best heroes in the world. Better than All Might. The strongest, the fastest, the smartest. They had something to prove, and they were going to prove it together. The top of the world would belong to them. They would hold the sun in the palms of their hands. They would save everybody, protect everybody, defeat all the villains and save not just the day, but the world. Together. That was the dream. It was also the root of all their problems, the core of their disagreement. Kakin believed he was hopeless without a quirk, that he could never stand in the sun without one. Izuku still clung to hope. He refused to shut up and go sit quietly on his shelf and be forgotten about like some doll. Izuku refused to let the dream die. More than anything, Izuku wanted to believe in that dream. But was any of it real if Izuku had to borrow power to make it happen? Wouldn't that still mean he was useless after all, in the end? What did Izuku have to offer that was actually his own, besides the blind suicidal stupidity that was running out into a burning street to jump on a villain? The story of every great hero begins the exact same way, young man. My legs moved on their own. Izuku could hear All Might's words almost like the man was standing beside him, trying to help him. But legs moving on their own weren't enough. All Might himself had admitted it. Sorry, kid. Not without a quirk. He was going to get a quirk. He was going to get a singularity quirk. But it wasn't his. And wasn't that really the problem? If Izuku knew exactly what One for All would become when he inherited it, he could probably come up with a dozen different names for it. But would any of them have any meaning when it was just rebranding the same quirk All Might and half a dozen other people had already wielded? He'd be giving a pretty name to pretty wrapping paper. You could wrap up useless in a dozen different pretty ways, But it was still useless underneath it all, wasn't it? If he knew what One for All would be, he could name it and himself easily. But those names wouldn't mean anything. Those names wouldn't change him. He was the problem here. He had always been the problem. Gran Torino may have invented his own name on the spot, he may have forgotten about it until the last minute, but even then, his name still meant something. The Great Torino, the Lone Star Hero. It had nothing whatsoever to do with air jets on your feet, it wasn't even a particularly heroic name, but it was a reminder of where he had come from. It was an assertion of his identity, something that made him different from everyone else. It may have been stupid and last minute, but it was still really cool. In hindsight, maybe Ultra Izuku, the Muzutafu hero, wasn't such a bad idea. Izuku sighed before pulling out his phone. He wiped the apple juice off of his fingers before unlocking it, pulling up a web browser. He still had no clue what he was going to do about the All Might assignment, but the advice All Might had shared from his own teachers was still good. Start with colors and metals and go from there. At least to get some ideas. Izuku at least knew where to start. He had no particular affinity for any kind of metal, but his hair was green, his eyes were green, his family name was green, and everybody had been calling him green for his entire life. Then they called him different things. Synonyms for green, pulled up the official definition for the color, and a bunch of adjectives and nouns. Greenish, grass, verdant, blonde, common, sward, environmentalist. Of course, this was the Oxford definition, the default result. He realized his problem immediately. Synonyms for green color pulled up an online thesaurus, which had much better results. He could filter by color adjectives. Blue-green, olive, apple, beryl, chartreuse. Chartreuse would definitely be unique, but he's pretty sure that whatever imaginary paid team was trying to help him sell a brand wouldn't be thanking him for that one. It doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, though maybe a more light-hearted hero could get away with something like that in France. Some sort of jester-themed French hero with a yellow-green masquerade aesthetic. Didn't France have a romantic tradition of trickster heroes and noble thieves? Chartreuse Chevalier has a certain ring to it. Could be interesting for the right kind of hero. But he wasn't French, didn't live in France, and would probably die if a reporter shoved a camera into his face and asked him to pronounce Chartreuse Chevalier correctly. Forest, Press, Jade, Kelly, Lime. If he had some sort of plant quirk, this would have been much easier. He would have been spoiled for choices. Jade was a pretty good hero name, but it felt excessively Chinese. Izuku wasn't interested in playing the celebrity side of the hero game like some others were, but he doubted a Chinese gimmick hero could make it very far in Japan. The two nations had never gotten along, and the advent of superhuman society hadn't changed that. Plus, he was pretty sure there were dozens of Chinese heroes calling themselves Jade something or other anyway. Was Kelly even a color? Apparently yes, it's got something to do with Ireland. Weird. He was moderately fluent in English thanks to being an All Might fan. If anything, American culture was even more dominant internationally after the dawn of quirks than it was before. There were a lot of places in the business and commercial district of Tokyo that had French and English signs as well as Japanese. But he still ran into weird stuff all the time that didn't make any sense. Then again, he didn't know much about Ireland either. And lime made him sound like a fruit drink or some sort of candy. Spearmint lime, the minty fresh hero. Trendy, he could see somebody run with it. But not really his style. Malachite, moss, pika, sage, spinach, verdigris, viridian. Izuku sighed. This wasn't working. He didn't have some sort of stone or bird quirk, though malachite and peacock would have been admittedly pretty cool names if he had, and he didn't have a water quirk either. Verdigris was weird. Chartreuse belonged to a different language. The only colors with good name potential here were Jade and Viridian, but there were a dozen heroes who used Viridian in their names in Japan, and Jade had the same problem, on top of being Chinese. Of course that's how it would be. Naturally, the few good names would be taken multiple times over. What had he been expecting? Izuku sighed, closing his phone with a click. He began munching on his apple slices again while looking at the clearing around him. There were actually a lot of flowers here. Izuku recognized most of them. Gladioluses, dahlias, yellow carnations. red and yellow chrysanthemums. Lilies of the valley. He wasn't very big into flowers, but Aunt Mitsuki was. She and Uncle Masaru used flower language all the time in their fashion lines. It was apparently a huge fad with their clients. It was seen as very old world, very European, and thus extremely fashionable. She would often take Izuku aside when he was younger and teach him flower meanings when she was babysitting him. She had tried to teach Kacchan flower language too, but Izuku didn't think it stuck. Flower language seemed very un-Kacchan-like. Izuku's childhood friend only spoke one language as far as Izuku was aware, and that was violence. Izuku had been fascinated with the concept of having an entire conversation through symbolism when he first had it explained to him. He had rambled on about using it as heroes to do cool secret things. He was all set to make an entire underground hero agency themed off of flowers. Aunt Mitsuki had ruffled his hair and laughed, telling him that flower symbolism was hardly some big secret, so she didn't think it would work out very well. Izuku liked Aunt Mitsuki. She was loud and brash and aggressive, but she was still friendly and happy. She liked him and he liked her. He wished Kacchan was more like her. That didn't make him a bad person, did it? Wishing that? Most of the flowers in the clearing were tossed aside or discarded almost carelessly. A small cluster, though, seemed to have been deliberately planted. Did somebody salvage a bunch of trash and try to make a garden out of it? If so, they either did a terrible job or they had given up halfway through. Or somebody else had come in here and wrecked the place. Given the location, all three might have happened. He had no way of knowing. Izuku sighed. Metals didn't help him. Colors were basically a bust too, which was a shame, since green would have been a pretty good motif. And you can always change it later, or just have it be the name you use for quirk analysis, like an alias. All Might was probably right. He was overthinking this. He could just pick something generic and vaguely on point, like Viridian Fist or Starflash, and let it go with that. He just needed a name. It didn't have to be a good one. He definitely hadn't put this much thought into calling himself Small Might online before, and that had worked out just fine, though the name made him blush a little these days. Izuku shifted his position slightly on the stump as he reached for another apple slice, starting to cross his legs, but as he did, he accidentally kicked the small plastic pouch of a plant lying on the ground. Izuku blinked owlishly at it. That was odd. Most of the plants that had been brought here were flowers. That was the only herb, wasn't it? It was the only thing here that was strictly edible, too, at least as far as he knew. The snooping detective inside of him, that Kacchan always called his creepy stalker, thought it a bit strange. Around him were things that fit a theme, but there was one thing here that didn't. An odd man out. If somebody wanted to start some out-of-the-way herb garden, they would have brought more herbs, wouldn't they? Sage wouldn't be the only one here. There would be rosemary, thyme, garlic, and other things like that. But if it was supposed to be a flower garden, why was the sage here? Izuku frowned at his surroundings, his worries and angst temporarily forgotten as he saw a puzzle in front of him. It could just be random coincidence, just a bunch of trash plants that had been on sale. But was it? He squinted at the flowers around him. Not every flower had a meaning in flower language, in fact most of them didn't. But every flower here did, if he recalled correctly. Every single flower present in the clearing had a meaning, even if he didn't quite recall them all. That couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Was this a message garden of some sort? Of course not, that would be ridiculous. What would a message garden be doing out here, of all places? Even as he thought that, he pulled out his phone and unlocked it, tapping away absently with his thumb to look up if Sage had some sort of meaning or symbolism behind it. This would prove that he was just overthinking things. It was getting pretty late anyway, he should be leaving soon and… Izuku blinked. Sage had a meaning. It had a lot of meanings. Salvia officinalis. A woody perennial shrub in the mint family. Its scientific name, salvia, means to be in good health, to save, or salvation, while officinalis is an old reference to a pharmacy or drugstore. It had antibacterial properties and a long history of being used in herbal medicine. It did have a meaning in flower language. Just like every other plant that was here. In flower language, The flowers of the sage plant mean immortality, domestic virtue, wisdom, and health. It was believed to be strongly medicinal in the ancient world, and even allegedly held the power to drive out evil spirits. It was a sacred ceremonial herb of the Romans, who called it the holy herb. They associated it with divinity, healing, and the gods. According to Roman folklore, sage had to be gathered with a special knife, or else it would lose its healing powers. The herb could be found all around the world, in both the East and the West, and is so strongly associated with immortality and wisdom that even the word sage, as a synonym for a wise man, is derived from the herb. Being sage-like or sagacious meant being wise in both Western and Eastern culture. Celtic mythology associated it with intelligence and immortality, and claimed that when things were going bad in life, sage would wither, but as long as it did not die, there was hope. There was even an Old English saying from the medieval PRD, "How can a man die who grows sage in his garden?" Izuku looked down absently from his phone to the plastic pouch holding the herb. It was wilted and bruised, it needed water desperately. But it wasn't dead. Not yet. He blinked, slowly, as his eyes slid out of focus. Wheels turned in his mind. Puzzle pieces shifting around, small things sliding into place. Sage means wisdom. A sage is a wise man. He had heard Gran Torino insult Toshinori before, while he was working on the beach. He had seen him slap Toshinori on the head with a rolled-up tube of papers, yelling at him about something. All his insults had the same theme. Gorilla. He was calling Toshinori stupid. Or perhaps stupidity was a bit too simple. Gorillas weren't subtle. Tactless, maybe. He was calling All Might tactless. Had he been? Had All Might been stupid and tactless in his career? Izuku didn't think so, but then, did Izuku really know All Might know Toshinori, the way that Gran Torino did? Izuku frowned. Didn't David Shield make that incredible armor for All Might during his initial debut that let him shoot air bullets from his arms and legs? It even gave him a limited form of flight, and it accomplished it all by using clever aerodynamics combined with All Might's superhuman strength and speed. But All Might got rid of it after only a year or two. He stopped wearing it. He never used support equipment. He was infamous for it. It's not just you anymore, throwing punches and taking on all the risks. That's what he had heard Torino saying distantly on the beach. Izuku stared at his trash and flower-strewn surroundings without seeing any of it. Why was Torino even here? Because Izuku asked Toshinori to teach him how to use One for All. And Toshinori couldn't. So he called Torino for help. Hadn't the retired hero grumbled something under his breath like, "Better late than never," that day Izuku first met him? He was pretty sure the man had. Izuku didn't think Toshinori had made any mistakes. But Torino obviously didn't see it the same way. He was even quite vocal about exactly what he thought All Might had done wrong. Izuku let out a long breath that he didn't realize he had been holding as understanding flooded him. All Might know, Toshinori, had given him the hint he needed during the phone call. There's an important lesson he wants you to learn underneath all of this. That's why he assigned those three things together. Gran Torino had given him those three assignments at the same time for a reason. There was something he wanted Izuku to understand, something he wanted him to realize. Toshinori had been telling Izuku from the very beginning that he wanted Izuku to be his own hero, to move beyond the persona of All Might instead of just trying to imitate him. He knew that. He had heard the man say it. He had understood what those words meant. He had even nodded along and agreed. But had he ever really understood the intention behind them? Had he actually accepted them? Name all the things All Might did wrong. Name everything you would have done to be better. Come up with your hero name. They weren't three different assignments. They were one assignment. It was one assignment that he had been given, one specific thing that Gran Torino had wanted him to see. That day when all Toshinori fought the villain that crippled him. Had anyone been there? Did he have help? Or had he gone into that fight alone, with no support equipment or backup? Somehow, Izuku already knew the answer to that question. Toshinori had walked into the jaws of death alone. And he had almost paid the ultimate price for it. What could you call that but a colossal, catastrophic mistake? My respiratory system was nearly destroyed, and my stomach had to be removed. I've wasted away because of the aftereffects of those surgeries. I can only do my hero work for about 3 hours a day now. If Toshinori had been a little bit wiser, a little bit less of a gorilla, would he still have that hole in his chest? Would he still be limited to a mere 3 hours of hero work a day? Warmth and light and the cool, crystal-clear water of understanding began to flood Izuku's heart, washing away years of dirt and grime that had been caked on by an unkind world. In his mind, the jeering calls of useless and Deku were being replaced by something else. Ape. Monkey. DMN gorilla. He could hear Torino's shouting overtaking the words of Kaken and the bullies. His breath became sharper, and all the colors around him seemed more vibrant and a little less gray. It was like he was breathing unimpeded for the first time in years, like something covering his eyes and tinting the world had suddenly been ripped off. Torino was harsh. He was pushy. But he wasn't like Kaken or the other bullies. He wasn't just insulting Toshinori. He was pointing out his flaws. He was challenging him to be better, daring him to be more than what he was. A shade of the color green. A plant that symbolically represents healing and immortality. Folklore says it drives off evil spirits. It had antibacterial properties, the herb of a healer. How can a man die who grows sage in his garden? Sage saves lives. It saves people. But it's more than that. Sage is a word that means wisdom in both the East and the West. A sage is a wise man. Sometimes a warrior, sometimes a protector, but always a scholar. A thinker. Someone who does not just know, but who understands. Someone who would not walk into the jaws of death alone. Someone who would fight with friends and allies. Someone who would use every means at their disposal to win, which was exactly what Gran Torino had been telling him he was being trained to do. A quirk is just a tool, nothing more. The most esteemed legacy quirks are still just shiny tools in the end. Seize all the tools at your disposal. Use them. Understand them. He could almost hear Torino whisper, "Knife," on the wind, and he barely stopped from reaching for his own out of reflex. A sage was no demon gorilla. A wise man wouldn't make those mistakes. And if he did, he would learn from them and never make that same mistake again. That's what made him special. That's what he could bring to the table to help him surpass all might. He had said it himself, hadn't he? Together he and Kaken had dreamed of being the strongest, the fastest, the smartest. Toshinori and Kaken were strong and fast, and Izuku had thought they were both smart. Oh, they were both smart, he knew that. But would Gran Torino agree? Or would he just call them both gorillas? Somehow, Izuku already knew what Torino would say. Somehow he could guess exactly what Torino would say to Kaken if the two ever met as teacher and student. The retired pro had never called Izuku a gorilla. Not once. Suddenly, that tiny detail seemed terribly important. Torino never insulted Izuku's ability to think through his problems. Torino never insulted Izuku that way. He told Izuku to run faster, to lift heavier, to be stronger, never to be smarter. Suddenly, the things Gran Torino had not said to Izuku seemed to be oh so important. The encouragement that wasn't given. The insults that weren't used. Izuku knew what kind of teacher Sorahiko Torino was. If he didn't say something to you, then it meant you were doing fine. He didn't waste time with meaningless compliments. What all had the man not said to him? He could almost hear the old man whispering in his head. He could hear it in Torino's voice. Your smarts are good enough, kid. But do you know how to use them? Have you figured out how that tool works, yet? Strength. Intelligence. One for all would give Izuku the power to be the strongest and the fastest. And even if it couldn't, the physical training would give Izuku what he lacked. And Izuku completed the triangle himself. He already had the third piece. He had possessed it all along. Kaken had always called his analysis and obsession with details creepy. Was it really? Or did Kaken just not like it because it was something only Izuku could do? Because it was something the blonde teen couldn't do? Toshinori had never called him creepy. Neither had Gran Torino, and he always spoke his mind. Wouldn't they know if anyone did? One for all may be borrowed power. But it was Izuku's mind that would direct it and control it. It was his choices that could allow him to either fall short or become greater. That was his power, his strength. That's how he could win as a hero without sacrificing his pride and dignity. He must have been blind to not see it before. Hadn't Torino just told him the other day that One for All was nothing more than a tool? To stop thinking about it like it's something special? And he had nodded along and agreed. He had thought he had understood what the man meant. He had been wrong. He hadn't understood anything, at least not then. But he did now. It wasn't the saw that mattered, it was the carpenter. It wasn't the sword that mattered, but the swordsman. It wasn't the quirk that mattered. It was the hero. What had been stopping him from seeing this? Fear? Despair? Izuku couldn't even completely remember how the world looked a mere hour ago. Something had shifted inside of him, and the details of how he had thought and felt before were slipping away through his fingers like a bad dream being chased away by the morning sun. Izuku didn't know what that dark cloud over his heart had been, but it hardly mattered anymore. Because he could see the rising sun clearly now, and the childhood dream of grasping it with both hands no longer seemed so impossible or out of reach. He was going to do this. He could do it. Toshinori had built all might around his strengths. He had started with nothing, with less than nothing. A quirkless vigilante with a death wish. And when he had been given One for All, he figured out what he could leverage within himself, and he used it. Izuku needed to do the same. He needed to build a hero persona around his own strengths. Strengths that made him different, that separated him apart from everyone else. Strengths that he had been cultivating since childhood without even realizing it. He wasn't entirely sure how to go about that just yet, but he did know what that hero would be called. It may not be his full name or his final one, but it was a beginning. It felt right. It was real and it was true. The sun was setting, the red and orange sky painting fire across the woodlands. Izuku ate the last apple slice and folded up the plastic bag before putting it in his pocket to recycle when he got home. He knew what he had to do. He had research material to look up. And he wanted to hug his mother again, to show her how much he appreciated her. None of this would have been possible without her. As Izuku stood up and walked away, he took one last look at the clearing. He had a strange feeling about the place, like he was missing something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He'd had a weird feeling ever since he arrived there, actually. After looking back at the twilight clearing for a moment, Izuku shrugged. It was probably nothing. Just a weird sense of déjà vu from seeing an old childhood haunt as a smaller, dirtier place than he remembered it being. At the base of one of the trees with a large, old scorch mark on it, a group of purple hyacinths, daffodils, white orchids, purple lilacs, and white lilacs waved and bobbed slightly in the evening breeze. They were the only flowers that had been planted properly. The next time the three of them got together was 2 days later in the afternoon, a full day after the assignment had been officially due. Between Toshinori being forced to hunt down several villains that escaped from police custody and Torino trying to get his old license renewed as is instead of having to specifically pick between daylight and underground licenses, this was the earliest all of them could meet up. Torino normally didn't like giving students extensions on homework, but this was important enough that he didn't mind giving the kid an extra day. The teen had assured them that he had both assignments done on time, and the still unfortunately retired pro was willing to take the kid's word on it. Izuku walked up to both men on the beach and held out a soft plastic binder. It was dark green and had slightly less than 24 pages pinned inside of it. Torino took the binder and flipped it open, Toshinori leaning over from behind him to see as well. It was a hero breakdown, just like the dozens upon dozens Izuku had already done. But it wasn't a breakdown of an existing hero. It was a breakdown of Izuku himself, in the future. It was shorter and more concise than most of his individualized analysis, but since there was no mention of a quirk, that was to be expected. Instead, this future, adult Izuku had costume designs, lists of emergency response qualifications, sketches of support gear ranging from firearms to grappling hooks, and even a basic plan for a hybrid agency that would deal in both Limelight Street heroics and underground crime fighting. The kid had even drawn up a simple budget and a floor plan for the agency. It was very impressive. If Torino had given an assignment to students nearing the end of their education in UA's hero course asking them to write about their plans for going pro, Something like this is what he would have expected back from them if they wanted passing grades. But what really caught the old man's eye was the picture at the front of the binder. It was a sketch of future Izuku, in costume, on a fold-out full-page spread. He was taller and looked older, with broader shoulders and a more muscular build. A few subtle lines under the eyes and a subtraction of baby fat from his cheeks did wonders. He was wearing a practical-looking costume, at least by modern hero standards. A Silver Age-style spandex bodysuit with armored, Gundam-like boots and gauntlets that extended far enough up his limbs to protect his shins and forearms. Classic Silver Age, the inner fanboy was really seeping out of the kid on this one. He could have been part of Toshinori's graduating class in that getup. It was also a very general design, without specifics, though the kid had taken care to draw a police-style shoulder holster with a badge and a gun prominently displayed next to a sheathed knife strapped across his chest. But it wasn't Izuku that stood out the most in the picture. It was that he was surrounded by other people. The sketch had adult Izuku standing in the middle of a group of 4 other people, 2 on either side of him. They weren't much more than silhouettes, dark outlines that had been shaded in and given some sparse details. The kid had broken out the colored pencils for this picture, but instead of using them to fully color the piece, he simply included small colored highlights on each of the costumes of the figures, each one getting their own color as a theme. Izuku's own outfit had some tasteful green trim. The 2 figures on his left and right had bits of red and blue respectively on their shadowy figures, while the ones on his far right and far left were themed in yellow and purple. If it wasn't for the facelessness of the other 4 figures, the retired pro could have believed this was a promotional poster for some newly formed hero agency. But what really made Torino grin was the large, clear title drop at the top of the page in bold, capitalized English. Sage, the teamwork hero. The name was a bit on the nose, but he couldn't complain. He doubted this would be the kid's full hero name, or his final one, but it was a strong start. The kid had definitely understood the point of the homework exercise, that was for sure. Torino flipped back through the self-analysis for a moment longer before grinning. Not bad, kid. I'm glad you realized the point I was trying to get at. 10 out of 10, full marks. You still owe me those other essays though. Toshinori also gave him a more gentle grin and shot him a thumbs up. Izuku gave the 2 men one of his blinding sunshine smiles before reaching into his backpack and pulling out a brand new notebook. Printed across the front were the words, Career Analysis, All Might. He handed it over to Torino, who raised an eyebrow before flipping it open. Inside it was information on every high-profile fight and rescue in Toshinori's career, as well as every media interview he had ever given. Every mistake he had made during those incidents was recorded in painstaking detail. In almost every single fight, a reference was made to how it could have been ended more quickly and safely if Toshinori had brought backup, with a rotating list of the few people All Might had publicly mentored or teamed up with during his career. Kathleen, Star and Stripe, Bates and Sasaki, Sir Night-Eye, Mirai featured prominently. There were even highlighted moments where a reference was made to how bringing David's shield along could have helped. There was also a list of all the pieces of support equipment All Might could have used that would have helped him save more people or defeat villains more easily, and a harsh critique of his career-long aversion to support equipment in general that was long enough to have served as a standalone essay. The air bullet armor that David's shield had invented for him early in his career and which he had given up on using shortly afterwards had an entire chapter dedicated to it. It didn't cover everything, only the most public and high-profile fights and rescues. If it had tried to cover everything, especially with this level of attention to detail, it would have been a phone book. But even so, it was an absolutely ruthless analysis of All Might. It also ran on for a full 96 pages. Torino grinned like a demented monkey, his dark eyes glittering. Toshinori coughed a spray of blood. Oh yes, Torino thought to himself. Nizu is going to love this.